welcome back to Métropole Grid. I imagine that transition will work better if you didn't see me standing on the side of the camera at the beginning. I need to walk in from further, otherwise it just loses its charm. What's everyone doing? It's a Tuesday stream. What's the date? 6. Hopefully you're well. I know I'm okay. It's a sunny day. Welcome to the bluest room in Netrunner. Hopefully you're doing well. We're gonna be here for a couple hours as we do on a Tuesday afternoon. We're gonna be diving into some deck building, trying out some ideas that are half baked, and then finding out along the way. It's about, again, the friends we made. How's everyone doing? 4th from Eric, which didn't register in Restream, but I saw it up there because you did it before the stream started. How's it going, Eric? How's Grinder PE World? I watched the stream not live last night, unfortunately. Monday nights can be a bit difficult for me, but I watched it after. When you described to me that you were really excited about Divert Power Tucana, or more likely Divert Power Anemone, I'm like, okay, yeah, I see it. But I didn't realize how good you thought it was. Which, I've been there, man. Getting your dreams absolutely pulled out from under you live is, it's a rite of passage. But at least we grind. Or at least we ground. Daojen, how's it going? The race has been lost today. Oh, well, hello, y'all. No, I appreciate the eagerness for the race, but on my restream chat, you're the first, so no one can take that away from you. Tread Pingvin, how's it going? Welcome. Kato, I'm in a cabin on a mountain. Yo, the perfect place to watch Netrunner from. They'll never expect the hacks are coming from such a remote location. It's the, what is it? The outside job. Hopefully you're doing well. Enjoy the cabin. That sounds really nice. Hopefully you're somewhere quite cool. Hey, Aku, hey, can't wait for the World Tree Ari deck. Brewing one myself at the moment. Airblade's working surprisingly well in PE meta. Yes, so that video will be out hopefully tomorrow morning. I'm promising tomorrow morning. The problem with playing Arisana, so I spent most of Sunday doing the, what's it called? Recording gameplay and doing the edit across Monday, and I have to do a bit more today. And the problem with World Tree Ari is like the games are like 30 minutes. They're like really long games. So you have to spend a lot of time. I spent like 3 to 4 hours grinding gameplay. We have some good games, and then editing it also takes long. It might be the longest deck dive on the channel. Like there's a chance it's a 2.5 hour like adventure, which that's great. Because the intro is gonna be really long because explaining how to play like a 60 card deck is something. I didn't play Airblades. I think Airblades is really notable as one of the like on-tempo hardware, like one of the few on-tempo hardware that you can dispose of and not feel bad about because we stopped playing Flame Out. So I think it's interesting. I just don't think I played in a meta where I'd be happy to play it, albeit, yeah, against Jinteki PE, that's like probably pretty good. I'm also gonna show off other versions, right? Like it's really easy to reskin the thing and just be like, okay, instead of playing Knobkery Imp, we're gonna play like Ma and insert your favorite card here. So I think it's really cool, but it's, yeah, still got to record the intro about that after this. It should be out tomorrow morning, I'm hoping, and it looks good. Does the deck know what to do against asset spam? I have so many issues with my Ari and no ice decks. Yes and no. So I'll spoil the deck a wee bit because the thing will be up yesterday. This is the final version I was on. I think we should be on the second Cyberdelia. I think this one is actually really good, reasonably good into asset spam. I think you have a really bad Reality Plus matchup, and we'll come back to that. But against asset spam, it's really good because inherently we can produce Knobkery Imp with some consistency. We have Parisha, which is obviously good. And at the end of the day, we're like a huge value engine. So like the fact that your daily cast, if you World Tree it, becomes another daily cast, you just get a lot of value. It's like kind of similar to Mulch because like 59 cards is a bit perverse, obviously, but it's the same sort of thing where like you look down, it's turn 8 and you've drawn through 35-40 cards already, and that's just because the deck like fires Class Act by turn 3 and then does Earthrise into Earthrise into Earthrise, and so you're not that bad actually. A lot of open remote servers, you're in a better spot. I think if you trade into the Ma version, you might have a better matchup into assets because Ma is pretty good. The MU, this sorts out the MU with the deck, which can be an issue. You can pull Hannah, which is nice. You could also play Miss Bones. I think there's a chance Miss Bones is worth it, especially if you find yourself in a lot of assets, but Parisha might get you fair enough. And all that sort of stuff works really well with World Tree. So I think you can tech into it. I think the worst part is actually just like run HQ, hit a Behold, game's over. Playing into Mani Sanai is like nearly impossible. I found that out pretty quickly because if Mani Sanai bounces your World Tree, you're in a world of pain. So like the first game I played against NBN, like I've eclipsed their economy sort of, and then they scored out like 2 AR enhanced securities behind like 2 ice and had a Mani Sanai on the table, and you just can't play the game anymore. I think I also on like turn 2 against a player, I dirty laundried HQ once I got my Class Act down, or sorry, once I got my World Tree down, and hit a Behold. And then they did like Economic Warfare Oppo, and it's like, well, game's over. So the NBN matchup is really bad, and just inherently Shaper right now, and I'm imagining that might change in the future in the upcoming set, has literally no cards that interacts with tags favorably. Am I mistaken? There's literally 0 Shaper cards that interact with tags favorably, and that is a problem for this deck. I think tags are definitely an angle you can attack this, because self-growth programming a World Tree is like a problem. Yo, how do I say this? Netrunner 0304, welcome. How's it going? Also, Izzy, how's it going? Hey to the Tuesday crowd. Hopefully you're doing well. It's been a minute. We need to organize, and by we, I mean Montreal needs to organize some events in the upcoming set so we can all see y'all in the person in the near future. That'd be nice. I just installed Auto Card Anywhere and now send a message in the Twitch chat bot as highlight. Oh, Mango, does it work well though? I imagine that it highlights so you can just hover over stuff. That's really cool. Wendigon 12th, how's it going? Hey, William Muscle, how you doing? Thanks. Divert power is less power and more divert. Because that's the thing, is when you said divert power, I was like really worried because you were building grinder. I think the idea to use divert power to de-res your anemone is, we've seen this before. We also have seen replanting and all these like tech cards, generally in like Loki Ag Infusion decks from like circa 2 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's about inevitability. It's about grind. It's not about like the surprise. Yeah, everything's during a run, which is way healthier that way. I'm building Maw as well instead of Virus Heavy. Yeah, I really like the virus heavy stuff. Like, I think Imp is actually one of the coolest inclusions into this deck because it allows you to put pressure in a deck that doesn't have a lot of central pressure, right? Like, I do think there's a chance Amakua doesn't work. There's a lot of virus here. I think once Amakua does something, it's nice to get early, but I'd rather get an Imp early. And then I think this should probably just be a DJ Fenris, because in the mid to late game, you actually do run out of value, which is why I ended up going to Cyberdelia and the Artist, just so we have some infinite value. But I think a DJ Fenris would actually be really good because your resources, your events, you have a lot of doubles, let alone triples. But if that's the case, I think Imp is actually really nice because it allows you to get that pressure on centrals early. And it's something that's unexpected from Shapers, and you can pressure anything now you want to run once a turn. I like it a lot. But I do think Maw is probably worth something because the MU is an issue in the deck. Hey, Bumble, how's it going? Jumping right into Netrunner today. Hey, have you seen the new cards from Hemlock Vale? We did our whole tier list with their Arkham group yesterday. It was fun. We'll do it on a stream or something in the near future. I'm playing Lilypad Q Loop, so slots are hard. Excited to try this World Tree version. It's a lot of fun. And like, it's kind of a bummer because again, the games are like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And at the beginning of my turn, basically before I do anything, I spend like 2 minutes thinking through everything, probably to the chagrin of my opponents. But it's the sort of deck that I'm really excited to play more of because eventually once you get that sort of pattern recognition, you play it so much faster. And I do think once you get enough reps in this, it is tournament safe. Do I think it's the best and most robust deck? No, but I think it's amazingly fun. And it's something you can very easily tune to any meta. You basically have like 6 or 7 influence that is incredibly flexible that you can pull in based on what you think you're going to run into and get it consistently with World Tree. I like it a lot. And you'll notice we talked about this last week. We're not on like test run or rejig or any of that stuff. And we're still finding World Tree consistently. I did play one entire game against Thule during Sunday. I'm not going to put in the video because it's like, the point is we played a game without producing World Tree and the deck was technically fine, as much as that Thule deck is not that fast, which is cool. It's good to know. Buy is probably a good card to help in the matchup. Ben, how's it going? It is. Events are like in some ways the hardest slot in the deck, right? Like we don't have Pinhole. We are kind of weak to upgrades. It's because our deck has an engine that interacts heavily with installables and almost no way at all with events. So playing like 2 Biobands in a 59 card deck, like obviously the deck size will go down because we have to move influence here. But you're right. It's like the only way to get influence. It's like trying to play 1 networking in a 59 card deck, right? It's just kind of hard to rely on it. It is kind of hard to rely on it. And Biobands, it technically works well enough with the World Tree, right? Because the successful run trigger, you can install and then World Tree it. It's a bit salad, but it's not that bad. Hey, stream, how's it going? Augustus, it's going good. We're just starting a stream. We're going to be building some Anarch destructive stuff. We're going to do some renovations, see how it goes. Yeah, we're due to a road trip to the Great White North. Yeah, it's been a minute. I think the CO kits are coming out. I know I've seen American folks are receiving theirs, so we'll get it soon enough, I reckon. It's a cool plugin. It was suggested from the QTM Spike guide. Oh, cool. I haven't seen that. The concept of a non-content private tier list is both perverse and beautiful. Non-content private tier list is both perverse and beautiful. Oh, Mela. Oh, I see what you mean. Generally, it is like one of my favorite things in Arkham is when a new set comes out on the Monday nights where we're like, we just finished our Forgotten Age campaign. We did the secret ending. Great. And so when a new set comes out, we just meet up, the 4 of us, and we just go through all the cards and just talk about them. It took us 2 Monday nights, right? Like there's a lot of cards in the new set because it's not like the old campaign. It has like 130 cards or whatever. It has a lot of cards, even more than that maybe. But we just spent Monday nights just going through the cards, talking about them, and then we go to build our decks. It's really, really, really fun. No rejig. Tron, how's it going? No, I cut rejig. I cut a test run. You never played it. It was really, really clumsy. The deck has no really good rejig targets. Back in the day when you had like Flame Out, maybe, but like you rejig an Imp, I don't know. It's not that great. If it worked from the bin, I think we would actually like one more recursion card than 3 Simulchip if we could get it. But we're on no test run, no rejig. I think the other card that I would actually consider is Compile. Because I think Compile into World Tree is actually kind of interesting. Because if you do Compile and you have a Slap Vandal, you pay 3 to get a World Tree for 6. Sorry, you pay 6 to get a World Tree from your deck. Because you compile a single ice, you Slap Vandal through it, that costs you 3. Then you trash the Slap Vandal when you produce with the Compile, you produce a World Tree, and then you World Tree the Slap Vandal into a World Tree. It works. This is another way that I think is better than Test Run or Rejig to get off a World Tree from your deck, but I don't think it's necessary. But Rejig seemed really, really clumsy. It's the sort of like Test Run seemed so clumsy too. I never played it, and then it was 6 dead slots in the deck. And if you don't have Rejig, playing Test Run is terrible. It's really, really bad. I gotta go tonight. I'll catch a stream vid tomorrow. Cheers and have a great time. Aku, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I got my CO kit. Looking forward to running my first CO. Yo, William, let us know how it goes. It's a lot of fun. I think organizing events is way more fun than I think some people realize it is. I hopefully have a good time. All right. Thank you, Izzy, for the link. Spike Biased. Jack in. Powered by Hugo Dork's GitLab page and made by Tuno with the help of the Querying the Message testing group. Whoa, what is this? This looks good. Hold on. Okay. What is this? Okay. This is a strategy guide to start playing Netrunner, the customizable card game looking developing my NSG from NSG now on. It's not a rule book for that. Look at NSG, learn to play it comprehensive. Who are you? I'm Jen Tuno. I've been playing Netrunner since 2013, though I've only gotten interest in competitive play around 2021. I've been really bad at this game for a long time, and now I've gotten to the point where I can confidently call myself a good player. Hell yeah, you can. I'm by no means a top player or pro or anything like that. That's not true. And I love to write and think about things from a theoretical standpoint, and I love teaching and mentoring. And Netrunner is a great place to let that instinct flow. Let's go. Dozens of people have helped me in writing this in many different ways, and I couldn't possibly name all of them. Special thanks to Melanomi, Juniper Theory for providing invaluable editing help. Whoa, this is really good. Holy crap, this is cool. What does this hash mean? Oh, that's useful. That's cool. I need to read through this. This is really, really good. I have a couple articles like this that we use for what's it called, degree mills teaching. It's not as like thorough as this, but it's more like a bit homework based. Some people want that more than other people, so it's not like a universal thing. But this is incredible. I need to read through this. This looks really good. Link will obviously be in the description. I guess let me link it in chat. You'll find it in chat actually if you scroll up a bit. Izzy posted it. Holy crap! This NBN's a great Glacier deck. This is Asmari. Yeah, yeah, it is. Wow, that's super, super cool. I'm really interested in this. Well done. It's a good read and I enjoyed it. All right, let me check that out. That's awesome. Q-Team thing was mentioned in the latest community roundup from NSG. It has a good section on deck archetypes that was super useful for me to understand some of the terms that get thrown around. Yo, terms is a really big thing. A lot of people use terms without even thinking about it. If you're ever in chat or in watching on YouTube and you hear a term that you don't know what it is, just ask. Like, people love explaining their terms and realizing that they're like too into the sauce to even realize they're speaking a different language. Like, just ask if you have, but it's really good to have all that stuff. There's a lot of terms that people just use without second thought. I have a couple of friends who are big into Arkham, but they aren't as deep into the weeds. I can't really arrange the presently IRL, but it's good to know there are examples of civic virtue out there. Wait, I don't honestly know what that means, fella. You can play online. You can play online. There's some good ways to play online if you have TTS. This is really cool. Well done to Tuno and all their friends. Oh, the tier list symposium. Yeah, you need the right sort of people who like are so excited to find new cards that they'll carve time out of their week to like talk about them, which is kind of exactly where we are. Spike Bias is a work in progress too. Tuno's adding more to it as it has the time to worth checking back on it every so often to see if we've added anything. Yo, if you can put in, if it can put in, if anyone can put in like patch notes, I'd be very interested to see how this develops. What is a spike? Oh, I see. Very good. It reads like a choose your own adventure in some ways. That's very, very cool. Well done. This is sick. Let me leave that open, of course, because we're going to link that. That's really, really good. Playing is fine. Discussion, we aren't there yet. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's fine though, right? Like, it's overwhelming too. Like, discussion only kind of makes sense in context, right? Like, if you're really, really, again, into the sauce, you can look at something and talk about it because you can compare it to other things. You have an understanding of how it works with some of the other moving parts. It'll come in time. Like, when you're new to the game and someone shows you like a weapon that you have to throw at someone and go pick up, you'd be like, oh, this sounds really bad. Or like, you know, you don't know how to make it work. Thanks for the link. Seems super interesting. Yeah. Izzy, thank you for that. That's sick. That's really cool. Okay. We got some deck building to do. We're going to be doing something that I don't think is particularly good, but when it comes to Tuesday streams, we've been largely surprised and we have the time to dig into some uncharted territory and figure out what works and what doesn't work. Our goal largely today is to play with one card that I have no interest in playing with, which is Monkeywrench. But we're going to use it and see if we can do something well with it. Now, the thing about Monkeywrench that I have dunked on continually is that it has text, and the text is really rough when you compare it to some of the other cards that exist also in the game that have text. Host on a piece of ice, it's a Trojan, it's not a virus. Host ice gets -2 strength, and every piece of ice on that server gets -1 strength. Now, there's a precedent for needing a card like this because lowering strength of ice means you can break it more efficiently. And there is a lot of Netrunner cards right now that are seeing consistent play, and by cards I mean a couple cards seeing a lot of play, which increase the strength of your breakers so that you can break stuff. That's a really big deal, right? Very, very common are things like Cleaver and Buzzsaw, and having things to bring your strength up is really, really nice, or bring the strength of the ice down, right? But the two big ways that we see to how to do it are largely Takobi, which is not as common. It's a bit trickier to play, but arguably can be a higher ceiling for sure. And then we have Turbine, and Turbine's a problem. Why play Monkeywrench when we could just play Ice Carver? I think there are reasons, but I think we play both. But this is exactly the conversation, right? Why play Monkeywrench that gives -2 strength to a single ice and -1 to every other single ice when you can give +2 strength to all of your icebreakers? Now, the non-AI clause can be interesting. We might look into that. It's also a Trojan, which is interesting, but not very interesting. And then there's a bunch of Trojan cards in the last set that say, like, only use this if there's another Trojan on the thing, whatever. That stuff's not going to matter. So why do this? And for what it's worth, Turbine is dunking on a lot of the design space of other things. And admittedly, you can power creep past cards that don't see any play, and it's fine. But what do we look at that Cyber Trooper Talute, right? Like, this is a card that existed. +1 link, that's not really relevant. Whenever you install a non-AI icebreaker, that icebreaker gets +2 strength. So the difference between Turbine and Cyber Trooper Talute is that Cyber Trooper Talute is 2 cheaper, takes up no MU, but it only gives you +2 strength in a weird condition that you don't have full control over. Back in the day when Talute existed, there was bin breakers, so Anarchs could install their breakers from the bin over and over again and get consistent value from this. But like cards like this and cards like this existing in the same world, there's a bit of friction there, that's for sure. So why play Monkeywrench? Also, Monkeywrench is classically 2 words, isn't it? Or is that just how the Foo Fighters do it? No, it's 2 words. It's interesting that they picked this to be 1 word. I did flirt with Monkeywrench, Maven, and Ari idea. Oh, that's kind of fun. Maven's the one that like scales off of installed cards, right? Yeah. Don't do it, Andre. Monkeywrench, bad warning. This is coming from me. I think it won't be good, but we definitely have to play it because it's one of the few cards that we haven't played with the new set. So, how's it going, by the way, Bob? Other things that we can do, I want to look at all the cards that reduce strength of ice because we're not going to be using Monkeywrench in the way that is poorly comparable to Turbine. We're going to actually use it where we want negative strength, not so much that we want positive strength from Turbine. Ice Carver is another thing. Mind you, Ice Carver is only when you are encountering. There are downsides to this, but it is very good. And then at the end of the day, right, like, can you just pay 1 more for no MU and have an Ice Carver on everything? I don't know. For some reason, Monkeywrench is one where it looks like a file program name to me. I think you're probably right. This seems more like a name than like a word name. I don't know if there's precedence for that before. Probably. So what are we going to do? We're going to use the ice. We're going to do as much ice destruction as we can, which admittedly is a bit counterintuitive because if you trash the ice with Monkeywrench on it, you've trashed the ice. But there's a couple pieces of programs in the entire format that care about the strength of the ice you're encountering. So the idea is chisel with a Monkeywrench server. You can probably eat through stuff relatively quickly. Now, immediately that stuff will be like 2, 1, or 3 strength. And at that point, why you're doing it. But I reckon if we play like Simulchip, Cookbook, Chisel, and then we play as much other ice destruction, Hippo, I don't know if we play Tripano, is there other ice destruction in the format? We might have something here. Because genuinely, the only way that I think Monkeywrench is interesting is if you care about negative strength, not that you care about using this as positive strength for your breakers. Because there's so many better ways to give your breakers positive strength. We have to care about things that have minus strength. So Chisel is the sort of idea. What else do we have in the format, right? Like we have Devil Charm, which makes something -6 suddenly. Is that probably better than all the Monkeywrenches in the world? Yeah. Hey guy, how's it going? Yeah, Devil Charm. Is that better? It's a one shot, but you don't have to host it on a piece of ice, that's for sure. In terms of trashing ice, right? We have Hippo, which you just got to break through the ice anyway, so that's totally fine. We can get through that. Trapano is like another really bad one you've probably not seen before. It honestly doesn't care about the strength of the ice, but it requires 5 turns, which is really frustrating. This has existed before Trapano, but after Parasite. For the uninitiated, Parasite was from the original core set in 2012 in Netrunner and is an incredibly problematic card. This was the ice destruction card. You install it, every turn it gets a virus counter. Once that ice hits 0 strength or less, it destroys itself. Every virus counter is -1. So there's a lot of board states in which you could use things like Leech, which back in the day was called Data Sucker, and just destroy ice at instant speed. Let alone, for some reason, we had a console that just made ice 0 strength when you encountered it. Don't read the text on this. It doesn't make any sense. It's really good. It got banned out relatively quickly and is still banned to date. Oh no, now it's rotated. It's no longer has to be banned. What else do we have in our toolbox that cares about negative strength or cares about ice destruction? There's some like weird stuff like Cradle, which is like a good decoder, but has bad numbers because it goes minus. But at the point, like we just have Buzzsaw right now. So we probably do still play the fixed strength breakers. We probably play 3 Simulchips. We probably play Cookbook. At the end of the day, this is going to look like a virus Anarch, except we're not going to focus on like, I think imping and like Audreying and all that sort of stuff. Because mind you, Audrey only cares about trashing a card you've accessed, right? Yeah. So you can't use Audrey to trash ice to get yourself forward. So we're just going to try and like get down a Conduit, hammer centrals, and trash as much ice as we can and play something close enough to like medium Parasite from 2014, 2015, I reckon, as much as we should have some better tools to support it. Now I'm going to crowdsource this really quickly. Are there other cards that care about this text? Because I honestly don't know. Consume? Consume is really difficult because it is a lot of influence, and if we can't get it consistently, I feel like Consume in a world where you have Fermenter is a bit troublesome. But this does work. It doesn't do an installed card. Hey Veronica, I'm doing well. How are you doing? How you been? How are you finding the new set? I've gone through everything now. Thanks for sharing that link. I'm in a Snowball playable with all the strength manipulation. No. So I just searched manipulation. I don't think so. I think admin, like there's a chance it's underplayed, but right now, actually in Netrunner, there was a time in Netrunner where there was a lot of ice that actually like hit around a certain number. And so there's a lot of decks that would just have like 3 to 6 ice that were all 4 strength. And for a while back in the day, 4 strength ice was hard to deal with for a couple reasons. You had things like Eli, and Eli 1.0 back in the day cost you 4 credits to break with your normal fractor. And you had things like 4 cost, I don't know if this was actually a reason why you do it, but like, what's it called? Lotus Fields. And back then you had breakers like Yogg, which was kind of like Buzzsaw, but you had no way to increase its strength. So anything that was like 4 strength, you had some really taxing 4 strength ice back in the day. Ichi 1.0 comes to mind. All this stuff was really annoying. So there's actually a lot of good reasons for a bunch of different decks, and you saw it in almost every faction. There was at least one tier 1 deck that had admin in it, and admin was really, really cool because it comes in and you pay a bit up front. Mind you, back then we had a more powerful card that was called Stim Hack, which was like overclock, but it gave you 4 extra credits and a core damage, but that's fine. And so you would admin for 4 and then break all the really annoying 4 strength ice for the rest of the game. Right now, what's really annoying is that there are no really good admin numbers. I don't think there are good admin numbers, right? Like ice is generally divided by like really big taxing annoying stuff. So like admin 6 is really expensive, but it deals with brawn and then it deals with like res gatekeepers. But then there's no other good number to put this thing at that really makes sense. Maybe admin 3 makes sense as a way to break drafters, but that's the only 3 strength ice barring magnet in like HB lists, and breaking magnet's not hard for a shaper. So this is the weird thing about admin, is like it's weird because it's a very powerful card, but there's not a really good meta for admin right now. I think the only other deck that I would consider adminning in is, I believe, into Outfit, because the Outfit runs a lot of 6 strength ice, right? Like you have Valen Chow is 6 strength. The other one's 6 strength too, right? Trebuchet is 6 strength. Yeah, I think Trebuchet is 6 strength. I think that's the only matchup in which there's a lot of really annoying guys at the same strength margin that you would actually pursue Atman. So it's hard. Bonjour, André, comment vas-tu, Catman? Yeah, Catman was really fun. Salut. I'm going to talk about this in the news later, but Shoeflower, that's Erin. She did a reading of her Ampere story in the latest Null Signal Station podcast. I haven't finished the whole podcast yet, but I did finish the whole section with an interview from Sanjay interviewing Aaron and the read-through. And it's really, really great. I forgot how much I like that story. And it's also really nice to hear her read it. So check that out. We'll link to that later, but I hope you're doing well, Aaron. Mass Driver. That doesn't... Soul me, that's just a card you can play. Does that actually do anything with any of this? When you use Mass Driver to break all subroutines on a piece of ice during a single encounter, it's 2MU. The first 3 subroutines on the next ice do not resolve. What for doing program destruction? I don't know. We have a local here who's using Atman at 6 to get through Braun, Archer, and Valenchao, and it can be hilarious. I have Atman 6 back in the day to deal with Archers, 100%, because Archer was really hard to deal with. You would Atman 6 it with like a stim hack and be okay with it. And it was like legitimately a fine line in that matchup. Mind you, the deck list of the week now is, I think, really rude and really hard to play into, and it does have a lot of like 6 and admittedly too, like 7 strength. That's a really annoying thing about Admin, is that not for a lot of reasons right now, decks are not focusing on a certain like power point. Like look at an op deck. You have 5 strength to get through Envelopment, then you have a lot of 1 strength ice, you have 4 strength ice, you have 3 strength ice, you have 2 strength ice, they're playing Enigma. It's like, it's not great. It's very, very not convenient. I mean, part of Mass Driver's issue is the base strength is terrible. Oh, I see. Yes. Yes. But then you also need positionality, right? Like you have a lot of issues here. Mango Feet wanted to play Ampere after reading it. I think that's like also what Sanjay was saying too. Be like, oh, wow, I really want to go play some Ampere now. And I do think that got me too, as much as I'm not a big Ampere fan. Added some extra French to my read through. Yeah, exactly. I really like that. I was wondering if someone had to like do the show notes to explain fils de pute. So if we're just playing Monkeywrench instead of Turbine because it has to exist in a deck that uses Monkeywrench, right? So maybe include answers to Big Ice, either Botchos or Chill Charm. Yeah, Celestial, how's it going? That's exactly it. The reason why we want to play Monkeywrench is because we want to care about negative strength, not because we want to care about positive strength, which means inherently we want to care about things like Chisel. On top of that too, there used to be, and I think these rotated, but like Prey used to be a card. And these are the other sort of ice destruction cards that cared about strength of the ice. So make a run. Once during this run, when you pass a piece of ice, you may trash a number of your installed cards equal to the strength of that ice. So it's another technically like program destruction that cared about ice strength, which I don't think there's many in the format anymore, let alone this doesn't exist. I didn't say that was the only issue. I used to play against a deck with Admin and Leech. It could break me quite efficient one setup. Yeah, that's actually the really big thing. So like, let's look at Admin, because like Admin has such a storied history that a lot of newer players might not expect it to be like quietly a very, very meta relevant card. And so there's a bunch of decks that like almost exclusively played Admin as their breaker suite. What they would do is they would have multiple admins. So they would have admin at 0, usually admin at 2, admin at 4. And then they would just use cards like, back then it was called Data Sucker, modernly is Leech. And then they would use that as their rig. So like admin in 0 deals with 0. You use 1 Leech counter to do a 1. Admin at 2 deals with 2, 1 Leech counter to do a 3, and so on and so forth. And so there's a whole bunch of these like Leech admin decks that were just doing its thing. L4J even had an admin in it, which is pretty wild. But I'm not sure what's going to be a good answer for this. But like, just understand, Atman was like a really, really, really important card for a long time in Netrunner. This one ran an Atman just to probably deal with 4 strength ice. Mind you, we also had this card back in the day, which is a kind of neat card. You take 2 meat damage, but you get to give 1 icebreaker at the beginning of a run plus 1 strength. That was incredibly relevant because Yogg had an ability now to break 4 strength Lotus Fields, and Lotus Field you could not decrease the strength of. That was the text on it. So that was really cool. This is an admin list, so just good stuff. You had 1 of each breaker and then admin to not get taxed out on whatever was hardest to break. Mind you, actually admin in this deck is almost entirely the killer. That's kind of cool. I think back in the day, 4 strength admin got you through a lot of centuries. This is a single admin deck, so we haven't found admin data sucker decks, but they're definitely out there. Admin data sucker. Solidarity Badge and Demolisher both give you benefits for trashing ice because it doesn't say you are accessing Lake Lou or Audrey. Yeah, but then we have to play Demolisher. Are you wait, Solidarity Badge doesn't say accessing? Yeah, that's true. That's not how you spell that. That's on me. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's neat. I don't know how often we're gonna be trashing ice for that to actually be worth a slot, but Demolisher is like just really bad. Like comparing Demolisher to Knobkari or even just Keiko, it just doesn't make any sense. You do get money from trashing ice though. That's kind of something, I guess. Umbrella synergizes with Monkeywrench too. Yes, a bunch of the cards from that cycle. Umbrella, right? Like all the stuff that requires you to have something hosted. In theory, like, it's just like, I don't know how many Trojans you want to put on something, but I don't think Umbrella's a really good card. Especially if you're trashing ice, right? Like, you're just giving them more card draw. When I went back to my cards, having not played years, I still had an Am and Haley deck build. It was like a time capsule. Yo, Alexander, how's it going? Those were the days. People love that sort of stuff. Like they were really, really fun. Typical prepaid voice paid Kate. So this is the sort of thing where like you have Atman, Data Sucker, you had other Breaker Suite, but this was like, in this matchup, are there a lot of 4 strengths? And it's really cool that a card like that existed. It was a really fun card. This is like very, very of era. 2015, yeah, 2015. Andre casually saying if you stupid on stream, about to get Twitch banned. I think we're allowed to say it a couple times. I feel like there's been a lot of DAO admin and startup recently. Matt, how's it going? I'm not plugged in enough to startup to know, but yeah, that would make sense, right? Because you can stack some of the ice. It's just really notable, like for the last little while, ice strengths haven't lined up in any sort of like homogenous way, which was a really big thing about the existence of admin, is that there was like every faction had really annoying 4 strength ice and no good way to deal with it. Demolisher would feel better if it wasn't once per turn. Or Scrubber, yeah, it would. Metropole Grid. Oh, this is Patrick's deck. Oh no, I made some mistakes and now I have regrets. This is Atman 2 Gordian Blade DAO. Patrick, wait, what are you doing? Oh, because it's Egret. Is a red team DAO? I didn't know what this deck was. It's been years since I've seen this. What have we unearthed? This is still tournament legal. Psych Mike card 41? Oh no. Dore has potential if you're dropping strength. Because the Dore can only break on 0 stuff? Oh, because it's just good. That's the thing though, is like, compare a Dore to Mimic. The amount of effort you go through to making a Dore do something versus, you know, the cost of 4 versus, you know, just playing Mimic. It's really hard to make a Dore better than Mimic, right? And at the end of the day, if you even go through all the hoops, your savings are like 1 to 2 credits. Like, I don't know. This is the sort of like jank that doesn't get me. Like, it doesn't excite me, where it's like, it just does something slightly more economically viable, as opposed to being like, oh, we're gonna throw out all the monkey wrenches and destroy all the ice, right? Admin might be pre-NRDB. I think it was pretty enduring, but maybe. Yeah, maybe. Remember playing a game at Regionals versus Kate, looked at the first 3 ice installed and despaired. Bastion, Rainbow, EY, yeah, 444. Didn't realize Admin Leech was an old archetype. I guess it was rediscovered in our Kitchen Man and Startup. No, but that's so cool, chat, that was found like later. And that's like, okay, this is the thing that gets me. So I think this is so cool for a lot of people who are so plugged into Netrunner. There's all these like really weird stories that need to be shared to players who got into the game recently. Whether this is the subject for videos or subject for like YouTube shorts or whatever. Let's go on a little adventure. This is one that I was reminded to me last week when I was talking with Pat, because it's so funny. So for those who don't know, Steel Skin Scarring is a card that exists right now. It's a really good card. It's a bit of a, you know, it's a big deal, right? Steel Skin Scarring says draw 3 cards, and when this event is trashed from your grip or your stack, you may draw 2 cards. So very cool ability. It stops you from dying. So good. If you've been playing for a while, you might notice that this is actually a functional reprint of a card called I've Had Worse that rotated out, I think 2 or 3 years ago. And everyone was like, I don't know how to play Anarch without I've Had Worse, because no different than how Steelskin sees plays today. This was a 3 of in every Anarch list because it is Anarch Diesel, let alone it gives you protection. The difference with I've Had Worse though, it gave you 3 cards when it was trashed from hand, but it was only from net or meat damage and not from the top of your deck. So a bit more powerful in that exact condition in which you didn't run into core damage, which was not uncommon, but you couldn't fire it off of top of deck synergies. That whole archetype didn't really exist. Now, what's really fun, and the narrative here is not so much that this is the same card, is back in the day on 4chan, if I'm not mistaken, Netrunner was a really, really, really huge deal in 2012 to 2016, right? It was like BGG top 1. And so there was peoples that had threads on 4chan that were leaking upcoming spoiled cards. There was such a fervor for this to be like, oh, someone I know works at FFG, let me leak some of the upcoming cards from the upcoming deluxe expansion, because FFG had marketing talk, but not too much marketing talk. There was a lot of unspoiled cards. And so someone spoiled I've Had Worse, but they called it Steel Skin. They said there's a card coming up called Steel Skin that has this exact text on it. But what was really funny is back at the time, what FFG did is to different play and testing groups, they would give out cards for people to test. But very specifically, for every individual group, they would give the exact same card, but they would give it a different name. So when the name Steel Skin leaked on 4chan, FFG understood which group of people had the mole in it, had the leak, and from that day on, there weren't any more leaks on 4chan from my understanding. The Steel Skin leaker got caught because they leaked the name of the card, not understanding that everyone else had a different card with a different name. It's a very smart idea to track down leakers. And now, mind you, about 8 years later, we get the card that had the original name Steel Skin scarring about, you know, surviving the damage, which is a reference to all this thing that happened back in the day. That was a bit of a circus. But again, that happened in like 2013. So there's a lot of players who don't know this thing, but it's a reason why this has this name. And it's a very, very funny joke that a lot of people are never going to know. The stuff is great. I love this like old Netrunner history stuff. Admin only stream one? I think we should at some point. Jason, Adori's won some tournaments? Has it really? Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna close the door real quickly. But yeah, there's a lot of like really fun references and stuff like that through Netrunner, which is great. It's incredible. It's a really good story. I like it a lot. Biggest runner. How many cards is Warlock playing here? All of them, right? Yeah, all of them. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yo, I woke up with a great story to start my day. Sokka, how's it going? Did you know that one? Did you play back then? How's it going? I watched a bunch of your stream cheering on Wiki. I'm glad that Wiki's on y'all's team. She plays absolutely great, and it's really fun to hear you and Brandon talking about Wiki's play. It's a really cool format. I'm so here for the old ANR stories. Yeah, there's a bunch of these that like I think I need to like figure out and put together because they're great. I started in 2014, didn't know that story. Oh, cool. So these still exist on BGG, but there used to be these threads called 4 is Flatline. Yeah, I think so. In which people used to go together, and this is really cool because it largely has been re-implemented with modern Netrunner spoilers, where people would like track down spoilers. And mind you, with Netrunner, they used to get 20 new cards every month with data packs. And so there was a bunch of these spoilers where people would like put this together and hunt 4chan leaks, and it was like a huge cottage industry of finding Netrunner spoilers. It's not unlikely that you'll find names here of people that you probably have known to win tournaments or are still playing. Yeah, every month. It was close enough to every month. But this was, you see stuff like this when NSG puts out new cards where people are trying to figure out the set numbers and stuff like that. But yeah, this was, it was fun. It was always really fun if you cared about this sort of stuff. You see people with Jacksons and stuff like that. I didn't pay attention to anything outside my local community until around 2018 though. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay, let's build this great deck. I just want to check, is there any other thing that trashes ice that we should know about? Going back to BGG, this is the old lore. I was not that plugged into BGG. Like I did not go to BGG and go to the Metropole, not the Metropole, to the Netrunner. I just read that, to the Netrunner BGG thread and see what people were writing. I know there was like some kind of seminal articles that, you know, became stim hack articles and stuff like that, but that's, I'm not too BGG plugged in. Okay, this is not gonna be good. Okay, so what cards in the format trash ice? How do you search that? Because this is gonna be too much. We have to do side runner. Trash, what's and? Does this have an and in it? Would that just be ampersand? Like, does that work? That clearly doesn't work. I know there's the or bar, but we don't want or here. We want and. How do you do that? Is it 2 of them? Like whatever language does that? That would be absurd, right? Okay. I'm not sure how to search this. Oh yeah, this is the problem. How do you do this? Does the trash or res criminal operation right? Yes, there's forge activation orders. I think that's probably not gonna be the most impactful influence in our Anarch deck, but it is an option. It's the sort of thing like Reno would be really happy to do. I don't know what ID we're gonna play. There's a chance it's probably not Reno. Let's just go. This might be the easiest thing. En passant? Yeah, en passant. Okay, that's worth remembering. We probably should just search trash into the bar. Yeah, Tripano, that's the one we got. Is there anything else that will do it? Trash. Can you do 2 X's in quotes? Can you do that? There's no way. Nah. Yeah, it was worth a shot. Carnivore, sort of, but I think our console slot's gonna be well spent putting stuff on stuff. Super hyped about Wiki Sweep. We worked hard on it. The rest of our team plays tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah. Quotes go around the X? Joe, what do you mean? Without the quotes? Without the quotes. Can you just... Okay, I did that wrong. I know. Oh, that actually might work. Thank you. Okay, 26 cards. Okay, so things that we want to do. Bocklin, no, that's a D-res. Abasu is not a real... Airblades, no. Chisel, yes. Climactic Showdown? Yeah, actually, yeah, genuinely, yes. I wish this card was better than it was, but yes. That is another one. We should just get these into a deck list so we don't forget. So I'm just going to make it a standard Anarch deck. For now, will be placeholder Hershiko. Don't hate me. We will change it later. Card draw's good. So Showdown, one of Chisel, one of Collection, standard. Don't know why it's not locked in like that. What else did we miss? En passant, one of... Okay. Let's go back. Oh, I should do this mode. Sorry. I know y'all like that more than I do. Did I miss anything? No. Forged, maybe. Hippo, 100%. So Hippo's important. It's not that many cards. There's like surprisingly little program destruction. That's it. And then Tripano. Wow. There used to be a lot of like really easy ice destruction in standard format. For the uninitiated, like we used to have these events that just ran anything, and the first time you broke a thing of that thing, it trashed that thing. You had knife for barriers, spoon for code gates, forks for sentries. The only way that logically makes sense. Somehow we all have agreed on that you use a spoon for a code gate. Yeah, it makes sense. So what did I forget to put here? I forgot to put Tripano, which is unfortunate. You know what likes ice destruction? Sabotage? Kind of does, doesn't it? Code gates are creamy. Yeah, I've heard that before. Really heard that before. All right. Let's build a thing. So we're going to play a lot of viruses. So I'm assuming we want 3 chisel. Oh, we got to play Monkeywrench. Oh, man. I have opinions about the assignment of the cutlery pieces. Aaron, how would you do it? Okay. Hippo might be a bit much. We don't want more than 2 climactic showdowns. They're unique and their timing is problematic. In terms of, we probably want Simulchips. We have the Monkeywrenches. So we probably want to play a fixed strength breaker suite regardless of what we're doing. Then the question is like, what are we doing to push ourselves forward? We definitely want cookbooks. I think there's a chance that we want 3 or 2 of them. Maybe if we have Botulus, it will invalidate whatever ice. Like I know it doesn't work with Monkeywrench, but we have to leave Monkeywrench on something. We can't actually move Monkeywrench around because it's not a virus, which is kind of surprising. So it does work with Urban Art Vernissage. I don't think we have that much good value from moving the Monkeywrench around, but Urban Art Vernissage allowing us to move this and install it for free is kind of cool. But the problem is like when we're playing these viruses, you can't bounce them, let alone if they trash the ice, they're gone. So that's not actually going to be bounced really, really heavily. So I don't know what to do about that. Tripana has 5 or more virus counters on trash host dice. Yeah, this is pretty bad. I think Simulchip is a way to move the wrench. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be like reinstalling chisels on tempo more accurately than ever using the wrench. But you know what else? You know what else lets you move the Monkeywrench around? Dow? Yeah, but then we have to play this. It's 1 influence, right? Yeah, 2 influence. Yikes. Okay. All right, and then we can't play Hippo. So for Hippo, we actually need a real breaker suite. So we're going to build one. And so I don't actually know what ID we want to play here. Or reshape. I would rather play Cordyceps. And I think Cordyceps might have actually made sense in the Arasana deck that I captured. FAO counts as ice trash. Thanos, how's it going? It does. It's not the best card. It's not super, super impactful. If they res their ice and we pay 1 for it, it's not amazing. We generally can face tank it to most ice. I don't know. Galactic Showdown could give the corp opportunity to trash your Trojans. Well, we choose the server. We choose the server. So yes, Potentially. I think there's going to be a lot of non-synergy in this, but yeah, potentially. We got to watch out for that. That's for sure. Okay, so we need card draw. We have Hoshiko. Other IDs let's talk about. Alice is pressure. It lets them spread their ice out thin. There's some interest in that. Ice Carver doesn't do anything with Trip and O, but it does work with Chisel, which is fine. We could try one of those. This is going to be a pretty extra. Essa, if we want to do core damage, it takes up a lot of slots from the deck, but it's definitely playable. But it's really hard when you have positional cards, or not positional, but like temporal cards. To be like, we don't want to commit the Monkeywrench now. We're going to lose it. Hey, Alec, how's it going? Nat, no, thank you, Quetzal. Honestly, maybe just because it allows us to invalidate one ice a turn, which is kind of what we want to do, invalidate ice. Reno, honestly, also maybe, but not great. I'd rather probably have some card draw from Hoshiko than this. I think putting Climactic Showdown on your deck after saying I'm going to try Monkeywrench is a bold move. I'm like totally on board of full sending it into a bad idea and figuring out how it goes. Because I think we've actually been surprised more often than not. Knifed. Sentries are like people, and killers are often weapons. Garrote, shiv, revolver. Knife is something you kill with spooned. Knife is something you kill with. Okay. Okay, this cut it off there. Hold on. Barriers are like walls, and spoons is like a shovel. Think Shawshank Redemption. Forked. Code gates. Code gates are riddles and problems. Fork, like a fork in a road, it solves a problem by splitting decision space. Okay. I'm with you 2/3 of the way. I think the forked one doesn't make sense to me. I get it. I think metaphorically, like it's a fork. Yeah, that's neat, but I don't know about that one. I think we can all agree that knife should have just killed all of them all the time. Code gates are creamy. Yeah, I know. Code gates are definitely chewy. I will not be taking further questions, etc. Yeah, exactly. I think knife should just eat all ice types. Knife should just win. On that note, revolver should break all ice types. We figured it out. That's interesting though. I think spooned into barrier, like it is a shovel. That is okay. And like there's a more focus not on cutting through walls, but like corroding through walls. Like you break through walls. You don't slash through walls. But the art is really good. It's like the art is reminiscent of knife beats paper, which is like a core concept of rock, paper, scissors. Like the knife, the art sells it better. This is Adam Doyle's art. Adam Doyle's art is really, really good. There's a card in the upcoming Hemlock Vale expansion that's drawn by Adam Doyle that I would never guess in a million years because it's Adam Doyle. Because it doesn't have any of Adam Doyle's like stroke-based cyberspacery. It's really strange if you know what I'm talking about. I don't think it's mislabeled, but there's one card that I read the artist to be Adam Doyle, and it's not bad art by any means. I'm just like, what? That's wild. Now I'm wondering if Turbine is a fool's game. We should all be playing Monkeywrench. There you go. We're beating the meta already. Ice Carver, Monkeywrench. Why would you need a Turbine? We used to have Paper Wall too. Yeah. Paper Rock. Wait, no. Rock Wall. I did it right that time. Scissor Wall. If you put a bug on the knife, it kills buildings. I don't know what that means, Bella. Rock, paper, scissors, gun. It usually wins. Knife is the worst one, I think. Spoon for barriers, knife for sentries. Sporks for code gates, because they're weird. Straw. I think if Turbine were 2MU, Monkeywrench should be considered more often. I don't think so. I think if Turbine was unplayable, people would just play Leech. Or Takobi. I think in most metas, you would play... If you needed this effect, you'd play Leech sooner than you play Monkeywrench, which is really unfortunate. I put a rock, knife, paper wall. But yeah, at the end of the day, right? Like if you need the ice boosting strength stuff, like you would just play like we did in 2012. You'd just play Leech. And you'd run archives or whatever. There's a bug guy in this game, I swear. You're playing too much Pokemon, man. Okay. We'll try Hoshiko. Glacier metas need Monkeywrench and Leech. Arguably. I think you just do Takobi though. And like you would actually consider Ice Carver. Like Ice Carver was an unironic value add to a lot of decks back in the day because it saved. Like there's a lot of matchups where installing this saved you 3 credits, so it was totally fine. All right, this is not gonna be good. I truly didn't know Quetzal was still around. Yeah, Quetzal and Reno are like the Anarchs from Startup as opposed, and on top of Essa, which is like a really unfortunate group because I think they're cool characters, but I don't think their abilities have been relevant for like, and people are gonna hate on me for this. Like people love Quetzal and Reno, but there's a difference in the nuance. It shows its age is all I'm saying. Okay. How do we capitalize on destroying ice? We need to get pressure. So conduit is a good way to get pressure because then we have a conduit. And if they have no ice on R&D and no ice on the remote server, that can be our entire win condition. I think we play Knob Curry 2 of how dare you diss Reno? Unfollowed? I told you it was gonna happen, and like everyone, it's important that there's someone who's that brave, who can, you know, just gonna become some shitty internet person, but you know what I mean. Plongi, that's what the guy was called. Oh, that bug. Yeah, okay. Plongi works, I think. Choose an ice that you're encountering. Gains that subtype for the remainder of the encounter. Hold on. This says run the first time you fully break a barrier during that run, trash the barrier. This works. It is notable that there are some effects that say after you pass the ice, trash it, and that won't work because Plongi is only there for the encounter, which that's not annoying. Speak truth to lack of power. Are we missing Devil Charm? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I think we are. All right, this is really a pile of cards. I missed you added Climactic Showdown, but I highly approved. Climactic won his game on stream last week. Sometimes you just want to say trash your remote server and then not worry about anything else. We need breakers, right? Like we have all these hippos and they're not doing anything, so we do need breakers. There's a chance that we do hippo boomerang. Yeah, we could play breakerless. This is for Diogen. So we could do 2 of those. We have no botulists yet. We have 3 cookbooks. We need to ferment those. All right, we're playing Breakerless Ice Destruction. We've really fallen far. Monkeywrench, does it actually do anything with this? Breakerless equals no Monkeywrench? No, but this is really good because the chisels will go a bit faster. Oh, yeah, you're right. How do we how do we make this Monkeywrench make any sense? Yeah, it's for the chisel. It's really bad. Imp can find a slot at a minimum. Yeah, 1 imp, I think, probably makes some amount of sense. I'm just really worried. Like, this is what you want to do. Imp will be good. And if I have an imp on the table, I'm going to load the imp with my Knob Curry. But what we really want to do is we want to load the Tripano, which is a problem. Amaku is the card you want here. I've been here before. I think we only want Amaku if we don't have imp, because those two do not get along well. Stargate over conduit if you lock out ice. Yeah, we might have an MU issue. The thing is with conduit is you can win. How long before Honor changes the deck to basically be mulch? So what we're gonna want a Lagu Piranha Shelter. The thing is, like, it's 56 cards, so I think you play 1 turtle. Audrey is a soul breaker. I don't think we're gonna be trashing. Audrey doesn't get counters on trashing ice, and our focus is on trashing ice. I actually kind of do like the Stargate though. The problem with the Stargate is like we hit one thing and then be like, okay, we're going to be chilling for this turn. And I kind of want to be more degenerate than that and just like slam centrals as hard as we can. But it is cool that they don't draw ice anymore. Audrey loves 0 strength ice. Wait, what the heck? Holy shit. Huh. Yeah, you're right. Audrey. Ice Carver. Monkeywrench. We just need cards in hand. No discarding cards? We just need virus tokens. Okay. This is the true power of Monkeywrench. It does not say non-AI. All the other boosters say non-AI. This one doesn't. Contaminate. I don't believe in Contaminate. I think Contaminate is a bad card in a world where we have Simulchip Cookbook. I don't understand Contaminate. I don't know. I'm not Contaminate pilled. A lot of people love Contaminate. I don't get it. It's like such an ugly early draw. Okay. We have a deck. We don't have money in it. Okay, so we need I've had worses, and we need 3 copies of. We probably need to set up a bit faster than this. Hey, Dunch, how's it going? Could be a good one-up in case you get purged for a critical turn. Do you think I'm gonna hold it in my hand? Climactic Showdown install. Okay, we can actually roll this back into something that makes some sense. God of War is another breaker that gets a lot better with strength reduction. Yeah, but you have to build your whole deck around this one. People like genuinely did play what's his face null because of God of War savings. Like if you saved 4 credits, people felt good about it. Contaminate is okay, but it's often not good enough to justify inclusion. Yeah, especially with how much we're missing fundamentals here. Like we probably want to play the price. We definitely want to be playing Strike Fund because we were playing Audrey. Hope you're well too. I am, thank you. There's a deck out there called the Magnificent Money Making Machine that has truly cracked set of contaminated targets. You haven't lived until you contaminated a fresh conduit. I have conduit done I have done those things. I am living now. Okay. This is bad, but look how well it draws. Monkeywrench turn 1 if you just check. Fuck. Price looking for. Install Ice Carver for free 99. We probably do cookbook fermenter, and then just like hope they don't purge for a minute. We need more pressure. I do think we need an imp or something, right? How much MU do we have? 8. We max out at 8. I'm going to cut this. I don't think I need to explain that. Chisel Botchless, Amaku Audrey. I feel like we don't need the Amaku when we have the Audrey, right? How do we beat Magnet? There'd be a reason for the mass return of Magnet. That was well timed. I didn't read your thing and I thought like, what do we do about Magnet? The salvage memories area, you can contaminate a hive mind with 3 mediums installed, then Omar run Axis 13. I've never seen that. Why did we need salvage memories for that? I'm wondering if it's kind of putting Monkeywrench in our deck as some kind of pun. No. It's a tool. We throw it into their it's the wrench and the spanner in their gears, or however that expression goes. Oh yeah, medium came back. Yeah. Okay, so true. Okay, Botches, Chisel, Conduit, Fermenter, Monkeywrench, don't ask. Climactic Showdown probably should be a 1 of. Cookbook 3x, I'm gonna just stick by that. We have 1 influence. Daily Cast is probably, doesn't make that much sense considering our engine. Simulchip, Knobcree, Hippo, Devil Charm doesn't make that much sense, but it is pretty cool. 3x Hippo probably should be 2x Hippo, but that's kind of against what we're trying to do. Audrey gets to the Magnet fine? Yeah, probably does. No, F it, 3 Hippo. We're going to Audrey Hippo at all costs. So then we can do another Contaminate. This sounds like you don't have an Knobcree to make that axis 16. What do you mean? Like to get enough accesses? Genuinely, we have just built a bad virus Anarch, but like we're attacking with ice destruction and no one's going to expect that. Like, look how good this draws. Oh my god. Yeah, right? Like, price, look at 4. Hit, install a Climactic Showdown. Oh, actually, that's a really bad target. Install a Devil Charm. They understand what's happening. Install a Monkeywrench. Monkeywrench is the worst card in the deck. Let's not get that twisted. DJ Steve could help you destruct things. Do you think we do DJ Steve or do you think we do the cursed buffer drive? Right? Do we do the buffer drive? Probably need to drop Monkeywrench now. Fix B. We're not allowed to. It's not legally. It was not an option. I signed a paper this morning. I can't. There's a chance we have to play 3. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Boomerangs honestly might not be necessary, right? Like, what can we do with 4 cool influence? Moshing this card? Yeah, Moshing is a good card too. Monkeywrench is the worst card in the deck. He complains after he himself was caught on tape cutting Tripino. Well, I'm not wrong. Yeah, Monkeywrench, we're gonna try it. Like, the point of the thing is to try a bad thing and see why it's bad. We're giving it a shot. 45 Monkeywrench undefeated. You've got Boomerang and Botches. Who cares about ice strength? Oh, we do because of the text on Chisel. Which means, like, we probably want to cut Boomerang for something else. Like, what else can we cut Boomerang for? Like, 4 influence seems like a hefty hole. Why do people not like Monkeywrench again? Because they read the text on it, Tab. How's it going? Genuinely, though, why? It's because why play this when you have, you know, Turbine or Ice Carver or any of the other stuff? Why doesn't Monkeywrench cost 0? Rongi, how's it going? It would be too good in Arasana. Generally, 0 cost Trojans are like a really big deal with Vernissage. But I agree, this could cost less. And it would still be not playable. Should we make a Foo Fighters theme deck? How many Foo Fighters songs does Andre know? Pearl Jam? I think that's a Foo Fighters song. Monkeywrench. The new stuff is not good. The stuff that was on the radio when I was a teenager, that was cool. Took a bit of a break to play my league game. Got deep in the deck building grind. We're like honestly there. Learn to Fly. That's an okay one. Yeah, there's some like genuinely good Foo Fighter songs. Like being able to get something absolutely in range of my breakers and make the math easier on the rest. Yeah, it's called Turbine though. You just get Turbine, right? Like, why would you not just get Turbine? Unless you cared about the AI clause, which we do. Okay, we can try this. Monkeywrench at -4, -2 would be interesting and still worse than Turbine. I don't think it would be worse than Turbine at -4, -2. Because I think you can really dunk on -4, -2. Like, imagine putting -4 on like any big ice, right? Like, you've solved that ice. And if they trash that ice, you win anyways, right? Like, that's the beauty of Monkeywrench, is it invalidates the ice as long as you're breaking something relatively cheaply. Like, imagine they res an 8 cost Anansi and you Monkeywrench it, and now you break Anansi for like free. Kind of, arguably, with the Dory, right? Darling Nikki cover is great. I don't know that one. Are we playing this? The contaminates. We have 2 contaminates. Andre, what have you done? Do we need labor rates? I don't think we're actually going to get to the bottom of the deck as fast as we think we are. I'm also really worried about playing moshing, because moshing is going to be like, oh yeah, we got rid of the Monkeywrench and it was good. Look, I don't want to put myself in a situation. You have to know, you have to understand what you're going to do when you're presented with those options. Like, if I'm given a moshing, I'm going to get rid of the Monkeywrench. What ice are we talking about that doesn't get broken by fixed strength turbine does make 4 mice a difference? You beat Braun. Really, really good. Why? Rongi, it says trash ice on it. You play Parasite, it's good. What are you talking about? If Monkeywrench was 0 cost and 3 influence, would you run an Arsana? No. 3 influence, no. 1 influence, yeah. 2 influence, maybe. Maybe. But probably not. Okay. If we're going to the bottom, shouldn't we switch out buffer drive? Yeah, I don't know how quickly we're getting to the buffer. I think you're right. Maybe DJ's good, because then we can like tunnel centrals as well. Like HQ centrals. You giving Monkeywrench a chance? Hey, there's only 1 of these. We've twice as many of these. And they don't do anything with their boomerangs. Okay, let's draw this hand. That's not good. We'll start with the price. Well, technically we start with the cookbook unless we get a virus, which is actually what we probably got there. We get a botulus. It has 2 counters on it. We dirty laundry whatever is botulist. We get through. It's not a magnet. Why would you think it's a magnet? We draw. That's fine. If you're thinking about swapping out the boomerang influence, I'd consider swapping that for Miss Bones. I think if that's the case, though, we should just play an imp. Like, it's so hard not to play a single imp in one of the... Oh, yeah, okay. So what do we have to get rid of to play imp? 49 is like the best because you have the lowest agenda density. There's a chance that this is correct. Because like we just added 4 non-agenda cards, right? I don't think I have good deck names anymore. We'll try this. We'll try this. I believe I'm being trolls. How's it going, chickens? All right, let's go. 14 games. We can do this. What's a good matchup? What's a bad matchup? I'm going to have that conversation after someone queues up into us. I think you can understand what a bad matchup is pretty easily. It's most of them. But if there's a deck that has a really expensive ice and no economy, we're going to have a good time. Will you ever fight Contaminate when there are 3 cookbooks? Yo, Cold Lava, that's what I said. But then folks were like, you really should. And then I said, I'll try it. Monkeywrench, Anarch. But no, I'm not Contaminate pilled. I gotta stop saying pilled so much. Bad matchup, a standard deck. Has anyone used these deck notes? That's actually pretty cool. I didn't realize that was there. The problem is my JNet doesn't run at a usable speed considering the 1066 decks it keeps letting me have. It hasn't had a conversation with me yet. Oh, check this out. World Tree Tech Tree Arsana that we're going to publish a video yesterday. 8 games. We won every single game besides the 2 R+ games. So undefeated on JNet somewhat. I was learning the deck. Runner. Let's go. Keep being pilled and continue saying pilled. All right, Tron, what do you got? Fuck. This is an issue, because Tron's gonna have like 17 to 23 ice. Architects tomorrow is straight up the one reason I'm most excited for rotation. I don't know. Why do they keep printing IDs in which running is the wrong idea? And then it incentivizes the corporation to do nothing, right? Like, I'm going to install my ice and click for credits. Eventually, I'll get for it. It's like, thanks, you too. I really detest Architects tomorrow. Keep the great contents. Kevin, thanks so much. Thank you. It says, let's celebrate their super on a live stream. I don't know how to do that. I think I'm going to hit this button. Thanks so much. Biggest ice to trash. It will have some big ice. What kind of sicko plays ice in this economy? Let alone all this Spyroid. Sounds good though. Hippo is really good. I wish we were on 3 Hippo because you just click through something. And not only do they not get Architects tomorrow, they lost their ice. And that seems good for us. One could possibly massively JNet decks via console JavaScript. I might need to reach out to the JNet devs and just ask what they think is a good idea. Clicking credits is peak Netrunner. I don't know what you're talking about. Yo, Big One, how's it going? Yeah, kind of is. World Tree simultaneously seems like a really cool card for the toolboxes I enjoy, and hot garbage because you have to trash the program you're replacing and you only get -3 install cost. Stab. Aesop's Pawn Shop used to see play. It trashes a card and gives you 3 credits. This card trashes a card, gives you 3 credits, draws a card from your deck and installs it. Don't trash programs though. Trash resources. Oh, this is an NGO. I didn't see he installed it. I will deny him a click for 2 credits. Because I don't respect PD. Now we're going to run R&D just to get the access so we can get the flip. Oh, we'll steal an Ikawa here on sell. Great. I think we draw. Yeah, we'll get one more next turn. Right, like Ace of Pawn Shop. Trash this to gain 3 credits. Trashes are good. But what about if I trash my daily cast to get another daily cast for free? That's really, really good. Yeah, you can trash anything, Stab. You just, whatever you trash, you have to get a card of the same type. Again, I'll have a video up on it tomorrow. Program is unfortunately one of the worst clauses in a lot of ways, and that's only because currently NSG doesn't have any tempo positive programs. But it's something that could easily change, right? I shouldn't do this on our turn, but like imagine we had something like Sahasrara, like, or Cash. Like, you need tempo positive programs to be able really to be happy to be aggressively trash your own programs. But eventually you trash your programs to go get your turbine for 1. It's kind of based. Yeah, it's really good. Yo, Janktivist, got some work to do today. Can't stay for long. Just want to say, hey, thanks for dropping in. Hopefully your work's doing okay. Shit, I didn't know how to read. It's actually kind of based. It's good. It's really good. Again, we'll put a thing out tomorrow. We'll rip a price. Steel Skin. I wish it showed us the 4 cards we hit before we'd made this decision. I don't know why it doesn't. Not that we would say no to the decision usually, but it'd be nice to have the full information. Steel Skin, Devil Charm, Audrey, Simulchip. Okay. So Devil Charm is really good because we can just trash all their ice. Simulchip, we have no labor rate, so that's going to be a problem. We actually are going to bottom out in this matchup because the price is really aggressive. That's 5 cards for a single click. I don't think we need an Audrey anytime soon. The Devil Charm is good. I think we're going to go for the Simulchip because it's the most flexible. Okay, we have all our strike funds accounted for. So I think we're just going to set up. We're going to show a Hippo. We're going to pressure HQ next turn. I really would wish that we had something to knob Kari. But I think we'll just do... Oh, Showdown's like fun. Like, this is a hard choice for them this early in the game. Maybe we should have kept that. Doesn't show you in chat, but they're in the... Oh, they were up here. Did I miss them? Oh, they're in the bin. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's actually worth knowing. That's really, really important. So now we can say trash your ice on HQ or we'll access additional cards, which is a really good combination with Hippo. So arguably the worst part about Climactic Showdown, but it would be a bit poisonous if it wasn't like this way. You have to crack it. It's not optional. Choose a server protected by ice. The corp may trash a piece of ice protecting that server. If they do not, the first time this turn you access cards from RD or HQ, access 2 additional cards. So this is probably not going to do anything. If we pick the remote server, then we can run HQ and see lose value. So we'll probably run R&D and then pressure what we think is an on-sell with a Hippos, which will triple click. Now, if they get away with the server, we might be in a bad spot. But they either have to trash this ice, which they probably won't do. And so now we're going to be able to access more cards on R&D. Climactic Showdown before the corp reses seems worse. Oh, that's totally true. Works on res dice. Yeah, that's a fair bit worse. You're right. But now with Hippo, we should be able to contest whatever this is and see 3 cards. which if we triple click through this on sell, like we don't have anything good here, but they're not really incentivized to res here because we have Hippo. Like when you want to play around Hippo, you want to have ice in front of your ice. So I don't think Tron should res here because he just loses 6 credits and doesn't get his Architects of Tomorrow. So at least we have some good pressure here. This is not an easy choice. Seeing 3, we could win the game. Let's just remind ourselves that one day it will work. Well, well, well. How the mighty will now fall. So now we can't steal what's it called. We're going to triple click through this. So Tron's going to have like a 6-click turn or whatever. If this is a Rashida, maybe he has something there, but we're definitely going to click through this and destroy it. If he had more money, this would be more problematic because he can score from hand, but we've just eaten a tier. And we're going to see 3 cards. We can't steal Ikua. We won't see an Ikua. We'll see Ravana. Ugh. All of my least favorite Netrunner cards. 10 clicks or 3 isn't a bad trade. Big deal. Okay, real talk. Why does Andre not like Jinja City Grid? There are very few cards in Netrunner where if you don't answer them immediately, you lose the game. Jinja is one of those cards. I think it's a massive snowball of a card. I do not like that Jinja City Grid, if you can't deal with early, it gets so much value. I think NSG is doing a much better job in making interesting ways to build tall servers, things like Atea, that require a bit more like finesse and interaction. This is one of the feast or famine cards where like either, I don't know, I really don't like Jinja. Eli, okay, Ravana to Eli. I got randomly paired against one time long enough, Spags probably, and almost won on turn 2 because he had 4 agendas on top. The dream can happen. Died shortly after. It was a Rashido. That's really bad. We're here for the Jinja hate train. Oh. Fuck. Oh, it didn't go well. I'm here for the, yeah, Jinja is just not interesting. I paid 1. Oh. Like, you know how much money you save from Jinja? It's absurd. Like, not only do you save clicks, you save credits. The fact that they had Rashida into off-world office was really good. I think it was likely they had an agenda in hand. Oh, wow. So now, off the top is an Eli, which, that's okay. We can contest this. We're pretty sure this is not a Jinja, because you probably would have rezzed it. Top of R&D is now fresh. I think here we do, like, credit, gamble, and we probably run here. It keeps Hoshiko online. But, top tier ice. This is a fresh card. I hate it. Price last click is not amazing. We might as well just draw. Another Hippo's really good. Yeah, I tilled really hard into PD to Architects. Like in theory, you should not just it's quicksand. You shouldn't interact with it that heavily. Because they generally don't have enough money to res their ice. And so if you can just wait for the turn where resing their ice really matters, and then they actually have to spend money resing their ice. I don't know. Really don't like it, this thing. Okay, so one of these is probably, there's an on sell somewhere. There's an Eli somewhere and a Ravana somewhere. We can just Hippo through the ice. Now, if we dirty laundry this, then it's something like a bronze, so be it. Here we've gone through, what is it? 19 cards? 14 cards, so there's probably an agenda in HQ, so we can start there. We love to hit something like an Eli here because then we can actually jack out, right? Or end the run more accurately. So then only if we pass the ice does Architects of Tomorrow fire. So there's a lot of like ice where you're happy to bounce off of it. I think we'll check HQ for sure. There's probably an agenda in hand because we've gone through a lot. Oh, Magnet. Well, well, well. If it isn't our mortal enemy, the Magnet. How do we break Magnet? Price. Knobkery, Botulus, Cookbook, Boomerang. Oh man, Boomerang with price pretty bad eventually. So Knobkery we don't actually need. Botchus doesn't do anything here. I'm worried about more magnets. Cookbook, we have 2 more in the stack. So I think we go for the Boomerang, we just dirty laundry HQ. We have a click here for Ikwa. It's very likely we steal an agenda here. Otherwise, I think we know one's a Ravana, one's an Eli, so we shouldn't know much about hand here. Because he played the hedge fund off the top. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. Let's just dividing by 5. I don't think we should have hippoed that one. I think we're going to draw. We're going to lose one and draw a card with Hoshiko. Hoshiko's been pretty good to us. Let's just keep drawing. There you go. Nice. We don't have pinholes or anything like that. So the upgrades on server 2 are gonna be a problem. You see, this is what Jinja does to you. So now this is probably the luminal, which is frightening. So what we can do here is we can price. We can hopefully find an imp or some sort of pressure. The humble magnet here we see is a natural habit. Literally any deck. It's not bad. It's pretty okay, it turns out. Okay. So we can get cookbook down. We can run R&D. Cookbook before price. I don't think there's a huge incentive to, right? Okay, so what do we hit with the cookbook? Or sorry, with the price. There's a big chance that we hit Botulus. More bigger chance that we hit Fermenter. If it's a chisel, that's actually kind of okay. If it's an Eli, we can just chisel it down. The problem is, like, I want more clicks sooner, because if we do cookbook price and then run, like, we can't face check into a lot of stuff. So I think we run first and then respond to it. We could even do hippo run, but I don't think this is going to be a 3-click ice. So like, I'd rather fork where we put down a hippo and then they have to decide by scoring out and like protecting R&D. I'm pretty sure this is the Eli. I think that means we just run it. It's a shame though that we haven't been able to use a Simulchip for anything. I'm just going to run it. Mind you, the Architects only has 12 influence, so it's harder to play like, what's it called? My viruses. Yeah, I think this is Ravana. Ah, that's bad. At least that chisels well. Do we contest this? So this is probably an Eli that will res the Ravana. We want to avoid that, so we might just tunnel R&D. Again, Architects tomorrow. It's kind of like Stegadon it. Sometimes you just want to tunnel. I think now we will cookbook price. DJ Fenris, behind a magnet's actually really doable. Fermenter is money. Botulus is fine. We have Simulchips. I think we'll go for the Fenris. At the end of the day, like, we can't break magnet that well, but Fenris seems nice. We'll be Steve. You lose value on Los. Admittedly, if they are, like, if this is a, what's it called, a Stegadon, like, we like Los a fair bit more. But the issue is the magnet. The issue is the magnet. Okay, that's fine. So I guess Luminal's a nightmare here. We don't know what he's drawing into. Yeah. It's so bad. He can threaten to win here. So draw. He has a border control in hand. That's all we know. So it would have to be border control seamless for this to be a real problem. Here we can run R&D. How do we get through this magnet? We still haven't found any breaker at all. Obviously, we don't have a lot of them. Oh, no, we have an Audrey. So we could, like, install the fermenter, crack the fermenter, get Audrey, run HQ. Andrea, how's it going? Yeah, we showdowned. It was okay, sort of. Stick another magnet on it. I think that's what we do. I think we do hit the fermenter, crack the fermenter, dirty laundry HQ, Simulchip the Audrey, feed the strike fund. The problem though is like a 50-50 here. We do get Steve though, which is like kind of nice. And then with Steve, we could get, I honestly don't know. This is looking cursed. Yeah. He's drawn really good, right? Like he had tier into offworld into luminal. Like this is a high roll, I think, for this deck, but we're doing okay. Like we actually are putting off enough pressure. So what would we pull back? I think we would pull strike fund. I'm just gonna go for the pressure play. The thing is, like, running HQ here is actually actively not very good because we know there's a board control. If he had an agenda, it goes in here. So I don't think he drew an agenda, then drew a third card, then jammed. That doesn't make sense. So I think we probably just run R&D. Let's install the fermenter so that we can Simulchip if we need to. But I'm pretty sure this is Ravana. He might res here because he can afford to pay 3. Problem with Ravana is we can't jack out. You need to be digging up for that Monkeywrench thing. The value on the Jinja server. Yeah, right? Another Ravana. Okay. That's not great. So next turn we'll crack the fermenter. We don't know what this is. We're assuming it's a defensive upgrade, not a Manny. We could have actually put down Knob Curry that turn, I think. But I wonder if we're locking up too much money. Hoji's gonna lose the credit anyways, so there's some value to doing that. I don't want to strike fund because I think we're gonna use it for something else, but that might be wrong. Yeah, Knob Curry actually there might have been correct, but running without 2 clicks is a bit scary. If Tron res is a 6 cost to ice, though, we're in a really good spot. This has to be Ravana. Double Ravana on R&D is also, like, no good. I think we draw once. That's okay for HQ. That's a nicer way to run HQ. To get off, like, 2 sure gambles or whatever. So I guess we will play Strike Fund. don't know if I say hi to Nuki. How's it going? Spin. Okay, getting cracked right away. So he drew the Ravana and an unknown, but he's shuffling back in 2 cards. Rashida, Nico. Spin Doctor into Jinja. Draws 2. Now, this is a cool fork. If he doesn't put any ice here, it means he didn't draw any ice, which means that he'll have to put the agenda into server 2. So now we run HQ. Now, running HQ is a bit strange, too, because, like, if he had the ice, he would have put it, you know, in agenda, he would have put in this remote server. So I think here we just drop the imp and, like, run R&D. I don't think he's going to keep us out here. We can crack the fermenter first, so that we have access to... I don't think we boomerang this because it can get stranded. But now we can get down that Jinja. We probably should consider HQ. I just think if he has an agenda to go on the remote server, maybe on 7 credits, not the case. Except be ending the Marvel Snap season top 2K global pog. Yo, Scrub, no way. That's sick. Oh, it was an Eli the whole time. I got back into Marvel Snap when I got sick last month, so I've actually been playing it. I don't grind competitively though, but that's really well done. So here, what do we pull? I think we have to pull the Botulus here. We just need to bring this thing down before it spirals out of control. We're going to use 2 virus counters on it. We could click once, but we want to be able to respect Ikwa. Dealing with the Spin Doctor before the Jinja is probably something. Okay, that Eli's rezzed. So we'll do the Jinja first because we're going to imp it for sure. And we don't want to hit a virus and then lose this. And it's a seamless. Okay. So we have 1 click left to run. If we run this, we can't get through that. I think we just put down the Hippo. Bouncing off of this might have been reasonable, but the Hippo's now going to like threaten something. We also could have got down a Simulchip and used the Simulchip that turn because we've trashed a program. That actually might have been like reasonable. I just don't know what we would get. Get your Audrey and play with the other chip. Yeah, that was probably it. I think you're right. Is that we probably should have done a Simulchip. I think eventually we'll trash this Botulus. So Hedge Fund and Tier goes back in. Yeah, I think that might have been a better line. Sprint. Okay. On 4 credits. Now we know that he has a Seamless in hand, so install Advance, or even just install, assuming he has double Seamless, 20 cards into his deck, is pretty frightening, if it's the Ikwa. We're still in Hoshiko, what a surprise. It's genuinely been fine though, right? Like, it's exactly what we need. Hoshiko's drawn like 6 cards, like, it's the Hoshiko problem. He's not jamming. I guess he wanted to play a Hedge Fund there. I think if he had an agenda, he would have sprinted back into R&D. Okay. All right. I think we just dirty laundry R&D. I don't think we hippo the Eli. Do we put down the Knob Kari? I don't think we do either. I think we dirty laundry R&D, boomerang, run HQ. Get some value from DJ Steve, because he might have an agenda in there. I assume, yeah, he probably has an agenda. He sprinted though. I just think like if you have an agenda, it's safer here behind the magnet. Maybe he thinks the magnet's scarier. Maybe actually. Yeah, because then we can Simulchip. God. The problem though is now we can't actually run HQ unless we do Simulchip, run HQ, and then we missed the Imp Audrey trigger. So I think because we misstructured that turn at the beginning, we should have realized to get our Simulchip down first. So top of R&D is totally new. We have an incentive to run HQ. We could just do Boomerang, run HQ. I think that's probably fine. We'll still draw a card. We'll get DJ Steve. I think there might be an agenda in HQ. But it's a shame that we're not using the Simulchip here, right? Like maybe we just Simulchip, run R&D. Ugly. If we Simulchip, we get the Audrey. We don't have a lot of card draw. We have Hoshiko card draw. Thinking. So top of R&D is unknown. We've only seen 2, 4, 6. I think he shuffled back a couple agendas, but he's been spin doctoring non-agenda cards back. Botulus and Hippo on an Eli feels bad. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I think there's a chance that we could have just used the Botulus through the Eli every other turn. It might have been over commitment. I could see that. It offered me and I was like, okay, it's rude to say no. That's Say no, please say no, people that don't learn from that. Run R&D, or do we go HQ? He might have an agenda. I think it's very likely he's going to jam next turn. I'm going to go HQ for the Steve value. I assumed he would have jammed, but I think he had that hedge fund and wanted to really play it. 2 cards on the heap. Okay. So what do we have for options? Dirty Laundry seems good enough. Not that he's probably going to ice this up. We don't know with what, because we're drawing into the void. Strike Fund is fine if we get Audrey down. We don't actually need that much money, so Sure Gamble might be a bit much. Price will get some Monkeywrench, so that's pretty cool. Hippos are removed from the game. We would love 3 hippos in this matchup. I think we should play 3 hippos. I'll just do Laundry. Do we have Simulchip? No, we only have 1 Simulchip. Seamless. Oh, that's the 1 card we knew. That's a bummer. So now he can just do install advance, yeah, and leave R&D wide open if he wants to. Because we know he has seamless into the other thing, into oh god. Okay, so how do we run this remote server? We know it's Eli into Ravana into Onsell 1.0. That's our guess. So when we get through the Eli, Ravana's res for free. So we could run. No, we can't. We have to win off of R&D here, which is very difficult. So we don't have access to our conduit, which is maybe a way we close the game out. We'd have to find an Aqua, of which there's 2 in the deck, and one of them looks to be here. Man, the bad cards are the ones we didn't play. So what we could possibly do here to get forward enough? We don't have moshing, so our card draw is a bit stunted. If we Dirty Laundry R&D, we'd have to steal an agenda, go back and rip. We can always like run with the imp, install the Simulchip, but like the Simulchip doesn't get us anything. Ideally, we wanted the conduit in the bin. The best place is probably like run R&D imp, install the Simulchip, run R&D imp, run again. Like that shows us the most amount of cards. One of them could be a Dirty Laundry for sure, but I think that's the only line we have. So thinking what we need to contest this, right? Like this already we can't contest. We have 2 Boomerang and 19. We have 2 Botulos here, so we could always like Botulos one of these. So if we do like install Simulchip run, we break this with Botulos, we double click through the Ravana. The on-sell is a problem. The Managarm is an issue too, because we have 7 credits or an imp counter. Still thinking. We're almost at the point that works, right? Because we have 3 clicks left after installing Simulchip 1, 7 credits. We break this for free. We break this for free. Oh, but the problem with Simulchipping the Botulos is we trash the imp. Then if this is the on-sell, which we're assuming it is, he's down to 3 credits, which is still enough to score out. But if we go through the on-sell, all the subroutines fire, and then he doesn't have to even res the Managarm. All right. That's genuinely okay. So it's either run R&D, run R&D. This is a math problem. We can run R&D, run R&D, run R&D, or we can run Simulchip, run R&D, run R&D. I think the only winning line is to run R&D 3 times and hope that we can actually physically trash something. Because as soon as we play the Simulchip, we lose an axis, and as soon as we find an Aqua, we have to find on the first 2 runs. Once we put a Simulchip down, we only have 1 Aqua run, and if we steal the Aqua... Yeah, your only line is Aqua, yeah. So I think we just run 3 times and hope. Because as soon as we put down the Simulchip, we have to basically hit Aqua on the next card, and then we don't even use the imp. Okay, that's that. All right. So now can we contest this? We can get through this. That reses Ravana, that's a problem. Baxu, how's it going? I think that's it, folks. We can make one more run. Like, we could hope this isn't the Aqua. It's very unlikely that it's not the Aqua, but I think that's probably it. What turn is this? This is really fast for Architects Tomorrow. Turn 10? Like, that's very, very fast. I don't think we do anything here. Was there a, wait a second. Was there a line where click 1, we install Chisel? We run. Then the Ravana is useless, and then we just hit an on-sell? Oh, we did give them extra turn. You're right. There's honestly almost a line there where we do chisel, run, run, run. And then this, we're assuming this is the Ravana. If this is the Ravana, it's now useless when the Eli's trashed. And then Toronto has to spend 6 on an on-sell, which will be a problem. If it's not an on-sell, we're fine. Hey, Elwin, how's it going? But there might have been a reason there, but we install this. It comes in with 1 virus counter. Oh, this one doesn't come in with a virus counter, so it only comes with 1. So it'd be 3 strength, 2 strength, 1 strength. We're slightly slow on it. If this came in with 2 counters, it'd be good. Chat, rush AOT? I think he just had a good rush line. Like, he did off-world off of a tier into Luminal. I don't think he was trying to rush. It was, mind you, a Jinja deck. Thanks for the game. So we got no purchase there. I think if we had a chance of getting our conduit, like maybe this pays off. It's nowhere near there. Monkeywrench was useless. Contaminate was useless. Our misguard was like Boomerang. I think maybe getting Audrey down. I don't think we played it perfectly. Like, we mismanaged some of our viruses, but conduit in the bottom 3 is not gonna be great. Okay, let's thin the deck out and get a bit better. I think we want as much programmed ice destruction as possible. The thing is, like, maybe we need 2 conduits, because having only 1 card in our deck that capitalizes off of having an open server. I also think there's a chance that we did not use and do a good climactic showdown. No plans to come to any Fight Club games? I actually don't really know that much about Fight Club. It was explained to me the format. I don't fully understand it. I think I would be actually interested too, but I just don't know much about it, which is a shame because I should be shouting it out. I was very tempted to take a rush AOT with 2x Tucana to Worlds. It was good into the Hermes matchup. Yeah, I feel like a lot of folks are grinding like the really, really late game AOT, right? With like Eve and Stegadon and all that sort of stuff. But I think Tucana might be something. I can DM you the server invite. Yeah, actually, that'd be cool. Thank you. I'll take a look for sure. I can't promise anything, but I definitely take a look. So, Hippo. Well, we actually had 3 Hippos. Okay, that makes sense. I could be wrong, but Tunnel Vision on Ice Destruction leaves you more vulnerable to asset spam. 100% yeah. We're not building a robust deck. If we wanted to build into that, we could play like another Imp and like have an option there, but we're trying to work on like the Ice Destruction 100% as a really focused way. But yeah. This is like a thing. Okay, well, let's go to the news after we do one more game, but it's totally worth noting. Right now, the Corp meta is a lot of extremes. There's extreme asset spam, there's extreme glacier, and it's really hard, I think, to build a runner deck besides playing the safe stuff that has a really good matchup spread. And we'll talk about Corp win rates right now because Corp win rates are messed up. I have some numbers to show. We'll talk about it after this game. But yeah, Corp win rates are really messed up. And I'm not exactly sure why it is, but I think some big part of it is there's a wideness to the Corp meta, and it's hard to address everything. Okay, we can't play a second conduit. Maybe we can play 1 copy of Stargate as well. We're not using our MU in any way that's really good. So we have 3 Hippo. This is as much program destruction. We don't really need Ice. Actually, Ice Cover was fine with Chisel. Botulus, Audrey, Chisel, Conduit, Fermenter, Imp, Monkeywrench, Stargate. Clearly Monkeywrench is the worst card, but please hang on. I would love some sort of click compression to install cards. We don't have that, right? Like, do we get whoa, actually we have 29 program and hardware. Can we play Prognostic? I tuned into a tournament this weekend with the casters were noting that Corps won every single match around across the IRC 16 games. Exactly, Spark. That's where it started for me too. It was round 5 at AMT, and out of the 13 or 12 tables, Corps won every single game. Going into round 6, Corps had a 68% win rate going into the final round. We'll go through all the numbers because I calculated them, but yeah, exactly it. Yes, Prog, right? Someone mentioned Tucana's enabler for Atea, and now I'm implying terrible things. Yeah, we looked at the Tucana Atea thing. I don't think we played it on stream, but when we did like Atea ganked combo in ASA group, it's a similar idea, but it is like trickier and weirder. But you can do the sort of like Tucana into Anemone. Okay, so check this out. Hold on, very small tangent. But if you play Atea, right? I'm actually not sure if this works or not. I think you would know, Pod. But it says the first time each turn you install a card in the router protecting a remote server, you may install 1 card from HQ in the router protecting another remote server, ignoring all costs. So the idea is that the runner runs the remote server. They steal an agenda. The agenda ideally does some damage to them. Imagine it's a 5-3. And then you have Tucana in that server rezzed. Now Tucana allows you to install and res a piece of ice wherever you want. So you do Tucana on the server the runner's currently running, and then you go get, what's it called, an Anemone, Nemo's home. Now, when Anemone is installed, is there what's it called? Is there a checkpoint? And like, when does the Anemone get rezzed? Is it, do you install the Anemone, then there's a checkpoint, and then you can install a card in the other Atea server? Or do you have to install Reset and then do the second card? I'm pretty sure it's the former. Did you check Man in the Moon winner deck with a mass ice destruction? That was the one from Intercontinentals, which unfortunately doesn't work anymore. It's the Patchwork deck, though. That actually is kind of cool, though, but I think that deck was like dependent on the card draw of DreamNet. If that's the deck I think it is. But it was Patchwork, actually. It was really, really cool. I remember this deck because we commentated this whole tournament series. Yeah, this one's cool. This one is really cool. This is a more reasonable way, but it doesn't have Monkeywrench in it. But this deck, this did depend on DreamNet because you need a lot of card draw to get Patchwork to do something for you. But I think this is worth reevaluating because nobody's played a deck like this. Ampassan on stream is hilarious. Okay, can I remind you of what happened? Yes. Okay, 1 second. So the idea is when Atea fires on Tucana, so it says whenever an agenda scored or stolen, so an agenda was stolen, from the root of the server, you may search R&D for a piece of ice. Install and res that ice, paying a total of 3 credits. So you can install an enemy protecting server 1 directly? Yes. But my question is the anemone resed before there's a card in with Atea in server? Okay, no, I have a moot point. This doesn't actually matter. No, the card that is resed will... It can't be resed before the anemone is resed because there's no window to res the card that you would take into another remote server. Because what I was thinking, which is foolish, is that you could use Tucana to install anemone, and then you could use Atea from hand to install a Sturgotic Resonator. But very importantly, Sturgotic Resonator just isn't going to be resed, so it's not going to matter the timing regardless. But that is another line, and then you can use that to install from hand, save the running last click, heaven forbid, you can install like a Reaper function. And then if they don't trash that, they've just taken anemone damage, they've taken whatever upgrade damage you have, an agenda damage into Reaper. Yeah, no chance, maybe some op nonsense. Yeah, I think op is the one that might work because op reses the card. So in op, I'm pretty sure you can do Tucana into anemone into Sturgotic as long as you have to look into it. But there's a lot of ways to do weird damage from op. I think this card is unfortunately a bit underplayed. I think this is a good effect. It's weird. Okay. Audrey, Botulus, Chisel, Conduit, Fermenter, Imp, Monkeywrench, Stargate, Cookbook, 3X, DJ Fenris, Ice Carver. We'll keep trying this for one more time. See how it goes. Monkeywrench so far has done nothing, but of course it hasn't. I do think we should probably reevaluate this and maybe play Prognostic. It's just the problem is Prognostic is like 3 influence, which challenges every other part of the deck really, really terribly. But we have so much things to install. We have no good way to cheapen their installs. Maybe that's a reason to do a Patchwork. Oops. Okay. Hopefully you're all doing well. Thank you for joining me on, it's a Tuesday afternoon in my part of the world. This room is very blue. -1 Conduit, +1 Prog. It'll be worth it. Yeah, but then we don't have a win condition. I think it's important we have a win condition. But it's probably like cut a Conduit, like cut a Boomerang, cut a Fenris. I was here. And that's like pretty reasonable. Stargate could be a win con. We added a Stargate into the deck. It could be a win con. But as you saw in that matchup, like it's really important in this sort of deck that's focusing on ice destruction that we need to produce a win con consistently. So maybe if that's the case, we should run multiple Stargates and no Conduits. That could be totally fair. And honestly, yeah, maybe we could run Patchwork, but Patchwork Audrey doesn't make sense. So we'd probably have to play Almakua. But like that's a really big thing is if we can destroy all the ice off of R&D as soon as possible, we want a way to capitalize on that. And Stargate actually in some ways does make a lot more sense than Conduit because we can stop them from drawing more ice. Hey Pat, how's it going? How you doing, man? Yo, people are responding to the dinners now on Thursday stream chat, which like I'm so in on. Well. Just here, time to hear we can run Patrick. Yeah, Patrick. 2 credit econ console. Destroy a card, get a Patrick counter. Let me just close some tabs real quick. Because like, let's go for the sake of the argument to Netrunner DB. We're gonna find a deck that has Parasite and Medium in it, and we'll see how it goes. This deck really wants a card that rhymes with a Flockalypse. It doesn't. I don't think it does actually. I really don't think it does. I don't think we can run 3 servers. Parasite, medium. Don't salvage memories me. Invite me on your podcast and I will say something that people need to reply to. What are you talking about, Pat? Anatomy of Anarchy. No. Two-Armed Ice Feast. This is the sort of thing we want. But this probably has, what's it called in it? Oh, hey, it's Sheen. Every time Pat trashes a card sleeve, gain $2. Thanks, you too. All right, this is PD. This is a matchup that we're actually like pretty okay with. I hope. Opening hand, we have Price, Strike Fund. That's all we really have on tempo. I'm going to mulligan into this. I managed to cook up a script that will delete JNet lists, but I have to paste into the JavaScript console, though I'm not sure how to send it to you. And then you send it to me, and then it deletes like all the messages on Twitch. That's really cool, Mango, but I'm also incredibly frightened. Oh, it's sick. We have Monkeywrench opening hand. We're going to win this one. It's also worth noting the anti-synergy between Stargate and Hosh. Saint kept, but opened with Spin Doctor. What? Okay, so we need to contest HQ quickly. We think there's definitely agendas in there. He discarded 1. So we can do this. If that's an agenda, he's going to pop this. If not, we don't mind paying. We can run HQ here, right? He's gone through, what is it? About 10 cards. 8 cards. So there might be an agenda in HQ. We want to get our Hoshiko flip. So this is a really good access regardless. Biotic. Oh, weird. Okay. So we could draw once here. We could face check here. We don't do last click in case it's drafter, but we'll go with that. Sounds like some social engineering. I know, it's like the most suspicious, but Mango, I definitely appreciate it. It's a problem I have. Second Spin Doctor? He doesn't have economic play. Oh, YDL. Okay, that makes more sense. And then draw. So, order punished. Monkeywrench? Eric, how's it going? Yeah, we're trying it out. It's been terrible. It's been really bad, man. I don't think you're surprised. We'll run Zerby 2. We can maybe take a host turn off. At this point, shuffling 2 face downs back or the YDL. Okay, so we've shuffled back 3 face downs and we've gone through 34 cards. So I'm assuming there's been some fixing. A world that Monkeywrench is good is not a good world. You don't like Chisel that much, huh? I don't either. Here we can Dirty Laundry HQ. I think it's fine. We have a click and 2 credits left. We can play the cookbook, which is not doing anything anytime soon, but whatever. We just need to keep some amount of pressure on. He might biotic out something. We'll trash that. Just one less thing to put in remote server. We'll be on 8 credits next turn. We don't have a lot of card draw. Draw, hedge fund, remote server. Okay. Get us, ooh, all of our R&D pressure. I wish I could rearrange my hand. It seems so natural. So this is probably a, what's it called? Tranquility Home Grid, which I don't think we really want to afford to trash. If we top deck our 1 in 40 imp, so be it. We could take a turn off here. He might biotic labor out on top of this, which like, that's fine. Botchels on top of R&D, it like, once we get a Stargate down, 2 Spin Doctors in, that could be something. He hasn't shown much ice, which is really, really strange. But here we can definitely throw out the cookbook. We can play the Strike Fund. That puts us down to 5. So we can draw once more and just take a turn off here. I think Strike Fund for Mentor is fine. Throw out cookbook. Did we put moshing during the break? No, we didn't. We probably should. Draw. What is going on? I think we'd have issues if it was that easy to break. I just had the script find the right buttons and click them for you. Oh, super cool. I wonder if it'll run really slow or not. It is a Trank Grid, okay. So we can trash the next turn. There's probably a virus somewhere. We'll ask for action. This is a really strange server. It might just be a bunch of defensive upgrades. It's still hard to do Mana Agar, Manoetic. But if it's a virus here. Ooh. Gotta be a big deal deck. We saw Biotic, so I think it might be, yeah. And we saw like YDL. I think we're going to crack the Fermenter because I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a virus there. And once we start the virus, we can get the botchless on R&D. We'll pay 2 clicks for a Managarm, no problem. Yeah, there you go. 2 clicks or 5 credits. We need our money to trash the stuff. So we'll access the unknown first. It's an Ikawa. I wasn't expecting that. Was he going to double seamless that? So we don't really have to trash a Tranquility because he's not going to get value from it next turn. We get our Hoshiko flip though, so that was a bit cheaper than it looked. Game is real, kept one ice and regretted it vibes. I know, it's been strange. I think if he double seamlesses out at 5-3, we're really happy about it. That is so much tempo just to score nothing. He's going to bring back a seamless. Now we really need to deal with the tranquility. Managarm goes back. So 2 seamlesses are out. 2 spin doctors are out. Get a good Hoshiko card. A better card than Imp. Can you imagine one? I think I'd rather Imp the tranquility. Run HQ here. Get some pressure there. Botulus. We'll set up a Stargate. We're cooking. We're technically cooking. Maybe it's nice in Stargate we don't access. Imp, imp, imp. Yeah, that was so... Uh-oh, he's popping off. Uh-oh, the game's going to be over soon. Oh, he can tempo purge. He's coming for us. We laughed at the Ikawa, but he has the win con in hand. Managarm is back. Okay, we just got Biotic for 7. You don't see that often. With Luminal, it's technically like Biotic for what, 4? Ice on HQ, okay. Are we thinking Conduit? Or are we thinking Stargate? Please place your votes in the chat. I'm on Team Stargate because we need our Hoshiko money. Should we find out if this is a magnet soon? He can't really res it. Stargate lets us control the game. That's a nice place to be. What do y'all think? Stargate? Stargate? Hey, Seb. I think Stargate. Conduit to Deeper? We haven't seen him on Virus yet. That won't get you Hoshiko. I don't think we want Hoshiko this turn. I think we can un-Hoshiko this turn. Okay. Thank you for participating in democracy. Bran, MIC, Virus. I think we trash the Bran. We run back and trash the MIC. We are now playing the best ice destruction card in the whole damn game, Stargate. I think we just do credit here. Either one could trash Biotic Audacity, so it's less of a difference while we have Imp. Yeah, we lose here to Audacity. So he's going to have a Mavirus in hand. We could actually go trash the Mavirus sooner than later. I don't think we do. I think we force him to install the Mavirus. Or pay 3. Maybe we should be drawing there. Mavirus is on the top anyway. Now it is. It wasn't. It was on the bottom before. It's a Mavirus. That actually doesn't do anything into Stargate. That's really easy to miss. We got a Boomerang. Okay. So we'll Stargate here. He has to pay 3 to make the Botules happen. So do we commit a Boomerang so that if he reses and purges, he has to res the ice and res this? What ice are we worried about? Hagen, exactly Botules into Hagen? Or let's overcommit to a single piece of ice. But then Mavirus won't hit because we actually don't access it with Stargate. Yeah, Boomerang Stargate. Nice. So it's probably not a magnet, right? That's interesting. Okay. So I think we just trash this off-world. Then we run back and steal the other off-world. That makes sense. Like, the agendas have to be somewhere. This will purge out the Mavirus. That's fine. So it's been a miserable Conduit run. Okay. So res the Hagen. It was exactly the punishment we played around. So that's fine. We have a Boomerang on here. Now he's on 0 credits, right? How's it going, D? We'll steal that. We'll shuffle that back in. I will run Archives. We don't want to click for a credit because of Hoshiko. The Mavirus is in here, so we might as well go in before things are bad. We're on game point. He has 0 credits. Our Imp has been cleared out, but now the only problem is an Ikawa. Also Hagen. Okay, how do we deal with this? we Monkeywrench it, right? We Monkeywrench it. Okay, thinking. We don't have to do anything this turn. We can recover. Now, if we do credit, price, what are we trying to find here off the price? I think the best case would probably be a Fermenter. We also could hit a Strike Fund off of it, which would be sick. We can take a turn off here, because the thing with the Hagen, we can let it fire. Whatever he trashes, technically we still get the value off of it, right? Like if he trashes a Stargate, we still get the Stargate. He can't Biotic and Aqua, we'll be fine. I'm worried about like an Audacity. I'm also, so we don't want to face check HQ because if it's a drafter, it's really bad. If it's a magnet, it's pretty bad. So I think we just do credit, price. Yes. That's a bit expensive. Monkeywrench is a strong support piece for the Boomerang Bodulus core. Yeah, Celestial. That's incredibly true. We've built art here, that's for sure. Okay. Don't do anything. Ah. Okay. So now we can run this and we'll be able to deal with one of them. If it's an, what's it called? We can click through it. If it's a Managarm, we get to imp something here. We need to be able to deal with Rashida. So I think we do. I think we double click. We'll imp one of them. We'll Rashida trash the other one. Because on 3 credits, he's still not doing much. If this is him a virus, it's actually kind of scary. We'll find a Boomerang sooner than that. But I think we can test this. If he reses 2 for a Managarm, it buys us all the time in the world. And if it's a virus, that's totally fine. And we trash the other one for 1 credit. So we just have to hit the non-virus first. We found the Rashida. I honestly, like, what could this be? A Tranquility? If that's the case, we pay 1 from pocket. But if it's a virus, we'll pay 1. I'm assuming this is a Tranquility. Yeah, there you go. So we did the right order. So we're going to get Hoshiko, a card, and a credit. If we get totally blown out here, unless we find a Simulchip, if this is a virus into a Hagen. So I think we're just going to continue to set up. I think we just do Simulchip Stargate now, right? Do we have a program in our bin? We do. If he reses the Managarm to put him down to 2, like, we're totally happy with that. Admittedly, if it's a Managarm 2, we can't access it, but he has to pay 2 to stop the Stargate, which is a totally fair trade. That's the big thing about Managarm is we can't access it, so we're just going to end the run here. But he's down to 1 credit, which means next turn he has to click for 3 credits. A Yodel doesn't really do that much. We can consider pressuring HQ with Knobkri Imp, because we have the safety of the Simulchip. And he might have an agenda in hand here, right? There's 18 cards in R&D. There's only 18 agenda points in the whole deck. We've seen 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, running HQ is totally fine. Panic when you just move the Botulus off of it. Ideally, we hippo through this at some point. We could also run R&D, thinking. We could Simulchip the Botulus double click. Do y'all think that's a good play? Hey, Lopair, what's up? What if that had been a Waroid? Hopefully we'd win the game, but nobody plays Waroid, luckily. People have decided they want to have more fun. Credit, install Audrey, run HQ. Audrey into Hagen's pretty bad. I don't know if I want to do that. Credit, like, I'd rather discard Audrey, right? And then Simulchip it for free. I think we run HQ here first click. But ideally, we deal with the Hagen. It's nice to have Devil Charm Audrey. That's like a cool combination. Maybe we do that. I don't want to run last click, though, because of Ikoa. You can break a Hagen? Yeah, I know, but it's really expensive. Like, we can only do it once. Too bad you had installed Monkeywrench to help Audrey. /s. They can't res 1. Click 1 first. Click 1 first is not that big of a deal, because if it's an Ikoa, we just imp it. And then we do quick run archives. Yeah, we don't need Ikoa money because of imp. Yeah, we imp the Ikoa. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, I'll do it. This fills our MU, though. You can also non-install Monkeywrench to Audrey +3 strength with +2 strength. Yeah, but no one's gonna see our cool Monkeywrench. So here, if there is a magnet, that's totally fine. It feels like you have setup time. I think we do have setup time. This is nice, though, because we actually do duck Hoshiko, which is okay. Like, that's the best part about this. So let's see if Shaheen here reses. If he does, like, there's nothing we can't get through with Audrey, which is okay. If he reses the magnet to move the Botulus, I think we're okay with it. And that's nice to have the Audrey, but we can just Simulchip around it. The Monkeywrenches have been really good. You notice this card that's in the left side of your hand? It's like the best thing because it gives you this history lesson on, like, you know, the layers of sediment that have built up on the bottom of the river. Oh, Drafter. Sick. That's really good. So I think he has points in hand. So we're going to go ahead and use Audrey. Trash a card from your grip. I have to keep the Monkeywrench. We'll break it. But now he's back into 0. Monkeywrench use? Not really. Starting to realize you may never get the 2 cards to steal Ikoa. We will. Cool. Not that I did anything. But yeah, the cards on the left side of your hand, they get there and they stay there. It's part of history. All right, get us a free card draw. It's a hippo. Wait a second. We can do credit hippo, run HQ, trash the drafter. I'm worried about this Managarm. You draw another time and click to install the Monkeywrench. It's to +3 twice. Yeah, right? So I think we do credit hippo, run HQ. Like the Managarm is actually an issue. At some point, we should just run this. We actually probably should just run this and imp this. This is more important. I think we just run this, imp the Managarm, access the top of the deck. The HQ cards aren't going anywhere, but dealing with the Managarm is important. Why not hippoing the Hagen? Because we have a botchless on it. Like hippoing HQ is a bit nicer because it's a free server. This like we run every other turn, which is enough. Like one good Stargate wins the game. So I think we do run R&D here. Double click. Because even in a panic run, like we can just run through Hagen with the botchless on it. So spend 2 clicks. We'll access the Managarm first so we can imp it. Because if we hit him a virus, we're really sad. Okay. Cool. So clicking for a card with Hoshiko would be bad because we're just going to lose it. So don't do that. So here we could run HQ. We probably want to trash the conduit and we'll just get an HQ access here. Mavirus is a bit of a blowout, but not a big blowout. We could also consider like simulchipping in something to get a fermenter for some credits. But next turn we're threatening a Stargate into this Hagen, no problem. I think we probably just draw. I think the HQ pressure, we're not in a rush to do it. We'd rather do it with imp. This is a thing. This is a thing. This is a card you can play. How many Mavirus have we seen? 2? 1. Okay, so remote server 3 credits. That means it can easily be a magnet, which like, great. If he reses a magnet, that's fine. We Audrey imp through that. So we're going to put the pressure here. He's just going to do whatever he can to like force us away from centrals. If this is the last spin doctor, the Stargate's pretty bad. Local Anarch plays 10 blank cards, wins anyways. Tell me about it, Eric. But just wait until we play the Climactic Showdown and he has trashes HQ wise. It'll be so good. I think we cut it. Whoops. So I think here we just run server 6. If he reses him a virus, like we can always respond Simulchip botchless. So, but if he reses him a virus, you can't res the ice. Great. That's totally fine. We'll Audrey. We'll trash a card from our grip. I can get rid of the conduit because I don't think we're going to need it anytime soon. Then we'll break 2 subs. We'll get through. We'll knob create imp. This is probably Rashida. It's a shame that we have to imp that, but it's fine. It's a tranquility. Okay. Showdown generally got this board state. Yeah, Showdown would be fine on this board state, but I think with like Stargate, you just let it do its thing. So now I think we Simulchip onto R&D and we go for Stargate. Saving that Monkeywrench? Yeah, we're not allowed to destroy it. This is a precious card. This is our protect at all costs. Because it makes the Hagen 3 strength. It actually saves us a card. It saves us a card. So here we can either use 2 cards from hand or we can Simulchip the botchless. I think we'll just Simulchip the botchless. Chisel and R&D? If you wait long enough, you just win. Sorry, say Sheen. We're figuring which angle stunts more, but like, yeah. Those cards aren't blank. They read boost Audrey 3 strength. Yeah, they're really good. Like this is -2 strength if you install it, -3 strength if you discard it. Like imagine a card being worth -5 strength across zones. That's absurd. -5 strength across 2 zones. Come on. So we put the Chisel on here, it would be 4 strength. We run it once. Yeah. Yeah, Chisel is actually just better than Monkeywrench, huh? Chisel and Monkeywrenches work together. I got fired from my last mechanic job. A wrench threat was too much, yeah. No, the fact that we tend to spend 15 minutes on each turn in which like the play was clearly just smash centrals. Okay, I'm gonna take a second. It's like a rat lance. I'm gonna take a second just to do some news stuff and then we'll come back to doing some deck building. Tuesday streams are longer, so we're allowed to do this. So let's talk about some new stuff real cute. Oh, Giannis, how's it going? Looked away for a second. Why the surrender? Because we had Stargate. We were running for free. They had no credits. They had no remote server. They had nothing. They genuinely had next to nothing, which is unfortunate. And like, I think that's a really big thing. I don't think I've seen an HB deck that scores out like first agenda Ikua. And obviously if they're doing that, things are bad anyways. Like they just clearly don't have what they need. But it's yeah, it's really, really, really hard to do that because you generally need your agendas in that deck to push you forward. I'm unhappy with how you use OP cards like Monkeywrench. Try using less meta cards. Just gonna keep playing Audrey over here. Okay, new stuff real quick. What do we have? Okay, let's start with this one because this one's a bit more interesting. So this last weekend, there was a bunch of tournaments going on. Ocarina, where was Ocarina streamed? I watched a bunch of it from Sokka's angle. No, actually, no, I watched more of the other one for Sokka's angle. I didn't watch Ocarina from Sokka's angle yet. Yeah, they had a rough start. They had a really, really bad start. Showdown has OP art, has really good art. So this last weekend was accelerated beta test. Again, if you want to watch the VOD, eventually it'll be up on YouTube pretty quickly. But for the meantime, you can always find it on twitch.tv/NoSignalNetrunner. I don't like opening this because it opens an infinite portal when we're streaming because NSG generally hosts us robotically. And let's just pause that before we go too deep. But check this out. It's really great. That's a good view count. That's really, really good. And we had like 27 players. Now, why I bring this up is not to talk about the meta or anything like that, but to talk about some numbers. Because I went through this. Let me just open my notepad.exe. Oh, it wasn't streamed. It was supposed to stream, but moving and stuff got in the way. Oh, that's okay, Axu. Sorry to hear that. So check this out. I went through a really cool thing about single-sided Swiss is it's very easy for the layperson to go through and look at like side balance. And one thing that was noted, I was watching this casually on stream, is round 5. There were 11 games. Any win that's on the left side of the screen, every player on the left side of the screen is playing Corp. That's 100% Corp win rate in a single round. I don't think I've ever seen that in Netrunner. So what I did, give me 1 second to grab the stats, is I went through and I did Corp win rates across some major tournaments for the last little while. Oh, I just hit desktop. Hold on, I have to reopen all my tabs because I messed this up real bad. I shouldn't have hit that. Almost there. Okay, we're back. So I ran some Corp win rates on some numbers. I guess I should just show you my desktop so you can see this, but it's a bit ugly. Yeah, it's a bit ugly. We'll still see it. 1 second. So I want to do I not have I don't have a desktop stream. Okay, so let me just add a window. Whatever, I'll just talk about the numbers. No, I'll show the numbers. No, I'll talk about the numbers. Okay, so the numbers are, in this tournament, this, mind you, was the AMT. In the AMT, there were 72 games played, not including the top cut. The top 3, whatever, is whatever, professional streamer, whatever. In the 72 games, there were 47 Corp win rates. At this event, corporations had a 65% win rate. 65% win rate. Going into round 5, from round 5 to round 6, Corp actually had a 68% win rate. That's a lot. Now, let me tell you, I'm not saying this as a way to dunk on like single-sided Swiss because generally most people, especially if it's an even amount of rounds, play the same sides from all sides. Like you play the equal amount of runner in Corp. So it's not a problem single-sided Swiss. Just in general, in this tournament, Corporation had about a 65% win rate. To put that in context, that's really notable. Cold Lava here came in 4th and I guess the cut was top 3, right? Yeah, so barely didn't make, oh no, top 4. So Cold Lava made the cut. Cold Lava's win rate is 12 games out of a possible 18. That's basically a 65% win rate, which means that if you went to this tournament and only played Corp in every single round, which don't get this twisted, is not possible, but the Corp win rate is a high enough win rate to make a cut at a tournament. Basically, if you only played Corp, on average, your win rate is high enough to make the top cut. Isn't that weird? That's a really big number. I will say that I do like when Corp win rates are slightly higher than runner win rates, but right now it's really, really, really high. Was this open decklist the whole way? No, there is no open decklist, maybe until the top cut. I'm not even sure. It's usually not open decklist of the AMTs because they're pretty casual type events, so they don't collect decklists at the beginning of the tournament, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have not casted an AMT, I think, in a really, really, really long time, so I don't think they were required. But check that out. Like, you can make the cut with a win rate equal to the Corp win rate, which I think is wild. I looked at some other tournaments over the last couple whiles, generally the single-sided ones, because they're easier to look at the numbers. So for instance, the massive tournament the Man in the Moon put on, and the Circuit Breaker Invitational. So my numbers might be slightly off because I did them by hand really quickly, so take that as you will. But CBI was a massive tournament. CBI has less absurd numbers. Out of the 360 games, there were 3 draws and 2 IDs, which is not a lot. Corp had a 57% win rate. That is probably what a lot of people thought it was. I thought Corp win rate was like 55 to 57. It turns out Corp was a 57% win rate. I don't think 57 win rate makes to the cut. I think you have to have higher than that, but still it's a high. It's just very notable. The last tournament we had on the weekend, 65% win rate is absurdly high. When it comes to the online New Year's Showdown, I looked at the numbers too. This had 239 rounds with 2 buys. Corp had a 59% win rate. So nearly a 60% win rate, which again, isn't cut math number, but still that's really high. I think it's something to be said about this last tournament, this AMT. There was a lot of like weirder decks out there. There was a lot of people like having fun and playing strange stuff. Shout out to Augustus Caesar playing core damage NBN for some reason. But yeah, the numbers are like really weird. They're very high right now. I can't tell you what there is, why that is. There's not enough data in these tournaments to compare like top cut to Swiss rounds versus open deck lists. I think I looked through it when it came to things like the New Year's CO at the top cut. Corp has a 60% win rate. So the Corp win rate at the top cut didn't change much from Swiss with open deck lists. That's a really big thing. With the CBI, again, we have 57% Corp win rate. At the top cut, it was only a 36% Corp win rate. So out of the 14 games in the top cut of CBI, Corps did terribly. I do think Corp win rates generally go down the more that there are open deck lists. We did not see that trend at the New Year's Cup. But when it comes to the AMT, there's only like 5 games in top cut, so it's not real data to look at. Check out Augusta smashing out second place in 2 of these tourneys. Yeah, there's a lot of really consistent players, which is great. Ken almost made the top cut. Yeah, hell yeah. I've been told that when the Corps are winning, it's good for the economy. Top cut. I do know open decklist classically favors running more than hidden. Running more than Corp. Yes, I think so classically. For some reason, it's just because core damage prov is nasty in the next meta threat. I'd rather play, I think, like Anoetic, right? Because you can sometimes kill. But yeah, no, I don't want to play against that decklist. Like, respect. But yeah, it's not what people expected. So there's something to that. Anyways, I don't have a really big thesis about this, but it's just like a really notable thing. And so I think if we're going to see balance changes in the future, we're probably going to see the new set sooner than that. But it seems like competitively, the Corp win rate is like a fair bit higher than a lot of people would like it to be. I still think that's fine because at the end of the day on a tournament, you do play both sides. And when it comes to top cuts, as long as it's not single elimination, I think that's the biggest learning is if I was going to do a competitive top cut, I would not do single elimination because the chance of rolling corporation and winning your rounds is a considerable advantage right now. That being said, single side Swiss, you play the same on both sides. So I do not mind at all, but it is really weird math on that. Okay, other things to shout out. NSG community team. They're looking for a recruitment for a community team lead. They explain exactly what this is. I think Spencer is stepping down if I'm not mistaken. Spencer's been great from what I've talked to Spencer through like YouTube comments and stuff like that. So shout out to your work, Spencer. But they're looking for someone who wants to do community stuff and they list what they ask you to do. Especially they talk about like upcoming spoiler season, which is really cool. All the community people from NSG that I've talked to have been fantastic. So if you're interested in this, again, you can apply. If you think you're underqualified, please apply anyways, I imagine. I'm not NSG, but I reckon they'd still want to know what you can do if you're interested to help, and they'll probably like set you up on something. Was Corp win rate as high in the GFI era? GFI era is probably too long a period of time to get any sort of data on because GFI was like an era of like 6 years, maybe. I don't know if I could tell you what meta I've been in where the Corp win rate was the highest. I don't know if I played in a net meta where corporations had a 68% win rate going into round 6. I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you. Probably someone can jog my memory, but like it's hard to get the data on that. But even in like asset spam peak, you know, whatever garbage meta that you didn't like, I don't know if corp win rates were ever that high. Like this is super notable as this is a big tournament in which corp win rates are absurd. Maybe people brought bad runners, maybe people brought good corps. It's hard to say. Like AMTs are a strange data point because it's like a mixture of a competitive tournament, but a lot of people use them as a casual tournament because it is accessible and it's free. So it's a weird tournament data point with all due respect to people grinding in AMTs. A lot of people take it really seriously. A lot of people don't. And that's fine, right? Like that's meant to be a neutral statement. I'm sorry to believe the corp win rate is as high considering how many corps are playing real 5-3s. I don't know. Like you can even look at these decks, but again, I don't know whether it's worth diving into the AMT and looking at the AMT meta because it's a weird meta. But to figure out like what people are playing. I didn't see, oh, by the way, shout out to Brandon for winning the thing. I'm pretty sure Brandon wasn't playing 5-3 op. What kind of op was Brandon playing? This is definitely 5-3 Asmari. You see a lot of NBN stuff. Augustus was playing the weird trap NBN, which nobody has any experience into. That's going to help. But like it was a lot of Wayland. Outfit was like super, super common, but it's like Yeah, it's a lot of outfit, a lot of Ismari. It's strange. It's really, really strange out there. It's just rush hop. Okay, cool. Maybe the initial GFI meta where we had Faust and APOC and FFG was only figuring out how to ban. Yeah, I don't know if it's that bad. I honestly don't know. I honestly remember metas more where runners have a bigger win rate because I feel like I'm more of a corp player. And when corp can't do anything, it's not fun. But when the corps are strong, you still feel you have a chance as a runner, as much as sometimes lockout corps are really, really rough. But I feel like runner favored metas stick harder in the heart than corp win rate metas. So I couldn't tell you. If someone has a good idea of when the corp had that good of a win rate, please let me know. There was a community roundup recently, right? These are really good, but I can't find it. Oh, it's here. Yeah, this was posted a couple weeks ago. We might have missed it, but there's a lot of really good shout outs to a lot of really, really cool stuff that community's been doing around the spot. Mind you, right now at this time, also Fight Club is off. That's being streamed on a lot of different platforms and a lot of different places. Ocarina tournament was last weekend too, so you see a lot of people putting up cool deck lists for weird IDs that you probably are confused about. They should explain them in the description. But there's a lot of like really good streaming stuff. I know Sokka streamed some Fight Club stuff, some Ocarina stuff, so there's a lot of stuff to watch on his side on YouTube, which is fantastic. There's also like a barrage of podcasts over the last little while, which is great. NSG put out their Ampere special. We talked about how I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. I've only listened to the first half where Shu is on and she does a read through her the Ampere story that she wrote. I feel like now it's like a year and a half ago, which is really good. And there's an interview. There's more. I know Cephalopod's on it. I forget who else is interviewed. Vale's on it. I think I just got to Vale's interview and I had to pause it. But this stuff is really good. If you haven't listened to NSG, Null Sigma Station is great. Top of that, there's a bunch of other podcasts. Neon Static's putting stuff out. They did a stream last night. I am behind on QTM podcast. Mind you, we saw this that QTM posted, which is the sort of like being a spike bias page. And I don't know enough about this. I only saw it today, but looks incredibly cool. So I will link this in the description if you want to do a lot of good Netrunner reading. Feels bad not to be able to do anything as a runner, but it feels unfun when you can't do anything as a corp. Yes. Yeah. Like when we just played against Saint Shaheen, like I would feel really bad as that corporation where there's literally no play that makes any sense. But usually as a runner, you can make one good axis and have a chance of doing something exciting. As a corp there was no line that gets him out of that. And it's on us to clumsily close the game out. Maybe we should have focused on Stargate more. I have a tendency to just like suffocate more than to go for the flashy win and sometimes making content. Spike Bias to Jantuno's Guide into Netrunner. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, I haven't read through this yet. I just saw this today. As a narrative designer, I'm all in favor of the corp feeling unbeatable, and this is also why I'm not a game designer. I do wonder how much of the win rate disparities from the spread of viable corp strategies. I feel at least that picking a runner is tough because it's hard to tech for everything. Oh, Lockmanos, yes. This is something I said when we were playing the runner deck, and I wanted to get back to this. And again, I think it's hard to get really, really, crystallized data points from AMTs because they're interesting. But there is a lot of huge extremes when it comes to corp deck lists right now. And you've seen this a lot of tournaments, right? Like these sort of Asmari Hyperglacier decks, assuming that's what this is, are very hard to beat with other certain deck lists, right? Like you have to break 3 Hydras consistently. The deck has 6 agendas. You need to steal half of them are defensive agendas. That is a hard thing for a lot of decks to deal with. And you have to have a way to beat that. Then you have like outfit assets, outfit rush. Those are totally different. We have probably PE damage. We have PD going at speed with defensive upgrades. There is just so many ways that corporations can attack you that it's very difficult to build a deck that has lines into all of them. And again, for better, for worse, usually the decks that do well into all of them are the sort of decks that people are tired of playing. Things like Generalist Hoshiko. I'd imagine the Lu deck actually has some pretty good matchups in a wider spread as long as you pilot it well. But a lot of the generalist decks, like Generalist Sable, like I don't know if the Asmari matchup is that good, but the sort of things that like highly incentivize you to get something that has a wide matchup spread, as opposed to being like, okay, I'm really good at assets, and then you play into 3 Asmari. Play Mari and luck out the opening. Yeah, exactly. The sort of decks that have a wide matchup spread. Hey, Tak, how's it going? I decided to run a Mercury deck instead of Lewd and just bricked against asset spam. Ah, Dan, sorry to hear that. But yeah, it is a thing. Its corps have a lot of ways, and it's a hard thing to build runner decks that are flexible into everything. So I don't know if it comes down to that. There's just like really one-sided matchups where like if you roll, I think Lu and Tasmari is like a fun matchup, but if you roll, I honestly can't come up with a bad matchup. Like, but you know what I mean? There's some things that are probably just harder to win. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, last thing real quickly, I just want to shout out, I got this in the mail and I wasn't expecting this, it was really cool, but NSG sent a little nice thing. It says, thanks for continuing to run with us. And a little card that says like, thank you for community support. This came from Kevin. Thanks so much, Kevin. And it had some nice prize support in it and Dragon Shield matte sleeves. Ooh, bougie. But thank you so much. I really appreciate this sort of stuff. That's absolutely fantastic. I keep bouncing back and forth between Kit to fight Rush and Doomrig to fight Glacier. It's been tough. Yeah, it's like there's a huge incentive right now to like maybe you should consider running 2 turbines in your list and just pulling them in the matchups you need them, which like against Ismari, you kind of really need them. Those Continental Archers are really sweet. Yeah, totally sweet. And I sort of I did like some streaming stuff for Continentals, but we weren't able to play in any. So like that blown art is absolutely sick. The bad loot matchups are all reg everything, nothing fancy, and a few Mavirus. Yeah, there's some ice that frustrates Lou. Mavirus is everywhere and still like is having a reasonable matchup. It's tricky. I'm lucky I got shiny versions. Ooh, well done. Okay, I think that's all for news. There's a lot of stuff going on right now in Netrunner. It's actually really great. There's a lot of content to watch. There's tournaments going on. People are getting their like CO kits. So you'll see something locally hopefully soon. Or if you're organizing, you have some work to do. Tuno was beating Lou with assets in the CBI. Yeah, and Tuno put a lot of effort to be able to beat Lou, right? Like you saw in the write-up, it was talking about like how much effort went into that. Where it's like, we have to play 3 Mavirus. We have to play 3 Wake Up Call. And so you have a way to do it, but you have to definitely tech into it. And I do think there's a lot of decisions to be made on the corp side that have huge impact into certain runner win rates. All right, back to this thing. What have we learned? I generally don't know what we've learned. We played 2 games, both against HB, which is probably a reasonable matchup. Monkeywrench is but we're just not getting like the sort of card fluidity to get down our pressure threats. But what we have figured out is like just program destruction and ice invalidation, which is largely what we're doing with Audrey, is almost as good as anything else. In what case is Monkeywrench worth playing into Audrey is when the ice is 2 strength or 5 strength. Those are actually really rare ice strength numbers. Name a 5 strength ice. Envelopment. End of list. Wait, what the heck? Yeah. What? Name a 5 strength ice. Pharos, envelopment. List ends here. Yeah, Pharos, right? For a bit. Sometimes. A teeny? Oh yeah, a teeny. A Nancy. Okay, hold on. That's cool. Yeah, there you go. How's it going, Ben? Anansi, yeah. Time to advanced search. It's a really small number. Mind you, Faust. Oh yeah, that worked. Colossus with effort. Yeah, tree line with effort, right? That's a cheat. Fairchild Theory. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Ballista. No, Ballista's 4 strength. Leech Monkeywrench. Yeah. Sandstone. Yeah, that brief shining moment. You're right. Yeah, totally. Leech Monkeywrench. Eric. Leech and Monkeywrench. We're only doing one of them. Toll Booth. Oh wait, yeah, Toll Booth. Hold on. What's the strength? It's P. 5 Z standard. Oh, Bloop. Yeah, Bloop's real, I guess. The overwhelming power of Ivik. Okay, hold on. I was considering making a video about this, and then my momentum stalled, just like Firefox. I didn't search standard. Hagen. What? Oh yeah, because technically these are also not ice. Okay. This is a tangent. I don't know if it's worth a video on its own, so maybe I'm going to spoil a bit of something here. But I was looking at some ice, and I figured out a way to figure out if an ice is balanced or not. And it's very simple math, but surprisingly, like 90% of the card pool falls into this format. And the idea is you can figure out how an ice should be measured. What's a good place to start for this? I think Palisade. Okay, well, this is like a good proof of concept. That you can figure out how much an ice should cost versus its stats by simply adding up its strength with the amount of subroutines and subtracting 1. That actually lands you through most pieces of ice in the game. And then you have to do a modifier. This is the idea of design by budget, which is something that's really common around things like Flesh and Blood, in which each card has a lot of variables and you move those variables around to make every card, barring some of the special ones, to be particularly valuable. So the idea is if you do strength plus, okay, let's look at a really bad one. Strength plus subroutines -1 will get you the cost of the ice in almost all situations. Now, there are a couple things where you increase that by 1 if the ice has an on encounter or some relevant text, and you decrease that by 1 if the ice doesn't require a breaker to pass the ice. That actually covers like 90% of the ice in the game in a really surprising way. And then you can actually tell which ice is pretty busted because it falls outside of those numbers and is really bad, or falls above those numbers and is a really, really good piece of ice. So to show you on the basic thing, maybe I'll make a video about this. 4 + 1 is 5, -1 is 4. Bastion costing 4 is totally fair. That is reasonable. Now let's look at some other ones. I think Palisade, there's so many ice like this that falls into it perfectly, where Palisade as a 2 strength ice is under curve, but when you get it into its spot, it's slightly over curve. And I think that design is fantastic. So we get 2 plus, what is it? 2 + 1 -1. This thing should cost 2 credits when it's on a central server. So you're overpaying for garbage. But when it's on a remote server, it should cost 4 and you get it for 3 instead. There's actually a lot of ice that falls into that category. So let's look at the faction staple Bathynomus. Bathynomus is the same sort of idea. On a central server, this thing should cost, well, technically it should cost, hold on, the math here is tricky. Gold Farmer, okay. These are where the ones that stand out are really weird. So Gold Farmer, and again, I don't know if anybody designs around these. It's just weird that the number lines up. Gold Farmer in theory should cost 1, 2, 3, -1 is 2. But then because it doesn't require a breaker, it should cost 1 less. But then because it has an on-encounter ability that's relevant, it should cost 1 more. Technically, based off of this, Gold Farmer should cost fair somewhere between 2 and 3. I'd argue that the numbers on Gold Farmer are really, really, really good. So that gives you an offset. What about illicit ice? Illicit ice are very expensive. It turns out that rezzing an ice and taking a bad publicity is generally considered to be a downside that's worth about 1 credit. It's also worth noting that when it comes to program trashing ice, that usually costs more money. A face check that trashes a program is generally based off of budget math, the most expensive subroutine that you can have per budget. And one of the biggest ones that stands out, and mind you, this is a really old ice, is Rototurret makes no sense. According to our math, Rototurret should cost about 1 credit, but it costs 4 because there's a lot of ice in which you play an immense premium for a trash program subroutine. It's like the thing when it comes to I think Ballista is one of the bad ones here, is that Ballista in theory should cost 4 based off of our math. It should be 4 + 1 -1 is 4, but there's always this premium on any subroutine that can trash a program, and that subroutine is generally costed more than net damage subroutines, and so Ballista is slightly under curve. Also very notable, if you follow this, and again, this is a really weird topic because no one's claiming that NSG balances around this. I've never heard anyone at FG talk about this. But when you look at ice that you can advance, things like Ice Wall, Tree Line, Pharos, all of these things are actually very evenly costed based off a budget, but the ability to advance them is not considered to be a benefit. It's just the thing you can do. So Tree Line should cost 4 + 1 -1. It should cost 4. Paying 4 for a tree line seems to be totally fair based off of how ice is designed in this game. And then the ability to advance it is not actually, let alone the expendable on this, is not giving it any extra cost. It's actually just free value. On that notice, and again, this is a weird thing to talk about because it's not structured, but again, 90% of the ice in the game falls into this category. Things like Magnet are actually relatively undercosted. Magnet is 3 + 1 -1 is 3. Magnet costing 3 is fair, but this text on Magnet comes for entirely free. It could make sense that Magnet costs 4 because you're getting really good on rate and the run code gate, but you're getting this text for no additional cost. I feel like this test needs to account for face check, punishment, and gear check factor. Rototurret, Ballista do not do, which is rare. Exactly. But the only face check that seems to fall into this category that's actually worth more is trash program subroutine. Rototurret is the biggest outlier. It's one of the most overcosted ice because it has a really punishing face check, especially at that time. Ballista is slightly under. What's also really weird, there's really big outliers here, right? Like IP block is absurd. Engram flush, absurd. And these cards that saw the most consistent play, they make no sense. IP block in theory should be 4, 5, 6, -1 is 5. -1 because it doesn't require an icebreaker, 4. +1 because it's an on-encounter subroutine. According to budget math, IP block should cost around 5 credits. It doesn't, it costs 2. Really interesting. You look at other stuff too, and this, it lines up so well with a lot of the design. Ivik. How much do you have to pay for Ivik to be on cost? Mind you, we can look at this originally at Wall of Thorns, and Wall of Thorns saw almost no play, but Wall of Thorns in theory should cost 6 credits. 5, 6, 7, -1 is 6. And that's really cool. It means technically that if you're going for this budget math, which a lot of ice falls into, if you res Ivik for 6 credits, you're doing pretty well. This doesn't count, mind you. Apparently 2 net damage is not worth anything. But if you res Ivik for 6, it falls within budget for most other ice in the game. Again, this should cost 5 plus 2 for subroutines minus 1. I would say this text is not worth anything. Yeah, please do slot machine. Exactly. There's some ice, and like all the ice that is like super ubiquitously played generally destroys this calculation in a really messed up way, right? Like slot machine should be worth 5, 6, 7, 8. Minus 1 is 7. Minus 1 because you don't need a breaker. It should cost 6. 6. Most of the ice in the entire format falls into this. And I really like the ice that has scaling because you figure out at what point this becomes a balanced budget card. Hagen should technically be 6, 7, 8. Minus 1 costs like 7, right? It's really weird. So generally Hagen is balanced around it being 3 strength. Around 3 strength, it's 3, 4, 5. Minus 1 is 4. And that's, you know, that's where it makes sense that the midpoint Hagen is balanced. Same thing, of course, with Gatekeeper. It's obviously absurd in the early game, and that's a really good place for HB to be on tempo. But then late game, Gatekeeper is under budget, right? Like this is a really absurd card when it's 8 minus 1 is 7 plus an ongoing text. Excuse me, that doesn't make sense. It's 6 plus 2 minus 1. It should cost 7. And then eventually it's worth Bubkiss, where it should be worth 1. Pretty extreme examples. So people typically run 3 icebreakers so Hagen fits. Exactly. Hagen is balanced when we come to the thing. And this is what's so fascinating is that this lines up 90% of the time, but I don't know if the designers are designing budget ice. It seems more sensible to just take the pragmatic cost of break for Mayfly to break. Should be the same thing for Reg Ice, like Magnus costed properly, but considers a few weird cases Jaguarundi. Oh, because Magnet is exactly it. Yeah, you're right. It's strength plus subroutines minus 1 because it comes in with strength. Yeah, that's a good way to shortcut it. It's just what does it cost for Mayfly to break? That's what the cost should be. And then you do minus 1 if it doesn't require a breaker, plus 1 if it has on encounter or active ongoing text, and then plus 1 generally if it trashes a program. Archer is messed up. Forfeiting, it's really hard to tell how much forfeiting, what's it called, is worth an agenda. But like this is also really interesting. Eli 1.0. Biroids are super inconsistent, and you see a lot of the worst case scenarios pop off way harder than anything else. So Eli, for those who haven't played for a long time, used to be one of the most busted cards because most runners broke it for 4 credits. When you res this for 3 and they broke it for 4 circa 2014, it was really, really good. How much should Eli cost? Biroids are actually hard. Sometimes they're worth minus 1, sometimes they're worth minus 2. They're just not very consistent because they don't require a breaker, so they should be cheaper up front. But if we just go for the minus 1 on Eli, Eli should be 4, 5, 6. Minus 1 is 5. Eli technically is fairly costed at about 5 credits, but it costs 3. You could argue that 4 credits might be fair. You could do minus 2 for Biroid, and still Eli's overcosted, or undercosted, excuse me, which is very fascinating. Then when you look at like the core set system gateway, you have things like Onsell 1.0. Onsell 1.0 should be 4, 5, 6, 7. Minus 1 is 6. Minus 1 because it's a Biroid, and then plus 1 because it has a effed up subroutine, which is this one. So Eli Ansel costing 6 is incredibly fair. It turns out that Biroid is worth minus 1. The subroutine is worth plus 1, give or take. But then Brawn. And I think a lot of people understand that Brawn is an overperformant card, but how much should Brawn cost? In theory, Brawn should cost 6, 7, 8, 9. Minus 1's 8. Minus 1 because it's Biroid 7. You could argue that Brawn should cost 7 cost, and I think at 7 cost, Brawn would probably be a bit more of a fair card. I don't think there's a problem that Brawn's a good card, but this is what I mean. As a lot of the Biroids actually fall into that camp, barring some weird outliers, and those are the outliers of the most powerful ones. We should get a Biroid that has a single subroutine that has 10 core damage. Yeah, balance around that. And like, it's so painfully clear too, right? There's a bunch of bad ice that just falls outside the numbers in a really, really bad way. And so the question is, when we looked at Watchtower a couple weeks ago, what should Watchtower cost for it to be a fair ice? And I think looking at it, saying you're not changing the strength, I would say very intuitively Watchtower should cost 2, and at 2 it probably would see play. And it turns out that number is actually backed up by our math. 3 plus 1 subroutine is 4, minus 1 is 3, minus 1 because it doesn't require a breaker. Watchtower seems fair at 2 cost. And it's a really weird thing that the intuitive answer to what this should cost lines up with the budget math that I don't think anyone's balancing around. But Watchtower at 2 is fair. Watchtower at 4 is awful. And that's probably pretty obvious. And then you run into a bunch of other weird cards that are just like very, very bad because the math around them is functionally incorrect. What is the NBN card that I'm thinking of? Sandman. Sorry, that was going to be a hard one to hit here. Sandman sees no play. And the numbers on Sandman are terrible. This should be 5 minus 1 is 4. Technically minus 1 because it doesn't need a breaker. Those are really good subroutines, so you could argue that these subroutines are like really, really punishing, and they are, so maybe they buff this up 1. But this is the sort of thing where like the value of the subroutines push this card out of the meta because it makes the card too expensive, and then you need to get it in the early game or it does nothing because the numbers and the math are bad. And that's because these subroutines were valued at +1 each, as opposed to this ice could cost 4, but then gets blowouts. And like, it's really interesting that a lot of ice just slightly is off, and all the ice that is slightly off is kind of just bad. Wait, what's the FT on Watchtower? Watchtower should cost 2. What's the flavor text? Oh, I don't know what the hex is. I don't know what that is. I know it's translated at some point. I'm here for the Kamino analysis. Kamino analysis is actually, I think, really very, very close to what it should be. So on average, how many subroutines does it have to be fair? It's costed 5. It has 1 strength. So in theory, because it hasn't a breaker, it doesn't require a breaker, should be undercosted, but I'm pretty sure this is a bad face check category. So if this has all 5 subroutines, this thing should cost 5. If this has 5 subroutines, 5 is fair for this, because 5 subroutines plus 1 strength minus 1 because no breaker, plus 1 because face check bad. That simple. I wouldn't play Watchtower 2, maybe at 1. Yeah, I probably wouldn't play Watchtower because there's better cards, but at 2, it would be like a consideration. And like, it's so wild that the miss is that hard. It's like you could quadruple the price and it would still like, or, you know, slash by 4 and it still would be like, maybe. I think the cheap end ice is a bit stronger than its cost, and high end ice is cut a bit. There's like really weird things where it lines up poorly and it lines up okay. This is Tithe. Tithe is interesting because it hits the numbers perfectly. Tithe should cost 3 minus 1, 2, minus 1 because it doesn't end the run. The face check on it, I don't think is worth adding an additional cost. Tithe is good. It technically is totally correctly costed according to this budget shit we made up. But the one that doesn't, that I can't answer, white space. How that much? What should white space cost? In theory, according to our math, it should cost 0. What? I would say it's a really bad face check, so it costs 1. But white space shouldn't cost this much according to our math. And this is one of the weird cases where like it just doesn't make sense. And I know we don't see white space. I think white space is actually a pretty punishing face check for a lot more people than they're expected to. 0 strength is a problem, and it's totally worth noting that the math of all of this budget stuff does not consider some structural issues where like a 0 strength ice is a really bad strength ice because like Amakua, Audrey, they all beat it. And this budget math does not consider any of that. And yet still it gets you through 90 to 95% cases. You should write a StimHack article. I think I'm gonna do a video on this. The problem is I don't have a thesis. The video is just like, here's a cool thing I realized. I went through all the ice and 95% of it fits into this. But at the end of the day, I don't know if any designer is actually budgeting around this. It just lines up, which is weird. Some of these cards are pretty finely balanced, but opportunity cost of running cards can be rough. Yeah. But like, this is so consistent. It is really strange how consistent this budget number is. And I've never heard a designer mention it. Let alone there's been so many designers on Netrunner who probably don't communicate to each other. But like, I'm not going to talk too much longer on this. Let's go to Parhelion. The thesis of the outliers. Yeah, I think that's the thing. The thesis is the outliers. So let's go pH ice and let's see how bad these are. Bloop. Let's not talk about harmonics because that's a hard one. But like, let's look at Klevetnik. Klevetnik is not a good card. It should cost 3 minus 1, 4 minus 1 is 3. Now it has active text, and you can argue giving the runner 2 to balance -1, but there's a chance that this card, in theory, it should cost 4. Apparently the designers of this card don't think that active text is worth reducing the cost of Klevetnik or increasing the cost of Klevetnik. The math fits a lot of ice, but I wonder what kind of boundaries need to be put on subs to stay balanced. Like 1 do 10 net damage subroutine is obviously broken at any cost or strength. Yeah, 100%. Again, that sort of stuff, like, I don't think would be surprising to see subroutine be like, that's not in the game, but as long as you're not building anything absurd, it follows it. Do you think it's a good system? Also, could you compare by cycle? Do I think it's a good system? Yeah. I think there's a lot of card games in which, unfortunately, behind the scene, things are balanced around budgets in a really unsexy way. But at the end of the day, it's really hard to look at a card to be like, is this over curve? Is this under curve? Now, of course, this shouldn't be the whole conversation. At the end of the game, at the end of the day, the game needs to be fun. It needs to be interesting. People have to make good decisions. And that's more important than having something slightly over or under budget. But a big failure of a lot of cards that see no play is just they don't hit the budget at all. Or a lot of the cards that see ubiquitous play were way, way under budget. But at the end of the day, right? Like Vampire Nasa, how much should this cost? It should cost 6. It should cost 6. But those are good subroutines, I'd argue. But it should be 4 plus 4 is 8 minus 1 is 7. Nailed it. In theory, it doesn't need a breaker, so it should cost 6. And mind you, when Vampire Nausea came out, nobody played it right now. It's obviously sick. Yeah, the text gives a runner money, so like you could say it's balanced here. But like look at Anvil, 3, 4, 5, it costs 4. The runner doesn't need a breaker minus 3, but it has really good on active text plus 4. It just lines up. It lines up on so much stuff. It's so strange. None of these cards are designed in a vacuum. Giving Sage and Techie an above card Sentry doesn't feel terribly unfair. Anansi is also like surprisingly on numbers, right? Like it's 5, 6, 7, 8 minus 1. It should cost 7. It doesn't end the run actively 6, but it has some of the best whenever an encounter text. So it should be around 7 or 8. And I think that's fair. Oh, there's one more card that came up that I wanted to talk about that I bring back HHN boom that I forgot. Oh man, there's some really good examples of stuff that is like kind of nonsense. Face checking with no breaker is quite painful. Yes. And the fact that you functionally res it for 5 I think has some impact on the math. Because it should be slightly overcosted because if the subroutine fires, you get the money back. Yeah. It's weird. It's really weird. I've never heard anyone talk about this, but like it lines up most of the time. It's kind of strange. Toll booth. Oh, toll booth is massively overcosted. Toll booth is one of the weird ones, and Corset has some weird ones. But toll booth in theory should be 5 plus 1 minus 1 should cost 5 plus on encounter. This on encounter is worth 3 credits. I'd argue that's fair, but could we live in a world where toll booth costs 7 on budget? Yeah, it technically lines up. Toll booth is technically overcosted. This is one of the most expensive on encounters in the entire balance of the game. Tyrant and Salvage, they're not worth talking about. They're not. And for what it's worth, advancing cards is not worth anything. Like, this is actually a notable one. Hordem. This should cost 5. It should cost 5. Hordem's undercosted. And mind you, Hordem came out and was a breath of fresh air because Wayland had ass ice. And then Hordem came out and be like, well, that's actually pretty good. But Hordem should be 4, 5, 6 minus 1 is 5. And so not only is Hordem undercosted, this ability that literally nobody uses is free. And there's very surprising, a lot of Wayland Ice has no balance paid to the advanceable text. Aket costs 3 is totally fair. Paying 3 for an Aket is totally fair. This text is entirely free. And so far it seems in most of the balance of the ice that involves advancements, they think that advancing the ice is a cost on itself. So almost no advanceable ice is this worth anything. Same at Pharos. Pharos is totally fair. Pharos should cost 8 minus 1 is 7. And then this text is just free value, which means if you're, as long as you can advance fairly, look at the Worlds 2023, as long as you're advancing in some way that makes sense, this is just free value. Yeah. How's Mouseless? Oh, Mouseless is probably really messed up. Mouseless is like a slot machine, right? Like Mouseless is 5, 6, 7, 8, minus 1, 7, minus 1, arguably because it doesn't require a breaker. It should cost about 6. Hordem is so dependent on what decoders are playing. Embarrassing versus Uni, amazing versus Buzzsaw. Yes, and again, I need to state that so clearly is that all of this math is entirely in a vacuum. And generally when people play Ice, they play Ice because its subroutines are impactful when they fire and they fire consistently enough. Its threat changes how the runner plays the game functionally because they can't face check into a Gatekeeper or Drafter or Hagen, whatever. HB is a really good example. And at the end of the day, it's a good econ like hit. Like Drafter is like one of the best ice in the game because it hits all 3 categories. Its existence is important. Fundamentally, breaking it is generally a pretty good trade for the runner. And whatever the first category was, the face check on it is so good. Drafter, mind you, should cost 3. Should cost 3. 3 plus 1 minus 1 minus 1 because it doesn't end the run. It is technically fair on budget as much as you could see Drafter being 4. No problem. If someone's totally dependent on admin, you can blow someone out with Hordem. Yes. Most advanced ice though, you can, right? Also about Toll Booth, I think the more interesting question is to compare it to a hypothetical CG with no face check punishment and say it has 8 strength. We would never play that card. Yeah, we would never play that card. Funny enough, Mesna Chesvo. I think Mesna Chesvo's on encounter is like totally outside of budget. Like this card should cost 5. And then this text, again, most advanceable text in Netrunner is not budgeted for on my made up nonsense, right? Like this card is 2 subroutines, 4 strength, minus 1 is 5. And then again, just about any card that's advanceable, totally free. Free value if you can get it. Do Enigma? I think Enigma is exactly it. Enigma is perfect. Enigma is 2 plus 2 minus 1 is 3. Now you could argue that the subroutine is not relevant all the time, but I think the face check on Enigma is worth that subroutine not being relevant. Enigma, perfect card. Do you know what's surprising? And I would argue that I would play this card in a minute if I could, let alone the fact that Trace isn't relevant. This card's messed up. This card is so messed up. This is an original core set Hunter. Pay 1, the runner generally pays 2 or 3 credits. Sick. This thing should cost 3. It cost 1. This card never had its day. Eventually, some people figured out and started jamming it into like the Argus lists. But like, just absurd numbers. Just the best damn numbers here. It's so cool. Anyways, Archer, okay, we'll do just a couple more. Archer is messed up, and Archer's really strange because it's an old design, but forfeiting agenda on Archer is like apparently worth like 5. It's a lot, because this thing on its own, it should be 6, 7, 8, 9. -1 is 8. Trash program subroutines are generally worth 1 or 2 price. So this thing should cost about 10. Oops. The hardest one to evaluate ever is probably Enforcer, which is like 5 strength, 4 subroutines, Byroid, forfeit. I'm not doing the math on this one. I don't care. Runner Leads the Click is certainly better than the Corp Gains one, 100%, yeah. Playing Hunter in GameNet was a fun time. Yeah, man, Hunter is a good card. I would play Hunter in a heartbeat if I could. Anyways, that's my thesis, I guess. It's very strange. It works out. I would love confirmation if NSG does this, if FFG did this. I don't think we're going to ever get the confirmation, but it's just so cool that especially all the positional ice, like this is my favorite one, is all the positional ice has such simple math on it. Palisade is undercosted by 1 where it shouldn't be, overcosted by 1 where it is. And there's so much ice that falls into that camp where it's like at 3 strength, everything evens out, right? It's the exact same thing with Sandstone. It's like, how good does Sandstone have to be? Sandstone feels so good in Rush Op, and of course it does. It's functionally 5 credit ice you get for 3, right? Because functionally it's usually 5 strength because when they encounter it, so 5 + 1 - 1. And so it's fair at 3. Now do vertically positioned ice like Chum. It's really bad. Positionality on ice is like a very, very steep cost in the game, and rightfully so. But in theory, Chum should cost like on our math 3, and then positionality is probably like -2. I was running Hunter a lot back when crowdfunding was legal, but wanted to be able to play an asset. I don't know what you mean by asset, but yeah, that makes sense. I think it's like a really nice cheap thing. It's like the sort of thing you'd love to play against Endurance. Just be like, this is annoying enough to stop you running archives. Okay, that's our thesis. Thanks for coming to our TED Talk. Now you're entirely equipped to build a fun game, because as long as the core fundamental economy makes sense. No, only sort of. Clap, thank you. I guess we're playing Monkeywrench again. Oh man. Have a G's on the board without losing to crowdfunding forever. Good talk, thank you. Sometimes it's 6 strength if Arson accidentally hushes it. Oh, Sandstone? Yeah. I guess the Archer gets better too, huh? Thanks for tuning in. This has been Andre's TED Talk, yeah. Time to build a white space shell. No, white space is overcosted. We do not play white space. It's just so funny that like the cards that you can tell are like clearly busted are just like super, super busted. What's the other one? What is the one? What am I thinking of? What was the 2 cost 3 strength sentry from the NBN special that like VSA is now? Oh man, it's left my mind. I've made extra slots. I've made room in my head. You know, the one that was Turnpike. Thank you. That's exactly it. How much should Turnpike cost? I'm pretty sure this one's going to be kind of undercosted by a fair bit. So Turnpike should be 3 + 1 -1. So it costs 3. It doesn't require the end to run, so it should be 2, but it has a really good on subroutine. It's slightly undercosted. Yeah. Not Authenticator. Authenticator is really weird. I think Authenticator probably falls outside of camp. I think this cost is actually worth a lot according to balance, but also like Red Sands, so who knows. So like this in theory should be 4, 5, 6. -1 is 5. It doesn't require the end to run 4. Like Authenticator in theory could be double the cost and it would be fair. But at the end of the day, this is such a bad on encounter that like this has to be lower priced, because paying 4 for an ice that they bypass, obviously that's really bad for you. So like some part of the design mandates this, but for what you get for 2 credits, this is really quite good. It's really quite good. Can't argue that. Ah, that's rotate the board. That's number wang. How about the next dice? Okay, we're still in this Majukas. I'm here for this. Don't worry. Next ice hits. Oh, sorry for the bright flashbang. Next ice hits the 3. Most next dice, as long as you have 3 next dice, it's on balance. Most scaling dice, 3 is where you want to get. So if I'm not mistaken, Quicksand has +1 strength for each power counter. So in theory, this text is generally FFG doesn't value text like this. Scaling text sometimes is not worth anything. How many counters do you have to have on this to be fair? Arguably between 2 and 3. So 3 is usually where scaling ice makes any sort of sense. So if we say next bronze, how much strength we have on next bronze to be fair? It should be 3, right? 3 + 1, 2 to 3. It's between 2 and 3. And that's usually where most next dice hits breakpoints, which is pretty low. Right? Like next silver, how many end the runs do you have to have on this? In theory, you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, -1 is 3. Yeah, 3. So a lot of scaling dice hits about 3 and then it hits budget. So next silver is obviously bad at 1, bad at 2, at 3. It's a fair card. Above that, scaling is better. There's a spreadsheet out there that has ice values, charted, cost, strength, sub numbers. I think I wanted to do that. That's the thing why I haven't put out this video, is that I want to show that it actually is like a 90% hit rate. And then the ones that are outside there. Next gold. I don't like to talk about this card because it's important. Oh, this one is rotated out. But like these sort of subroutines are messed up. So what is the cost for next gold to be fair? It's probably relatively reasonable, right? This is 4, 5, 6, doesn't end the run, technically 5, but has some of the worst subroutines in the whole game. So this thing should cost about 6, 7, which means having 1 next dice makes this a fair card on budget, which is messed up. It is messed up. Not that next gold was so meta defined, but like how bad the subroutines are on this. If you have 1 next dice, this is a fair res. 4 strength sentries, mind you, back in the day, classically were also really, really good. They were hard to break 4 strength sentries. They still are. They still are hard to break 4 strength sentries. Okay. Trash X programs, you don't read that. It's important you understand that it's not a healthy Netrunner card. Why are you only sometimes bright? I guess I opened some tabs. Let's just go through and, yeah, and tranquilize all these tabs. That made me hungry. That made me genuinely very hungry, just talking at that speed and that conviction for that long. I ate breakfast at like 11. Marcus Batty. I think I'm just going to grind this again. I think we don't have enough data points to tell if this is bad. Obviously, we haven't installed a Monkeywrench yet, but I'm sorry if this is not interesting. Please let me know if it isn't. I like your feedback more than just being like, I'm done. Maybe I'll not like that when there's like 10 people being like, do something better. Haven't eaten breakfast, but I'm going to get a giant burrito shortly. Hey, Nightyuk, how's it going? I know they were watching the stream. It was an interesting thing for sharing. Of course, I might make a video about it. I just don't have a strong thesis besides outliers. But it is like a cool thing to start examining cards, and it opens up, you know, anything that can give you like a different insight into the game is always kind of fun. Thanks. I should say hey first. That's like how I should talk. Thanks, you too. All right, so I'm assuming that they're playing Augustus's Prov deck. That's like the cool Prov deck right now. Augustus has warned us not to play it. So maybe they didn't. Maybe they took that heat. But just to look at it really quickly, it has a bunch of advanceable traps. It is Vlad gridding. It is going to give core damage. It doesn't have a lot of ice. 4 strength ice. Oh, that's fine. So we'll go. Please be the core damage Prov. Why is it not Anoetic? That wins games. But Garza kill is fun. Okay. Bologna Fly on the Wall Off-World Office. Fly on the Wall is fun. It's a Hermes out of 10 problem, but it is a cool effect. Opening hand. Boomerang, Monkeywrench, Chisel. I would almost keep this because of Monkeywrench. Oh, okay. No way. So if they are like just grinding, you know, advanceable ice stuff, it's nice to destroy the advanceable ice. Because I don't like advanceable ice. I'm gonna maul. Better, much better. I do think you have no reason to install Monkeywrench in this deck based on how you're breaking ice. Yeah, it's for how we're chiseling ice. Audrey's much worse with Monkeywrench than most breakers. Chisel would prefer another Devil Charm 10 times out of 10. Yeah. Okay. So if we run, they get an advancement. If we run this, they get an advancement. Do we get checklist on turn 1? We can't dirty laundry because it could be an NGO front. They at least don't get their probability if it's an NGO front because it doesn't work like that. But this is like, this is shell game. Generally for shell game, a lot of people just like focus centrals and say like, okay, I'm just going to tunnel you. And then ideally, if you're playing enough traps, your centrals are softer than having to worry that this is a Scion. We need to keep cards up in hand. They could score a blown next turn. They could crypto crash us, but like, let's get a bit of a read on the deck because I think that's an NGO front. We've got to read on the deck really quickly. I don't think we could have got a faster read on the deck. So now Clearinghouse kills us. That's fun. We will trash this. We lost our economy. I think we were doing some speed reading there. So I think we'll just do draw so we don't die to Clearinghouse. And we're gonna remove the tag. In theory, you can float a tag. It's fine. Oh man, I'm genuinely getting annoyed at Behold. I don't think they have no money, so this has to be an NGO. They didn't res too. Mind you, Checkus is free. Urtica is free. That's a somewhat of a downside. Oh, it's an NGO. Okay, great. All right, they drew after. There's like no reason to crack the NGO front. It's like super in your best interest not to crack the NGO front there, because if I face check HQ and think you have no money, and then you can res like a bad piece of ice and scare you. So that's a really big thing. I think we've seen a lot of players on stream just crack NGO fronts way sooner than they need to, right? Like as long as there's a trap on the table, I have to play around it, right? And even if I run it, I waste a click and you get an NGO front. There's like 7 different angles in which cracking the NGO front preemptively, it doesn't do. It's like actively not great. Okay, we have Boomerang Hippo. That's fun. Audrey does get a counter from that. I think we want to hammer Centrals because they're clearly playing some amount of traps, and that's very good. Now, Hippo Boomerang, they could strand our Boomerang. That would be sad. So, like, this is overkill, right? Because if we Boomerang and they don't res, it's the thing. I want to run now because they probably don't have a good prov trigger. What's the worst face check here? Is a mess in chest, though. Okay. VSA would be a bit annoying. Cool, that's fine. That's genuinely fine. That seems bad if you don't think about it, because next turn we're going to do Hippo Boomerang. We'll take it down. So they spent 5, we lost 3. It's okay. We'll spend more resources on it. Don't worry about the math. We will un-Hoshiko this turn. Chisel Charm would be fine on this. I think we just do draw and we strike fund, because I don't think we're going to get the Audrey down soon. Having the Fermenter would have been really nice. That was like our backup economy. Don't you dare advance that card. Don't do it. So we definitely want to get an access this turn. Running Archives at a minimum is a click for a card and credit. That being said, Probabtivos plays around Hoshiko in a really good way, right? Like there's a lot of decks that want to run 1 a turn, and getting a free advancement is worth a lot of money. They had a Formicary on the table, and you laundry Archives. Do they get a window to crack the NGO front to move a Formicary before you successful run? Yes, because Formicary fires on Breach. So you say access, and if they say yes access, you can res the NGO front, and then we hit the breach step. So 100%. Hippo Boomer and HQ is nice. Yeah, that's entirely the plan. You gotta turn the stream off. You gotta turn the stream off, Night Yoke. What is this? Yeah, Formicary fires on. Oh yeah, it fires on approach, not on breach. I'm thinking Managarm. So Formicary, yeah, because it pushes you back. You can still do it, but on approach, you say, do you want to access? Then you fire the NGO, then it'll fire. Yeah. So it's slightly before, but it does still work out. Why would you ice that up? I'm checking this. It could be a Scion. I don't know. Managarm and Formicary Framelessly fire at the same time? No, I know, but it goes Managarm, Formicary, Managarm. Like in theory, the Managarm always goes first, and then the Formicary goes. I know it's the same window, but the Managarm fires first. Okay, sorry, thinking. I don't think I really want to go for a single that bad. If we check anything, we check server 2. With a steel skin in hand, it's a shame. We'll get that down and we'll run it. I don't know, we can take 2 tags here. It is what it is. We want to get an access anyways. We're playing into traps. We're just gonna, yeah, that's not good. It's an Urtica. Great. I don't think we trashed this. I don't think they're on Trick of Light. They could be. So we lost a Boomerang. That's fine. I think they're going to put traps on the table. That's my read. On 3 credits, what can they res here? They've got their free advancement, so we can consider running R&D. On 3 credits, they could res that little sentry that advances things. Like if fire a non-sync, it would be exactly the same result. Yeah. They could crack NGO in the paid ability window before the approach, but you wouldn't have a Probivos counter at this point. Yes, yeah. You can't fire NGO front after you get a Probivos counter, period, right? It doesn't matter with the interaction. I'm going for a single here. Like, I don't know what to steal. Like, we can't steal Bologna. Ideally, we hit like a crypto crash. Like 4-2s are really hot. Oh, that's fine. I think we're happy that they res that now. We're gonna get a card and a credit. So like this Urtico is slightly worse. Do we remove a tag? We haven't seen any tag punishment, but like they're trying to hurt us. Maybe the end of the line would kill us. Okay, so now we know what we need to tunnel. Ping dies to Chisel very, very quickly. I think we can slow down here because this sort of deck probably, barring like just wild plays where they put agendas on the table, is going to take a long time to score out. It doesn't look like they're on, you know, Biotic Red Planet Couriers combo, which like, that's good. So we can just slow down every other turn, run archives. If they advance the mess to chest, so it's a bit problematic. This Hippo gets beaten by just this ice, even if it's not rezzed. But ideally, we find our Stargate or whatever other multi-X's we have a conduit and go. This just feels like an Anarch deck with not a lot of pressure, and Monkeywrench does nothing. But so sorry about that. That ice on HQ is so good for them. Okay, so they're going to replace this eventually. They don't have that much money. We haven't seen any econ cards yet, besides NGO, so like no hedges, no yodels. Oh, so that's the reason why we should trash that, right? Because now they have a server to protect the Vladislavsk city grid, right? And now if we run it, they can move the counters over there. They get one good fast advance from hand, so I don't know how worried we are about that. We probably should be like slightly concerned. But now if we run, they advance the Vlad grid. And it's hard for us to interact with that because no matter what, we'll end up taking, what is it, 4 damage. So yeah, actually that was worth considering. I forgot that people use that to protect the thing. So R&D is open, no big deal. I think we want to wait for them to commit more to the table and then we can like pressure R&D, but we more need our pressure card. Oshiko's flipped out. We haven't seen him have a virus yet, but we can run archives for a card and a credit. It gives them a free advancement. I honestly don't know if that's worth the trade. Oh, it's here. I don't know if it's worth the trade. Spend a click to get a card and a credit, so slightly better than click, but they get an advancement, which is worth more than a card and a credit. I think unfortunately some part of me wants to like get rid of this. I think we probably chisel charm the Messney. If you go server 1 now, they can't move the counter. Yeah, I know, but they just advanced the we still just take an Urtica for 4, right? We still take 4 damage. I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna let them score out 1 agenda. Okay, so this is good too, because then we can like chisel pressure the mess and chestfo. If they res the outermost, maybe we have a line here. But I want to threaten centrals, because if they're going to set up a, what's it called, a Vladislavsk city grid, they have to hold the agenda in hand. Yeah, the advanced card is Urtica, we know that. We didn't trash it, because it costs 2, and we're like, this doesn't matter. And yeah, it does actually matter. All right, good Hippo respect. Not that I'll Hippo ping, but that's good. So we've gone through a lot of cards. There has to be agendas in HQ here. So I think the play would be, we have to put the chisel on here and run HQ with the Botulus. Let's get some pressure here. We don't have a cookbook. 1 subroutine probably gets us far enough. I don't know what ice they play with 2 subroutines. If it's a double message chestfo, they bankrupt themselves, so we still get through. Worst case would be like hitting him a virus on HQ. But this is what the deck is trying to do, right? And you see how the Monkeywrench is really good with it. Yeah, no worries. They can res a pink here, they can res a funhouse. We still get the botchos through the funhouse, and we can clear a tag. And then on encounter, we chisel Devil Charm this. We're going to clear maybe 2 ice this turn if they res here. I think they just might not res, but it just deadens this botulus. So we'll see. This is hard. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have a VIG or anything. So I'm not sure what would be happiest for them res. Few? Uh-oh. That's not good for us. You're going to kill all my ices. Well, some of them. All right. We got a message Chesso down. It only costs us, it costs us something. Continue counter ice. So we'll Devil Charm first. So reduces the strength by 6 RFGs. And now the chisel eats it on encounter. So we're in. We got Hoshiko. They can advance the Urtica or the Vlad grid. They should go for the Vlad grid. Hate to see it. There has to be agendas in here. We can't threaten Bologna, but we will trash that so we don't lose to that. Now we have a lot of threat on HQ. We're going to get a card and a credit. I think we just draw. They could purge out. If we do, we lose all the fermenter, but I think that's okay. We don't actually have a lot of ways to spend money. But we're going to start with 1 credit and an extra card next turn. And now the botchless Hippo, they need to put another ice on HQ, which costs more credits. What's that really bad Shaper card that makes installing extra ice cost more money? It's a shame that card's 2 influence and the worst faction for it. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, this is what they have to do. And so now we're not threatening to break this until we get the Audrey down. This is tricky. This is where like you want to contaminate. We might crack the Fermenter here. I'd argue that if they purge next turn to do nothing, we're okay. Getting the Simulchip down is important. I think we'll just draw, install the Simulchip credit. That's a good for the next turn. As soon as though we run Archives, they advance the Vlad Grid. Mind you, Vlad Grid is what to res? 3 or 4? I think it's 3. It's expensive. It's 3, yeah. So to advance a card, it costs 5 credits because they have to do install, advance, res. Okay. I'm going to ask for action in case they purge. No, they can't purge. This has to be an advanceable card. So we know this is a Vlad Grid. So we might not run here. We can take 10 credits, which is good. It might be good to off-hold these credits because they might crypto crash us and then we lose these credits. I don't know if we're worried about this being a clearinghouse. Oh, no, it can't be because it's on top of an asset. So we probably just keep drawing through a deck and finding, we would love to have here. The Devil Charm is really nice because we can Simulchip, trash the Fermenter run. So I think that's what we set up for. I just wish we had more HQ pressure. I think we need the Imp. Okay, that's good HQ pressure. That's really good HQ pressure. So I think we install this in credit, and then next turn we crack the Fermenter run HQ. This botchless will break it. Hippo says the first time you break all subroutines on the outermost piece of ice. So if we Devil Charm chisel the outermost piece of ice, does Hippo work on the innermost? Asking for a friend. We're choosing to tunnel HQ, which is fine. Like they've gone through 17 cards, no agendas, no filtering. Yes. Okay. Thanks, man. Okay. A weird thing I realized with Restream is that like the speed of someone says something in Twitch versus YouTube, it's just slower to get the other side. They purged. I think that's fine. If they do nothing, we do nothing, and that's totally okay. Like we didn't need 10 credits. Arguably all we needed was like 3 credits. Like here we do click. Which is about Hippo the innermost. So the idea is that if we chisel charm the outermost, don't break any subroutines, then Hippo will fire on the innermost after that. Yeah. Putting more ice in front of botchless protects the server from Simulchip botchless combo. Putting more ice on the outermost. Yes, if they put a 3rd ice on HQ. And for what it's worth, like I don't really have to ice the remote server, but we're just letting them ripen in HQ, the agendas. So yeah, there's ways to beat this, which is just how much ice does the deck have. I don't imagine it has more than 12. Okay, so if we go here, we can do Fermenter. We go up to 11. Then we Dirty Laundry HQ. Whatever this is, we chip charm it. Then botchless gets through this almost guaranteed, and we can Hippo it. So I think here we do Fenris run HQ. It means we still can't steal Bologna, but it means we can bring back 2 more Dirty Laundries. I don't love Dirty Laundry. We need to steal an agenda though before they fast advance out of 4-2. I think you saw your Hermes advance the 3rd ice. It'd be the first time the event matching the description happened. I have to leave for an admittedly interesting meeting, but are we not doing Freakonomics but for ice anymore? No, we got through it. We solved all ice. We figured out all the maths. This is aggressive. This is more aggressive than it must be, but... Oh, no, that's not right. Maybe we should leave this because it's their best economy card, but ideally here we're still going to access with Bologna credits, which is good. We want to steal the 4-2s, like the remasters, before they score out, because I guess they could be on Crypto Crash, but remaster makes sense. These ideas work in practice. Ping, mind you, works. It should cost 1-2 -1 1 +1 because of this. Oh, data loop. All right. Shame if I trash that. So they really want to hurt us, but that shouldn't be a surprise. So we're going to chisel on top of it, playing real healthy Netrunner, continue encounter. Devil Charm, it's gone. You paid 7 for that. Now if they res this one, we botchless and Hippo it. This is what the deck wants to do. This is the best example we have of it so far, and largely them not having a robust economy helps. Magnet would be the worst case here by a mile, so they can't res that. Breach server. Hosh, the only even choice we have is actually 2 fermenters is really good. That's better than anything else. Steal an agenda. They advance of Vlad Grid, so we really need to steal an agenda. Fuck. They can't score an agenda though, it's too expensive. Then we install fermenter. And then every turn we're pressuring HQ. Until they get another piece of ice there, which is difficult. But they clearly want to tag us, so we have to worry about check of Scions. I wonder if they can do like the fly on the wall and then like hit us with some combo piece. The next thing that we want here, we're gonna get Hashiko draw as like an imp. We need to like trash the pressure in HQ. Man, playing Hermes would actually be pretty good too. Like just, I don't know, is Hermes better than Obkuri? Ooh, how much more ice destruction can we get through? Devil Charm luckily removes itself from the game. Same with Hippo. Market Force is a choice of violence? Yeah, but that's like checkist violence. Okay, so we can pressure HQ again. We do Boomerang on the outermost. If they res it, we Hippo it. And then we're no longer threatening this, but it is Botulist, so who cares, right? We can get triple Dirty Laundry. A third advancement on this only matters if it's a clearinghouse. We know it's an upgrade, though. Like, that's the downside of this, is we know it's not... We know it has to be a Livdisbersk. Maybe. We're actually on 3-2, I think. Maybe getting the Audrey down is reasonable here. We're just going to run HQ. Advancements on 2 cards is kind of weird. Yeah, it means that we know this is a Livdisbersk, but they're going to protect it anyways. That's the hope. We're just tunneling. We're in the mines. We're just digging through. That meme about not stop digging because you find the diamonds or whatever poison that was. So they could strain the Boomerang here, but then we're doing what we want to do anyways. Now, if they res this, we use Botchels counters and we can't Hippo it because it's not the outermost, even if it's not resed. Breach Server, 2 cards from the heap. Eventually we'll do double Simulchip here. I think it only makes sense to do double Dirty. HQ flooded by... I know. I can't believe we haven't seen an agenda. Like, what the heck? They've gone through 19 cards, no filtering. We've seen the same market forces 20 times. I think we go back. This is clearly a loss of value because we're not getting Steve here, but this seems to be a free run, and like double running into Prov is good. Clearly a skill issue. Tell me about it. Like, what? What's going on? Oh no, we need an HQ pressure card. We need a Waking Plant. I just can't believe we haven't found an agenda yet. And let alone they have a Vladisbersk and they can afford it here. Oh, this has to be a toll booth or 7 cost dice. This is probably a very expensive one. If they res 7, I think we're okay with it. Maybe card in Archives the Vanity Project. It's a government takeover, just hanging out in there. All right, sure, Gamble is a good draw because we can do Gamble run HQ, get 2 gambles. We're doing good on value. No toll booth res. Watch us at 4. We know there's no virus on the table. They're advancing this. We know it's an upgrade, so like I don't think we care. No sorting. I did the matching problem. Don't show me any... What the hell? I'm checking this because I am paranoid. This makes no sense. Self-growth. Market forces. Where are the agendas? Oh, there's a toll booth in the Hippo. Yeah, that's actually totally true. Where the heck are the agendas? I want to draw here, but the problem is if we draw here, we throw out Audrey, Monkeywrench, and I can't do that. The deck is on 3x more. Yeah, they woke up and chose violence. That's for sure. What if they're in R&D? Yeah, that would be the worst case, but I think we just wait. The thing is, like, now if they top deck an agenda, like, it might make sense that they don't have agendas, because if they top deck an agenda, they'll just Vlad it out. That being said, they've Vlad it out, unless it's an off-world office. They're going to be at not enough credits that we can contest this, and there won't be a trap there anymore. We have to draw. I know a good video if you want to know where the agendas are. I did the math. It makes no sense. They're 20 cards in, and we've seen no agendas. I don't want to run last click as a snare. That's like how we die. I think we could play Audrey, but it gunks up our MU, and we most likely need Botulus. I'm going to play the sure gamble. This is not a good play, but it's the play we have. I would rather draw in there and throw out the Monkeywrench, but for you, I did not. That's right. For you. No, they're not scoring. They don't have it. What is this game of Netrunner? Is there any chance this is a Hydra? Hey, Where are your agendas? If you could let me know that one. We're just clean 20 cards in, give or take. This must be clearinghouse. We know it's not, right? We saw one clearinghouse, but we know that this is an Urtica, so that has to be an upgrade, right? If we didn't know that, we'd be scared. What's your stream schedule so I can catch you earlier? Ilya, how's it going? I kind of want to run that. So we stream Tuesdays at noon 15 Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Montreal, if that helps. And then Thursday nights we stream at 8:45. You actually can find the schedule. I put it in the YouTube notes once I publish it, or on Twitch. I know you're on YouTube, but that's it. It's usually Tuesday afternoons and then Thursday evenings. Okay. So now the thing they can do is they can res, they can move 2 damage to clearinghouse. On our turn, they can move 2 damage to clearinghouse, and they can do a 4 damage clearinghouse. Now, clearinghouse means that they can put 3 tokens on whatever this is. I think we just let this go. It could be another clearinghouse, and they could be playing as few agendas as possible. That is a frightening reality. If we run HQ, what do we have? We have double dirty laundry again. That's something. We need to draw our console. What card draw do we have access to? Steelskin. Which represents 4 damage after clearinghouse, 5 if you run. Yeah, if we run, it's 2, 4, 5. So I'd rather them score out an agenda here. And maybe we don't run and we just like chill. Wait, are we on 3 of these? Oh my god. We went full evil. We are on 3 of these. Price last click. F it. Chisel, hippo, chisel. Wait, did I wait a second? That was wrong. I had a hippo. I forgot. Do you mind? These 2 decks are made for each other. Yeah, I forgot we had a hippo installed. So we just ate. You gotta write that in too. Thank you. There's a chance we need to install Audrey and draw for Steelskin in hand. Yeah, that actually might be reasonable. We've only played 1 Steelskin, but getting the Audrey down means that... Okay, so we have to do draw, right? That's what we did on our last turn? Yeah. So I guess we'll just chisel this. So there goes our MU. And then install the Devil Charm. If we don't run, we can't die. Obviously, this is a bit bad. We'll see. Did you figure Monkeywrench into your calculations? Oh, I should technically want to do strength lower than printed. Monkeywrench ruins corp economy. Should be ready to eat a degree mill? Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. But I think they might be unbullied. Like, they're not. Yeah, I think this has to be clearinghouse. So I think getting an Audrey down is like the best we have. Ooh, our boomerang. It is stranded. Okay, we need to get an MU piece. We have 18 cards left. We have 2 Knob Curies. Pivot to Conduit R&D. I'm worried about face checking into this. Because we have no way of breaking it functionally. We also have cookbooks, 3 of 18. Like, we should draw once here. I'm discarding this one. Is that cool? You don't need 2 of them, right? If I install Monkeywrench on here, Chisel doesn't eat the ping. We have to hit it. Boomerang stranding. Okay, Steelskin is good. So I think we hit the fermenter, install Audrey, and then we just don't die to things. Okay, everyone. For 5 seconds, we're just gonna close our eyes, okay? Just like, ooh, look away for like a second. Just like a second, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay, how do I shuffle my heap? I need a Nautilus's on the top. How do I shuffle it? It doesn't do it. Shit. So this could be a virus. But if it was, why would they trash it? Be cool and themed to Monkeywrench should be -3, -2 server, -1 to the rest. Be pretty poisonous. Because I think you would just play as many Monkeywrenches as you could, and then you just play Amakua. Right? Like, you just play 3 Monkeywrench Amakua. Maybe they could trash Rice, but who knows? Okay, so the agendas have to be somewhere. That would be wild. The wrench been played yet? As long as there's no follow-up questions, yes. Yeah, we made a play with the Monkeywrench last turn. Okay, with Steelskin in hand, we're relatively safe. If they put another advancement on here, whatever. If they put an advancement on here, my interest is peaked. If we run HQ, this face check is a bit scary. We want a Simulchip. There's 2 Simulchip in 16. There's a Knobkery. There's a lot of reasons to go into the deck. Monkeywrench should have just had the Hush movement ability text. Yes, I would like it if we could move it. Worse, it's a Hippo where you don't have to break the ice, which is wild. I don't know what to do. It's traps. That's an axis that we're not ready to be attacked on. Do we force a res on HQ? I think we do. Let's get a read of how many more market forces they have. Res something big. Hey, what happened to the Monkeywrench? Looked away for a minute? Yeah, you did exactly what we wanted to. This one, they hit it with net damage. We had no say over it. Yeah, the Ortica hit this Monkeywrench. It was the snare. The snare hit the Monkeywrench. Oh shit, if this is a Hydra, it's really quite bad. That is what it is. We can Devil Charm other stuff and Audrey through it. Right? Like if they res something, we can Devil Charm Audrey Hippo. It's kind of cool. It's me as a snare. Yeah, no worries. If we replaced every Monkeywrench, okay, hold on. I'm going to say this. We shouldn't get angry about it. If we replaced every Monkeywrench with an imp, would the deck be better? Yes. Prophet Hydra would be left field pick. That's kind of the thing, though. It's like when Hydra fires and you res it for 5, when people are not expecting it, like the one see? You see? Oh. Shame that it's... Oh, we have no virus counters. Oh, no. Audrey's liking the virus counters to break it. Yeah, so true. So true. We'll be back. What? I mean, no, I don't want to fire that. Let me redo this. I thought we were hitting continue. We're going to chisel that eventually. Like they resed it for 5. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Shit. Sorry. What? Undo action? Okay, that's a new one. I really need to make undo click merch. I think that's the merch I want to make. Not my branding, but just like / undo click. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We just chisel, Hydra, run back. They res it for 5, which is like something. No. So this fires. We have a tag. We should clear that. We don't make a successful run here. So I think we just clear the tag, lick our wounds, go on with our day. I think we draw once for cookbook. Right. But we have no MU. I don't like that. Big snarky boy has 1 turn to live max. Yeah. So we should do that for obvious reasons. And then what do we do with our last click? Oh, yo, did you see that thing on the, there were, I'm not good at distractions. Oh, it's Rashida. Nice. That's good. That means there'll be agendas in hand, right? And they won't like put another ice in front of the Hydra. Right? We really just want an Knobkery here so bad. Drop the chisel on the ping for MU. I don't want to because we've already committed to it. It would probably be correct. I think throwing out the Monkeywrench from hand is probably the right play, like, let's be honest. But ping is actually really annoying because we have no breakers in the deck. So getting rid of the ping is like totally worth its salt. And then like we'll Simulchip that turn, hopefully. Never seen the card on the top of the heap. Can you tell chat what it's named? Steve. The one above the heap. It's DJ Fenner Steve. Yeah, this is a really good mid to late game value engine. That's fine, I think. Where's a cookbook? Like we have 5 cards in the bottom 15 that are all like, okay, thanks. So here I think we do nothing, and then next turn we install Botulus, we Hippo this, we Chisel Charm that, and we go. There are 22 cards left in R&D. Like, Smart Redistributor is the best late game value engine. You say that, and then I play Artist unironically in World Tree Arsana. Which honestly, Smart Redistributor is a one of in World Tree Arsana is like probably fair. I think the no, Drew, that's probably not it. I think people know the text on this one. Headline? Shit. So they're gonna SGP what? Market forces for 3. They have the self-growth program here. Cool. I don't think we care whatever they return. What are they going to return? The Spotulus? Returning the Knob Kuri would be bad. So now in theory we should run this, but we should just run HQ. First agenda, 21 cards in R&D. So self-growth programming is going to return two to hand. It's not that bad. None of our cards are that expensive. We don't actually know what to do with this sort of money. It's probably DJ Audrey, right? Trashing DJ is actually probably better than returning to hand, right? Playing around at GB by simply not drawing knob, yeah, right? Yeah, I think they just trashed this. How's it going, by the way, Drew? It's Cookbook. Oh, Cookbook above the heap, yeah. No, we have 3 of these. This is really good. Art's really good, too. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so we remove the tag. We have to pressure because they can score out another card from hand. So we chisel and Hydra. We're still over MU. Oh, wow, we're way over MU. I'm trashing this Audrey. Wait, but then the Audrey will get 2 counters this turn? We have an MU issue. We generally need the Knob Kuri. But I think we have to run HQ at all costs. So I think we're going to trash the Audrey. Botulus, this, chisel this, run last click, hit a snare. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and sometimes you're going to make this bad play. We died a snare so easily, but I'm not sitting here for another turn doing nothing. No way. I think they installed a snare in their mode server and discarded it. No further. Okay. Playing ground hippo. Chisel. Oops. Devil Charm. Okay. We need to steal the 4-2 agenda from hand that we're going to lose to. It did its thing. It was cool. It's a fun house. Whoa, they didn't res this a while ago. Huh, that's really good. I guess we'll end the run here and they can score out an agenda. So in theory here we die to like end the line, fly on the wall. Oh no, we have steel skin. Oh, but we threw out our Audrey. Oh, it's fine. Still good. If they bounce DJ, are you allowed to pick Steve a second time? The whole RFG, the hosted ID is so weird. Yeah, you definitely are. Rego. Oh, we don't care. Wait, what does DJ say? It doesn't RFG anything, does it? No. No, yeah, you're totally allowed to. Because I don't think it's your collection. I think it's a collection. All right. How do we deal with Funhouse? I can't believe we've gone through 29 cards and we've seen 1 agenda. So we take a tag running HQ. They advance a Vlad grid. That's fine. They didn't push on an agenda though, so it's really, really strange. Like, are they only a 5/3s? It says remove the hosted identity from the game. Wait, actually? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But where do you get the identity from? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I don't actually know. I didn't realize it said that. It's just so it doesn't go to your discard pile, right? Okay, so we run first click. We can take the Funhouse tag, whatever. They can advance the Vlad grid. That's fine. Here we can steal skin. We're trying to get an advancements on, I don't honestly know what. Like at some point, if they don't draw, Stargate wins the game. I think we can steal skin here. Okay, so Simulchip for some flexibility. We'll run HQ. Glass click clear tag. We hit a snare. We have 2 tags. That's going to be a problem. DJ's killed. Remove the ID from your collection. You just give it to someone else. Eventually, you'll get theirs back when they lose their DJ. Okay, so we could trash this by chiseling it slowly. I think that's the only way we can destroy this. I don't think we want to do it now, but if we chisel this slowly, we can get rid of it. The chisel will come in at 1 strength. In theory, we missed the window, but we could have made it 2 strength. This is where like you would put the Monkeywrench here, right? Player may bring any number of additional runner identity cards along with their decks. Oh, the cards are kept in the pile outside the game, so you can look as many as you have to. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, it's a legacy game, Rohit. Yeah, you rip it up. So we'll take a tag. We'll break it. We'll steal blown it. We'll clear the tag. It's that simple sometimes. The ruling should have been that you need to bring 2 Steves in your wishboard in order to choose. Was wishboard a term for that in like Magic? Yeah, there you go. We call their shots. We're at 8 credits. We're going to get oppoed for 4 tags here. Which means we should respond on their turn potentially by like simul-chipping the chisel for a fermenter. Just to get money though. But we know they have an oppo in hand. Okay, real talk. Oppo, is it better than HHN? I think we'd all agree yes. But my problem with Oppo is so many folks are using it as an attritional piece as opposed to a playmaking piece. And I don't like that. This is my experience. It's not the most important experience, but I dislike how Oppo is used as an attritional piece. Like, it was not a play. It was just like, oh, you're going to have less things to do on your turn. I think we should have simulchipped on the last turn. Do we actually need money? We should play more Thule then. Yeah, exactly. Next turn, you might just run into a funhouse several times. It'd be easier if you had Monkeywrench on the server. Yeah. I think on their turn, we should have... I think I do this on your turn, because they're going to oppo us again, right? So on their turn, we'll simulchip the chisel, so it'll come in with a cookbook and have another counter. We just clear 3 tags. We're getting low in simulchips, and we lost a DJ, so we're actually going to run out of pressure. So we'll get the fermenter. So cookbook fermenter, we're just going to put another counter on it. Now we're playing around crypto. Oppo's as fun as HHN had way more counterplay legit. The thing is, like, if you had enough money, you beat HHN and you didn't have to worry about the attritional aspects of it. Here we have to worry about the attritional aspects of it, right? Like, we're just gonna get 2 more Oppos. Like, I don't know. I think maybe we should pivot to R&D. I think we maybe should have, but we've spent too much resources on this. Because we don't have breakers, right? Like, we throw out Audrey. So the worst case is next turn they can do move 2 counters, triple advance. So they're probably gonna square it up Lona. They have some really big ice though. Like, face checking is genuinely very, very hard. But yeah, we're this book is describing how we are. Do we need money? No, we need cards. Now we need money. We suddenly need money. I think Oppo will become less attritionally strong with the rotation of SGP and market forces. Yeah, I do agree. I think it's a bummer that there's like, just like keep you down. I'm okay if the tags are like they've shipment full of disperse, right? Shipment from Vlad could even remove tags. I don't care. But yeah, the fact that it's like just worth attritionally doing it over and over again, I don't think is actually that fun. Purge is big value here. I don't think we care about Purge. Like, what are we doing with money? I think they want to win. I don't think they want to Purge. So we could crack this fermenter, gain 8, install the Knob Curry. But like, what are we doing in the Knob Curry? We're so far behind. I just can't believe we saw that many cards on HQ and got nothing for it. How do we run R&D? We can't break ping. We have, okay, let's take stock. Quartermaster. All our chisels are in the bin. So we have a boomerang to break the ping. We have no more botulists to break the ping, besides 1 Simulchip. We literally threw out their second Audrey. That is on me. I should have realized that was a second Audrey. We have very few ways to break ice from this part on. It was messed up the Boom was 3 influence? Sort of. Boom had a lot more counterplay then. Like, there was a lot of plays where like you were trying to trash Boom, and that was actually exciting. Or the double mattered, or the 4 credits mattered. Yeah, we're cooked. We just have to figure out what's our best line to potentially get out of here. We ideally want to run this. We know if we go tagged, we're just like going to be crushed out of the game. But we just can't break ping. We can run HQ once, take a tag. It's not very good. So ideally, if they score out this turn, they don't push, we could run HQ maybe. If that's the case, we could probably take a turn off, install this fermenter, click for credit. Whatever. Boom had downsides that made it fine at 3 influence. Yeah, Boom was actually like, there was a lot of fun lines against Boom. And then the fact that like you had to do consulting visit into Boom in a lot of decks gave you even more counterplay, because that was like your whole turn and cost like what, 7 or 6? I forget what consulting visit cost. I think it was 2. Yeah, they just purged. That's fine. We don't need the money now. We can just do click for 4. We'll draw click for 3. That's better than click for credit. We need to find our Simulchip. I just think more operations need to be trashable in general. I don't know how I feel about that. Losing your win condition to single axis is like rough, but also like trashing Boom is fun. Trashing Oppo would be interesting because it turns on the other Oppos, but yeah. We might as well play that. Maybe actually we shouldn't play that because it plays way harder into Crypto Crash. Yeah, Boom was nice that it ended the game, yeah. Like, that's why I think my biggest problem with SGP and Market Forces is it doesn't end the game. While things like Vladisibirsk actually push the game forward in a more like obvious way. They overinstalled. They needed advanced Vlad grid ones. Oh, they're moving over. Okay. So they can score out of 4-2. 3-2, Beal. How many agendas? They have like a legitimate agenda density and we're not finding them. What the heck is going on here? Save for the real 4 points in Arcas at the end of the game. I don't know what's going on. Now with the Spin Doctor, maybe, but like they're running a like just as many 5-3. I thought it would be tomorrow's headline and all the 5-3s, but apparently they're running Beals and we haven't found anything. Oh man, this is rough. I don't care if we Ertica into this, right? We don't actually, we need the Nobkri. We kind of do. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. They had the whole game in R&D, I know, but just they drew really weird. I just thought they were waiting on the Vlad grid, which made it go safe. Funny discarded the Rio server 2 as a bait. It didn't look like it could go through. They've been putting traps on top of this a lot. I think they just want the traps to go off. Whether or not we can run it, it's kind of hard to tell. So I don't blame them for thinking we can run it. Like, it would make some sense. But yeah, they've been doing that a lot. But they just want the traps to go off, right? Like, they're playing this deck so they can hit people with Urticas. It tracks. They put an Urtica back in the deck with Spin Doctor, right? On that note, you want to run Urtica? I think we run this because it's probably, what's it called, Rashida. So I will install this. We still have Rashida money. This could be 2 tags with Checkist. Probably is. We haven't seen a Checkist so far. Yeah, it turns out it is a trap. No matter what the advancement of the Vlad grid is going to cost us the game, but we have to trash Rashida. Actually, it was better that we don't trash Rashida because if they fire Rashida but only have 1 advancement here, we probably still lose. Now the issue is like we actually have no way to run any server besides HQ. So I think if anything, we run HQ here and we float a tag. I think we run HQ and float a tag. They can't fast advance out of Bologna. We can't steal Bologna. So maybe we get 6 credits, run HQ, float a tag. Like, what are they going to do? Oppo us? They're going to Oppo us whatever, so we might as well spend the money. Oh, we typed out for a second there at the wrong time. But, like, we need money to steal Bologna. They have to have agendas in here. If they have a 3-2 or 4-2, they don't win, so it's about stealing the Bologna. Yeah, we'll get Oppo no matter what. And this is where, like, attritional Oppo is not that interesting. Like, they don't make a play with it. It's just like, by the way, that Rashida cost you your whole turn and 8 more credits. It's like, that's not fun. Yeah. I wonder if Oppo would be interesting where, like, you could choose to clear the tags for free, but you lost the clicks guaranteed. Right? Like, you can just get a free turn from the corporation, but they don't lose the 8 credits. But they have to commit to it before you jam. I guess if it has to be terminal. I don't know. I'd be more interested if it was still like a loss of time, but a loss of credits and time is absurd. I'll take a tag. We could use the counter on this. We don't have to. But 2 tags means we lose the Vlad grid, so we should play around it slightly. This is fine. This is why we have Fermenter. What's going on? What is this game? It's so wild. I don't know what they be shuffled back in. Market Forces, fine. Spin, fine. Like, that was soft punishment. Yeah, you should spin there before you Market Forces. SGP. Losing the Fermenter would be a bit annoying. We lost the Nobkri and the Fermenter. Cool. Yeah, I know. Like, this is, we just don't play the game anymore with this sort of tag punishment. So now we just run HQ. We do credit gamble, run HQ. Twice. We just go as tag me as possible. We've seen 2 Market Forces, 2 SGPs. I know they have a Spin Doctor, but we lose to a lot of things. Rotation can't come fast enough. Yeah, the FFG tag punishment cards are absolute grinds. They should reprint Old Scorch so you at least die here. Nah. We'll take a tag. We don't have to take all the tags in the world because of Market Forces, so we'll break this. It doesn't cost us anything. Okay. Are they just top decking every agendas? Like, we can't get through pink. Like, let's just let it be known. We actually cannot get through pink here. I wonder if running archives does make sense. There's 13 cards left in R&D. Their whole hand is tag punishment. They're going to top deck an agenda because there's like 8 agendas in 13, and they're going to fast advance out no matter what. Oh my. What's happening? Is your only real breaker Audrey? Yeah, Audrey Boomerang. Okay, they can still draw into it. Apparently they don't have it. We just can't break a ping. Okay, now they have it. Because they can put 6 advancements in instant speed. Okay. They don't have it. What? Oh, Simulchip, that's sick. We can break 1 ice. What's going on? What is going on? They don't have an agenda in HQ. If they had a 5-3, they would have scored it. They drew into it. So we have to threaten Spin Doctor. We have to run R&D. We have a single Simulchip. We don't have a Knob Curry. We can't break the ping. Funny enough, the only way we could break the ping is like get down an Ice Carver. Time to go R&D. We can't break the outermost ice. We have to hope it's a funhouse. Like our only play here is hope it's a funhouse. And then steal every non-Bologna agenda. Conduit online. We have an econ issue. That makes the botches on pig. Yeah, it's our only play. But like this has to not end the run. If it's Hydra, it's pretty bad. Yeah. That makes no sense. Not for deck construction. Oops, we're cooked. But like, how have we... R&D is like... How many agendas are in R&D? We're assuming they have nothing in hand, right? Because they drew for it. So that means 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 11 points and 11 cards in R&D. No, Chisel comes in with 1 counter? Yeah, but how do we now we're cooked, right? Isn't that enough? Wait. No, yeah. 2 pings we can't deal with, right? Times to concede? Yes. Yeah, we should concede. We in theory should run archives and then concede. I don't know what's happening. That was really weird. This deck has some issues. We should probably run some real breakers and then just probably play Virus Anarch. Monkeywrench is bad. If you thought about sliding admin to your list, would be good here. Yeah, when they self-growth program it after we pay 6. Is that a Monkeywrench? How's it going? Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It's a shame we lost both of them to Snare before we could do anything with them, but they've been really good in this list. So what could we possibly do? Audrey for counter? No. Chisel does kill it as long as we do it on approach. Then the second ping doesn't do anything. They don't have agendas in HQ. What else can we get? Huh. Okay. Trash this. We'll get the Monkeywrench. Yeah. It's pretty good now. Played a weird admin Monkeywrench thing, was fun. Oh, cool. Like Monkeywrench admin with like Vernissage is probably fun in Shaper. That actually might be a bit fun. It's here. Doing work. Hopefully they brick. We obviously shouldn't have done that play. We're going to do that just to inflate the JNet stats of Monkeywrench. And by inflate, I mean bring down. We actually want this cookbook in hand. Because if they trash this cookbook, it closes what lines for us? We have no more Audreys. We have no Chisels. Yeah, let's just imagine it closes some lines. I don't know what the worst discard is there. Maybe chip Audrey and then run HQ to hopefully find a trashable. That was the more reasonable line, though. Yeah, I think that's the better line. We would need to get an Opcree. The problem is, like, we probably lose on this run anyways. And ping being at 1 strength is, like, not great. Yeah, there you go. It's over. Yeah. Technically, getting Audrey. Yeah, getting Audrey there was definitely better, but not enough. Good game. That was very, very bad. It was turn 25. It was turn 25, y'all. Hey, thanks. You too. Yeah. Yeah, that was really, really weird. Well, this makes the Arasana decks coming out tomorrow morning sound a bit fast, which is good. I totally whiffed that I threw out my first Audrey. Yeah. I was running HQ, 20 cards in, and you had nothing but tag punishment. Yeah, we saw our first agenda on like turn 14, 15. It like makes very little sense. Monkeywrench is just not an effect that's used to be hosted on ice. I don't think Monkeywrench is a good card. I think it's a fun enough tool if you pick up, like, if you don't have a whole card pool. And so, like, maybe you don't have Turbine, you don't have anything else, but, like, you need something to hopefully break the 6 strength ice that doesn't also exist in the set with your, what's it called, Umbrella. But no, I don't think it's great. The only combo with lowering strength just trashes itself? Yes, that's the problem too. It's like, you want to keep this on a sacrificial ice, but if you chisel it, it goes down. I made it and played it against our redacted Aura you were testing the other day. Oh, cool, cool, cool. I don't even like tag punishment that much, but I need some punishment in NBN. Yeah, yeah, totally. Thanks for the game, eh? Okay, I feel like it's possible to make Monkeywrench do something. I don't think it's in this deck. I think you probably play Atman and have some support for it, but it's not this deck. We'd have to be an Arsana deck, and I don't want to play another Arsana deck because we're going to be flooding Arsana tomorrow. We'll do another game with this. We'll put in some breakers. Oh, cheers. Good. Glad you're liking it. We can do one more game. We've been streaming for about, yeah. I'm getting hungry, but we can make another game in for sure. How's everyone doing, by the way? Okay, let's make some changes. I think Monkeywrench goes into an Amakua deck. Yeah, that is one of the unique things about it, is that it doesn't care about the AI clause, which almost all the strength boosters care about AI clause. None of the strength lowers care about AI clause. How long ago did you start streaming on Tuesdays? It's a good question. It's been months. I think I'd have to check by going in on YouTube and like just seeing when the VODs are. I don't actually have a good answer to that. It was largely because of like Patreon support allows this to make more sense. It's been a couple months now. What's happening tomorrow? Oh, Senta, how's it going? We're doing a deck dive on a World Tree Arsana list that I like a fair bit, and I think actually is pretty good. So we have like a bunch of games. I have to edit it, the rest of it today. I have to do an intro today, edit it together tonight, and put it out tomorrow. So it'll be like 2 hours. It's gonna be really long. I wonder if it should be 2 videos. Probably not. I might not have noticed because I usually watch Kid Boga. Yeah, Scrub, I've seen your name in Kid Boga streams, which is really fun. I think I've seen other Netrunner players in Kid Boga streams as well in the chat. Okay, let's try and make this idea a bit better. So what do we want? We want more card draw because we're not finding our combo fast enough. Okay, we're now at 47 cards. That's going to help everything. We probably want Imp. I actually like the Stargate more than I kind of like the Conduit. So what can we do with all that influence? I love World Tree R. Excited to see it. Yeah, it's really fun. It's actually generally a fun deck. And the bummer is that the gameplay capture was all of a Sunday and I was learning the deck. And I think the deck is even better than the way I play it, especially clumsily early. So that means we don't need Ice Carver. We have 3 Charm, 3 Hippo, and we want as many ways to tunnel, so we'll play Stargate. So we're just going to play Pressure Anarch. What are the minimum amounts of icebreakers we need to get through this? Or are there any cool recursion cards we can play for the last 4 influence? Like, how do we make this as aggressive as possible? Nuka and or Diesel. Yeah, there's a chance. We're already on 46 cards, though. Like, I think we'd rather play Moshing sooner. That might be incorrect. Well, like, we probably should cut something to put those in, right? I don't think we should go to 48 by adding 2 Diesels. But Diesel's obviously really good. Huh. Fermenter, Chisel, Botulus, Audrey. We probably should have some breakers. Reclaim is like so slow. Reclaim is a card you install, and then you spend another click, and then you trash a card from your hand, and then the card is you do install it though. That's kind of cool. Tread lightly, half serious. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe we're better with Forged. Any value in Banhar? Some. Oh, Banhar, not Bachlan. Yeah, it could be. Banhar Hippo is like a really fun interaction. Just play 3 Boomerang. 3 Boomerang, like at some point it is too many, right? Because you get, but it is a nice way to deal with ice. Yeah, I don't mind that. Banner's not bad either. We don't have an amazing card draw engine though. We just have like Monkeywrench. Okay, I'm not changing that name. That's for posterity. Okay, 2 more influence? Like, I'm thinking of cards that you splash in, like Hannah, whatever, Solidarity Batch, whatever. Another Imp would actually be okay. It gives us like a pressure Audrey engine. It's good to find that early. But 2 more influence. 4 more influence. Miss Bones? Ideally with the Imp and Obcree engine, we don't really need Miss Bones that much. It can be a bit redundant. It's not bad, but it's a bit redundant, arguably. I think Diesel's like the closest, but then like going to 49 cards Diesel feels really weird. Oh, Blueberry, no, thank you. Definitely want labor rights IMO and then get the chips back. I think we've usually lost the game before it's mattered. I could see some value for that for sure. It's like getting the chips back in is really important, but we usually lose the game before that matters. Ampassan is actually quite fun in ice distraction combos of getting Hippo to protect Ice God. Yeah, Santa, you've never been Ampassan on stream before, have you? We had an Ampassan in the early list and we got rid of it. But it's actually, yeah, it's like, it is really good when they don't res into Hippo Double Charm. Like that is kind of cool. Man of the Moon, I had a fun cancel ice destruction risk on restricted tournament the other week. Weren't you on stream? You lost like 2 Pharaohs or something against your brother? I kind of do like want to try on Passant in here. It gives us slightly more reach. And like in that deck we were running and they were not resing a lot. Do you have enough econ? Yeah, arguably too much. We don't actually spend a lot of econ. You saw the fermenters just got ripe. Like a lot of these decks don't actually, like we could end up cutting some of the cards. Still have too many card slots. Okay, add a prognostic. Cut a boomerang, cut a Fenris. Then we probably don't have enough money to do the thing. That can't be it. Do we need a third Knob Kari? I think it's so important to get a Knob Kari down. Whatever. Logic Bomb. It's 5 influence. It's almost never worth it. Like, I'd rather play Banhar than Logic Bomb. I think if you're playing Logic Bomb, like maybe there's Mercury support in there, but it's really hard for it to be good. If LR is too late, what about Katurga? Oh yeah, Katurga I think is a better inclusion than Labor Raids. I think that's a good shout. Let's see how it goes right now, but that is the sort of, that's actually like a card I forget is a reasonable recursion card. Like I'd rather play that than Reclaim. That's kind of cool. Even actually like, not that we do have the money, but Retrieval Run is probably better than Reclaim. Ampassan lives in my mind rent free after those games. Yeah, it was like the best. I think also like Man of the Moon said that was the only Ampassan he played all tournament, but like he shuffled it back in and then played it again. It was so sick. All right, let's go. I'm seeing a lot more people playing Startup recently, which is really good. I hope the ban list has like made people more excited about it. Also, is there any like tension now where people like roll up to play Startup and they're new to the game and then it'd be like, oh, you're playing Boat. I don't think you realize there's a ban list. Or I guess like JNet probably polices it, right? It also wasn't in the list the night before. Oh yeah, he said that during the interview. I forgot about that. That's cool. All right, let's do this. Oof. I have to record the intro for like the Arasana video and explaining a 60 card deck. There's no way the intro is going to be shorter than 40 minutes, which like, I don't know, man. Maybe I should figure that one out. Was the one wild change I didn't know he added? Was it on open deck list at the top cut? What tournament was that? Was that Intercons? It was Intercons, right? I think the deck list we have open in one of the tabs. Intro time. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, I like this. I wonder how, like, if you just replace 3 DreamNet with Earthrise Hotel, this actually might be a better deck than what we're playing right now. We probably should just try this. And I honestly don't know whether I like Conduit better than Stargate. I kind of really like Stargate a fair bit, especially because we're not on the other one. But I wonder if like Hippo is better than Chisel Charm. There's flexibility with it, but like we could just play Earthrise Hotel and see what that deck does. At that moment, there was like still a lot of Amakua. So I don't think the Mavirus changed. Like I think, sorry, there was as much Mavirus. So I don't know if it's that like poorly sorted for the meta. I didn't know it was in the list because it was open list, but it was fun surprise opening it up for our match. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. You don't see a lot of Earthrise Hotel. Obviously, like, you got a lot of money as well from DreamNet, which makes it something else. But getting 6 card draw is not bad, as long as you can afford this. We're playing the same living room where it's like, oh, yeah, it en passant. Yeah. And also, like, Earthrise, that gives you the card draw you need for Patchwork, which is quite nice. So you install the Earthrise, hopefully, for 2 credits, which is cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I'd want to revisit this. It's a shame that there's no, like, room for Monkeywrench on 45 cards, but the meta will prove that to be correct eventually. I don't play in a lot of online events, but having people over to play in online events together seems really fun. And like, not that you play on the same screen because you're not allowed to do that, but just like having it be more of a social event, I think is really important. Okay, we're just gonna hang out here for a bit. That's okay. Tuesday nights now are like local Netrunner nights. It's only been like the second week right now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to come out tonight, which is a bummer. But I'm looking forward to it because I haven't played like in-person Netrunner actually in a fair bit. I don't think I've played in-person Netrunner this year. I often couldn't make the Monday nights, but now they're Tuesday nights, which makes more sense. Especially also the store is like relatively close to where I live, which is quite nice. It's also really interesting. Like obviously this is not an imp deck, but like having this as an econ engine, I don't know. I sleep on it, but I think it's really quite cool. Would we consider turning online events into a LAN party with friends? I was definitely like a PC gamer who would LAN party, but growing up, my friends were not into PC gaming at all. So like I've never really been to a LAN party, which seems like such a bummer. But like the best case scenario would be like, you know, console gamers bring a bunch of Xbox over, and I guess you play a LAN, but you play a Halo and stuff like that. But I was always like a PC gamer since I was a kid because we didn't have any consoles. My parents didn't like video games, but computers made sense because it's a skill. Yeah, but missed out entirely on that. I have fond memories of LAN network Xbox with Halo 1 and 2. Yeah, exactly. That's what I have too. Fond memories of like crossing cables across someone's house. Grew up in the suburbs. That's pretty common, I reckon. We used to have so much fun at my mates doing LAN parties. The closest we would get to a LAN party is we would have 2 computers, and then me and my brother or my sister, we would play Battlefield 2 1v1. But like that game didn't have maps that supported it, so we would just say like we're gonna go to this part of whatever map, and play Battlefield 2, which had a lot of flexibility with like traversal, especially in the like the expansion that had like grappling hooks and stuff, and just 1v1 in there. And we had such a great time. And my sister's not like a big shooter player, but she had a great time doing it too. That's our LAN party of family. LAN GTA 1? Wait, I didn't know GTA 1 had any multiplayer support. Whoa, that's cool. I had no idea. Running someone over and having them yell at you down the stairs. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, we're way too far down the JNet lobby now. I think we'll never be rescued. We're way too deep. We're gonna need some help here. This is where like the AFK players go. We also figured out how to play Halo on the computers at school. Oh yeah, they did that a fair bit in like on the Macs at school. You could play Halo. I remember that a fair bit more. Battlefield 2 1v1 dang, you both head straight for vehicles? No, not really. We didn't really use the vehicles. We would just go to an area and just like do infantry combat. Fond memories of Empire Earth and Warcraft 3. Empire Earth. That's the one where like it aged through the timelines, right? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Where like you got to like the future and there's actually mechs and stuff. Yeah, that's the one. I remember that being a really cool because we played like a lot of Age of Empires, and so like seeing lasers was kind of meta. Hey Bailey, thank you. Sports. Okay. We have imps for that, which is good. So imp Nobakuri is really important to sports. Some amount of ice destruction is good. We have Nobakuri. The en passant hippo is like whatever. This hand's like okay, I think. I just want to double check if we put 2 imps. You ever play Battle Chasers on WC3? River, how's it going? I take it that's a Warcraft 3 mod? I'm pretty sure the copy of Warcraft 3 I had when I was a kid was not a legit copy. So if it was like online stuff, I probably didn't play it. Oh, sorry, just checking real quick. I think we're on 2 imp. That's worth mulliganing around to like a big extent. Yeah, 2 imp. Okay, that's good. Google en passant. I've heard a bit about this. I don't think it's a legal move. We're gonna mulligan this. That's a fair bit better. So Knob Curry, Price, Diesel, sure gamble, we have a start. So we haven't seen a lot of sports metal in a while. It's like kind of rough into like a Lou-based meta. There's a lot of, you know, destruction. On top of that, like Hermes made a lot of one-pointers, kind of a hard spot to be in. Okay, so what is the order of operations here? If we face check into this, we're expecting a magnet, we're expecting a gatekeeper on tempo. A drafter here we don't care about. We'll start with the diesel for sure. Okay, I think we can do sure gamble. If we run server 2, there's a chance these are like really bad 3-1 agendas. I'm okay with them rezzing here. We need to probably play 2 cards here. If we price for an imp, it's unlikely. Monkeywrench, yeah, we cut 2 of them. We had 2 of them. They were really good. We kept losing them to snare though, so. I think we'll start here and force a res. So if it is a drafter, we can react last click. I think it's more likely to be a gatekeeper or magnet. That's good to get out of the way. So they've rezzed that. We don't have that many ways to deal with it. Leech is a good card though. Yeah. No, it is. It's fine. Leech doesn't work with Chisel though, right? I think we'll run server 2 here. It's more likely that they feed us a bad 3-1 agenda. Oh, Nico. Okay, we'll take that. So Hishiko's going to flip. We have to discard a card here. Hippo into Magnet's nice. They don't have that much ice. Price is really important to find our piece. Strike Fund Fermenter is fine too. They're probably on some amount of viruses. I think second Hippo out of 3 Hippos is probably the worst card in our hand right now. But I might live to regret that. Okay, very importantly, they started on 2 credits, so they couldn't have scored out. We're chasers with this mod that would like tower defense and a mini Dota League style co-op game though. Oh, cool. Do we just hit the button? Do we just hit the button? I think we just hit the button. I don't think we have to be clever about this. Let's put it on the game here. Ah. So you can't run back and steal both of these because they will draw 2 or gain 2. So hitting that in the bin is good. I think picking that up is worth them drawing 2 or gaining 2. The thing is, like, they're drawing into an Elevagao into a Tranquility, which doesn't, like, get an ice here. So unless they have a Spin Doctor in hand, I think we can leave this. Is that wrong? It keeps Hoshiko alive, which is nice, like a digital, which is kind of cool. But I don't think we have a huge reason to run this. A Gatekeeper res would fix it, a Drafter res would be a problem, but I don't want them to break R&D lock. I think we're going to be cool. I think we're going to be chill. We'll get that in an econ card. We'll go from there. Okay, so they drew into a Trank, right? Or was the Elevagao on top? That was probably pretty important. So it was Trank, Elevagao, Luminal. I think that's the order. So there's an agenda on top of the deck, which we can always use to force them to try to if they want to. It's not great. They don't have a lot of money. We definitely want to price into an imp in the near seamless. 4-2. Off-world. Okay. So they drew 2, so they broke R&D lock. I think we're going to run archives first, and then we're going to run R&D. Sports. Yeah. Paul, have you played more sports? Let's see what they do here. That's obviously a good steal. If they're on Ikwaz, we're going to find them. We're going to hit the button after because we don't want to show them the top 2 and then give them an ability to understand what they're drawing into. Maybe that's a fallacy. They just got credits. Okay, so we'll Stargate. I don't want to steal this. Okay. Now they kind of have to draw here. He has to draw, excuse me. I guess that's fine. What's the reason we ran archives before Stargating? Because if we reveal the top 2 cards with Stargate, they understand what they're drawing into. And if there's a bunch of agendas, then they save them. So I'd rather have them make a decision with no information and then Stargate. I'd have to think about it a bit more to figure out if that's flawed, but that seemed natural to me. And not as in like he's a savant, but like that just seemed like the right thing, but I could see it being the wrong thing. I just wanted to not give them card draw. Savant. I think we should click for credit here. We haven't accessed. Oh, we did access a card, right? Yeah, we still have Vitruvius. I think we can just strike fund to keep our economy up. We could also price. On price, there's no installable we don't hit. Well, that was really bad. Well, we got one of those. That's good to have that. So we can pressure HQ because we know he has a Mega Pre in there, but there's a Mega Pre in the bin. Okay. 5-hit Netrunner. So now we chisel this and then we Stargate. So actually that was sick. Double install. So easily could be a Mavirus. So we're gonna, I don't think we actually cracked the fermenter. I think we're just gonna, this is what the deck wanted to do, just pressure. Could be a spin doctor. We have to watch out for that. If that's the case, we should probably run archives first, actually. This is maybe incorrect. Yeah, this is probably incorrect. Ooh, no further action. We got information, though. If this is a spin doctor, this undoes all our efforts, so we should have done it in the other order. We could also just win the game. That's cool, too, I guess. Okay. Stargate's cool. Geez, sorry. Yeah, that was some pressure. How was your hand? Ooh, yeah, Stargate went hard there. We Stargated 3 times and we saw, I think, 6 agendas. Oh, God, get out. Yeah, we knew that they had 1 in hand because they drew the Mega Pre and the Elevagao. I'm not. Oh, wow. Cool, cool, cool. I guess the 4-2 should have tipped that off. Want to run it back? I think this is a good matchup for us, but that was obviously like a really, really hot opening. If they don't want to run it back, it's fine. Maybe I shouldn't ask, because like this is not an easy matchup. Yeah, cool, cool. You host, I'll join. I stepped away for 5 minutes and I missed the game. Yeah, we played Stargate on turn 2. I think we saw, again, like 6 agendas and 3 Stargates. Yeah, we took out the Monkeywrenches. Turns out that was holding us down. Like now we're just like, just going. It is sports metal though. It's a good matchup. Okay, so we don't have Stargate. We don't have Imp. We have Knobbery, Chisels, whatever. We can't beat Magnet. We have Price, Dirty Laundry. We're going to mulligan this. I only joined stream at the start of this game, really. How much time did you spend building the deck of Stargate plus 44 other unimportant cards? It's a bit reductive. Thank you, you too. We tried to build a Monkeywrench deck that ran as much. We actually built a deck that had basically every card that trashed ice that you could in standard. Then we cut down some of the worst versions of them. And then we just had like a pressure virus deck. And then finally, we just removed the Monkeywrenches and have a pressure virus deck that has no real breakers besides Audrey. So actually a bit. We spent a fair bit of time thinking about what we were doing. The Monkeywrenches still don't make sense. But I do think there are probably some decks where they're like more defensible than this deck because it just doesn't line up with the way that we're breaking stuff. Like we're not actually chisel Monkeywrenching. That's absurd. Even Bruce Lee trained with Monkeywrench before fighting his opponents. Okay, we definitely want to get an access here. We'll draw once for Imp. Okay, that's fine. So we can Dirty Laundry R&D. We can do Cookbook Fermenter, call it a day. We just want to get the access to flip. We should do it sooner in the turn than later so that they have less information to react to. So if they draw, we can always threaten to run HQ abstractly. Okay, that's not a good one to steal early. But we want to make sure that we can threaten the remote server because we know that Pele is going to be jamming a bit more. Cookbook Fermenter is like, okay. It does give us Simulchip targets. We probably actually want to draw once more because we want to be able to contest remote server because he's likely to jam next turn. He drew 2. He drew 2. So Diesel in our next turn play, I think we can just install the Fermenter without requiring the cookbook because I don't think we need extra money here. We just need some amount of money. Magnet's the one thing that's hard for us to deal with. So we need to go find our 2 copies of Audrey sooner than later. Make cut with 3x Monkeywrenches. I think you can do it. This is really jammy. This is good. If this is seamless into Offworld, he's in a good spot. So we're just going to Diesel after we get Hoshiko draw and hopefully find some sort of pressure that we can leverage into this remote. 3 Magnets is a good spot. Even also like Hagen into Fermenter is a good spot. I wonder if installing Cookbook and not the Fermenter is better. Okay. Okay. So we have a couple lines here. Chisel gets beaten pretty hard by Maganet. If we install Botulus here and run, Magnet gets us. If we do Cookbook Botulus, we're down to 5. We can beat Managarm, but only barely. I think we're going to do that. Apparently. Oh, we just DC'd for a second. Okay. This beats Hagen. This doesn't beat MIC, but it's a Magnet. Okay, cool. I found it. So we have no way of dealing with that. Luckily, we have a Simulchip, so that we can't break. And we're going to end our turn. What are we going to throw out here? It's a good question. Knobbery is probably the least important card in our hand. We definitely want to hippo this eventually. Ooh, Devil Charm, Chisel is like a really strong combo. That's the other combo here. We have the Price, which gets us card draw. I think it's probably the 3rd hippo. Yeah. We're not threatening it. We have enough ice destruction in our hand. So here he needs to seamless out to have like really good tempo, or just score luminal. Yeah, that works too. All right, the fact that we can't break a magnet is going to be a problem. We won't get a card draw here, but it's whatever. He gains 2. He's going to jam behind the magnet again. Probably put a second ice on the remote server. With 9 credits, he can go pretty far. Or do that. That's a good line too. A lot of problems for us to deal with, besides this imp. Oh, okay, Steelskin Strike Fund. Okay, so it is an imp. We called it perfectly. Okay, so we want to pressure these a bit until we find him a virus. Ideally, then we like go to Stargate. We don't need the Knob Curry just yet. We could consider cracking the Fermenter before it gets purged out. One of these could easily be a virus. It could also be in server 1. But the imp allows us to interact with these and not have to steal a bad 1-point agenda, which is nice. Spin Doctor, good to get that out. We probably won't be allowed to imp it. We would trash it with credits. And then we'll imp whatever server 3 is. And then install a card. It's a Mani Sanai! Yikes! Good to get rid of that. So how do we contest this? I don't think we can. Yeah, that was a surprise. Yeah, Mani Sanai is, I think, very, very rude. And it does also lock you out of the game. So he's probably going to score next turn. Might just be on 4 points. We can't beat the magnet yet. So it's in our best interest to put as much pressure on centrals as we can, as fast as we can. We have no programs in our bin, so we can't get down the... Well, we can get the Simulchip, it just doesn't do anything. So I think we're just going to try and transition to Stargate the following turn. Which means if we install the Simulchip, it doesn't do much. It doesn't honestly do much. Whatever. If he purges, it's maybe an imp back. We could like double imp on a turn. We're going to flip purge. Fantastic. That's fine. So that means all we want to do is... Oh, we lost a credit, right? We can do credit, Knob Curry, run R&D. We'll put it on the imp. It's a Rashida. We have to imp that. I'd actually rather him draw this than any other card, though. I don't think we care if he has the imp. What's really ugly, though, is we have a click left here, so I guess we just draw and discard. We could imp this and go back. I wonder if we should have clicked for a credit. No, that's bad, too. Now, he might score out and jam the Rashida, and that's a problem for us, but I'd rather him draw this Rashida than anything else. I'm pretty sure. So click for credit's useless, so we'll just draw and throw out our worst card. This is our worst card. Okay. So then we can use the Knob Curry Stargate. Okay, that's fantastic. Gain 2. So he has Rashida in hand, has to score 2 more agendas. We can crack Fermenter, drop Stargate, try and control the game. Ablative Barrier, Hedge Fund, Seamless Launch. So we have Chisel for Ablative. Ablative will turn on Return in Amani or Spin Doctor. That's pretty bad. We just don't want him to have ice. He might not have a Seamless Launch in hand. Top decking the Blade, a Hedge Fund is whatever. Did y'all get Hemlock up there yet? No. Did you all have it? I've been told February 23rd. I got like, I know what the cards are. Do y'all have it? I heard it's in the wild. Yeah, I've seen pictures of it, but I think it's like some distributor, some rogue distributor somewhere. We didn't access, so Hishiko's not going to do its thing. If we run back, we can trash the Hedge Fund. Oh, we actually should have considered that because we can run back and trash the Ablative. We could have trashed the Hedge Fund and trashed the Ablative. I don't think we care about Seamless. I don't know if the deck's on 5/3s. I guess we'll run back and trash the Hedge Fund. It just gives us something to do here. But I feel like we might have messed that turn up. So now it draws a Seamless, which puts him closer to like drawing into a piece of ice. The date got pushed back like twice. TC emailed everyone trying to be as transparent as possible, receiving no news on delays. Ah, that's at least good that they do that. Yeah, I think everyone's in the dark really, besides like the best you can get from the Asmodee product page. The cards look great. I'm excited. Yeah, I'll start doing content really soon once Hemlock comes out. I find it to be an awkward spot to do content about Hemlock Vale when like the cards aren't out. So we're talking about leaks, technically, sort of. Dana, correct me if you think you're wrong. If you think I'm wrong, I think the cards in Hemlock are really good. I think a lot of the investigators are super disappointing. That's my take. I think the cards are good. I think the investigators, a lot of them are like, I have no interest in playing them. Okay. Could be an agenda. Defensive upgrade is hard to deal with. We could use Manic Arm clicks. We have to figure out how to break a magnet still. We have 2 Audreys and 30. That's our only option. Server 4, whatever it is, we can imp it. We have to deal with Spin Doctor before we go to Stargate. If we want to deal Stargate, we can chisel through this and then have Chisel Charm, which costs us 2 credits we don't have access to. What could we possibly diesel to that gives us money here? Strike Fund? Credit Strike Fund. So we spend 2 clicks on that. That's not great. This seems like a distraction. I think we still run it. It's probably like a Nico or something. Let's start with the diesel for some options. Okay, that's not good. We might have to crack a Simulchip to trash this Botchless to become a fermenter. We actually probably should have done that on their turn. Let's be honest. Yeah, we needed to get the money back in the game to threaten the Devil Charm Chisel. We'll do it following turn. We're 1 turn behind, I think. Yeah, it's a Nico. That makes sense. We'll just trash it. They don't need that much money. I think they're going to score out a 3-1, like a Mega Pre, which will be a 3-2 for them. So we've access. So credit is now pretty bad. So I think we just do credit Devil Charm. End turn, we'll get rid of the Knob Curry. I think we'll get rid of the Cookbook, and that's fine. Rashida. Okay, that's not good. The player cards are cool. Even the concept of some of the investigators are great. Ali has had interesting backstory and personality. The mechanics kind of fall a little flat, though. Oh, who's Ali? Like Alessandro? Is that her name? Zorzi? I've been saying Zorzi a lot. I haven't read any of their like flavor stuff yet. But like the Guardian seems next to useless. Hank seems really boring. Okay, yeah, okay. Zorzi seems absurd, like really good. Kohaku seems fine, like fun. But like I don't have a lot of, I don't know. The yellow, the Seeker seems really. Yeah, Alessandra, I think that's it. I think the Seeker seems, you have to understand that you can spend clues on cards you have installed, which is incredibly important. But even with that, I don't think it actually makes that much sense. And like the deck building options are, you can play some bad Guardian cards and 1 rogue card, but otherwise you're just playing Seeker. So the deck building restrictions don't actually do anything. Okay, so we can Simulchip for money. We have to deal with this. Someone posted in our Discord that they watched the FFG live stream of them playing and relayed, oh, they have a live stream. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm excited for the notes. Okay, so thinking. Here, we can crack the Botchless, the Simulchip for Fermenter to get back in the game economically. They have a Seamless in hand, so this abstractly threatens to be a 5-3, and if we just don't have Audrey down, we can't win. That's the only way that we can break a magnet, period. We're going to be drawing 1 card anyways. If it is an Audrey, we have Imp Audrey run this. That's not very good because we're going to be short on money, but I think we have to get slightly more money here because we have no chance of putting the Chisel and pressuring out. Wow, okay. Wait, we have potentially a game here. So we have to hope there's no more virus on the table. But if we crack Fermenter, we played her into this. Like, this is the line that we played around. If we crack Fermenter and install Audrey, we'll be up 6, minus will be on 3. We need to be able to beat Managarm. If it's Giordano, we'll be able to beat it. But then there's a chance that the right play is like run Archives, Knob Curry, the Fermenter, crack for 8, install Audrey, run. Because then we'll have 5 credits and we beat Managarm. It's contentious that this is not a Mavirus. We know there's no Mavirus in Archives. It's depending on it. But I think that might be play. Oh, the other idea is like Fermenter, Sure Gamble. That's actually better, right? Yeah, that's a fair bit better. Yeah, never mind. So Fermenter takes us to 6. Sure Gamble takes us to 10. Audrey takes us down to 6. We run the remote server. If it's a Mavirus, here or here, we get purged out. The magnet bounces us. So actually, maybe it's Fermenter, Sure Gamble. Oh no, we only have so many clicks. We have to just not hope it's a virus. They might have purged there if it was. And if it's an Echo, we imp it. So fine. So Audrey. Oh yeah, we didn't even need a virus counter. So the purge actually is fine there. We'll Steel Skin, draw. Okay, hold on. Oh, Data, that's a lot. I'm excited to read that. I'll just finish our turn. So we're going to access this card first. We're assuming it's a Managarm. Nice. So this is what we played around. We played around this. We called the shot. Oh, son of a bitch. Shit. We didn't play around this. We didn't see this coming. This is reality. We didn't play around. Okay. So it's Formicary Managarm. They zigged when we thought we would zag. So here we should just jack out because we can't deal with the second Managarm. They got us. Absolutely got us so good. No. So we have to just hope this is not the Ikwa. We're just going to end the run because we have to play for the Managarm again. And we'll go from there. I don't think it's if they res a Nico. Maybe that's just good habits. Oh, no, that's it. Well, sorry, if it's... Okay, sick. It's not the Ikwa. That's good. Now here they can threaten out an Audacity. They have a lot that they can threaten out. We now have dealt with the server unless this is also a Formicary. So we have super, super narrow margins here. And understanding anytime that we steal an agenda, it pushes them forward to a potential fast events game plan. They said they're not an FA, so they might not have Biotic. I think the cost of playing a single Biotic is probably worth it in a deck that's mostly 3 advancement agendas, but we'll find out. Okay, Monterey's ability triggered 2 times this game. First time he played Cryptographic Cipher, and the second time he whiffed, so Jack's ability is 0 for 2. That's parallel Monterey. That's really funny. Not surprised. Wilson gets an additional 1 skill value when taking a basic fight action while exhausting Ice Pick because it's a skill test on a tool. That shouldn't work like that. What? It's not a skill test on a tool. What? Is this how they make Wilson playable? That makes no sense to me. Grand Chamber tested the brain power of the table, but alas, failing an investigation check doesn't trigger because clearly there's did not succeed by 2 or more. I don't know what Grand Chamber is. Basically, they made a ton of rules errors and both Wilson and Monterey Jack underperformed. Not surprised. I don't actually know what Grand Chamber is, but yeah, that Ice Pick thing makes no sense because you don't do a test on it. It modifies a test. But I don't know if they're ruling it that way or they just like, it's hard to play live, which like, yeah, I know that. Okay, so Server 6 could be a virus. Magnet requires an Audra counter unless we double charm it, so we have a panic button. This is 2 damage, we don't care. Managarm we have to deal with sooner. This could be another Formicary. If that's the case, we can't beat it. So that's hard. We have to check this every turn. If it's not an agenda, even if it's an agenda, they'll feed it to us, right? Because it pushes them forward. Like you can put in whatever it's called, median. So this is a card. This is 2 damage, it's fine. If we get the Simulchip down, we have access to botchless at instant speed, which is okay. We have to trash one of our installed cards though, so less than okay. We can always run Server 6 first and get the counter on the Audrey. We probably want to imp the Managarm though, because we can't afford to run this that many times. But there's so many ways that we're in a really, really bad spot here. The Simulchip lets us like flicker the imp, which might be good. So if we do run this, okay, install Simulchip, run this, break for a card in hand, take 2 damage. We're down on 1 card in hand. Then we can respond by, no, we have to spend 2 clicks on this. So we have to run right away. Yeah, we're just forked really, really easily when we're this far behind. Because they can give us an agenda. They can put 2 agendas on the table. I don't think they did, but they could. This is probably Maryland. So we have to be Managarm singularly, which means we need to run with 2 clicks left. So the best we can do is Simulchip run, just so we don't lose it to Formicary. I think it's the most important card in our hand. We'll try that. Big arc tangents. Okay, Grand Chamber is one of the locations from TFA. It's one where if you don't succeed by 2 or more, put a Doom on it. They failed, but decide not to put a Doom on it. Investigation check doesn't trigger because it's did not succeed by 2 or more. Wait, I don't understand how they came to that conclusion. I thought they forgot it, but they said that they wouldn't. This saves us a card. Oh no. Wait, we can't break this. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. The only way we can break this is now flickering the Audrey, because it's not about the strength, sorry, it's about the virus counters. So we have to flicker the Audrey. How are we breaking here? Yeah, totally. I messed it up. We have to flicker the Audrey. So we Simulchip it in and Simulchip it out. This is the only way we still run the server, so I think it's totally fine. Oh, sorry. Did all the color rotate out and no one plays it anymore? Yeah, it rotated out like years ago because it was in the Anarch expansion. So like when Max rotated out. It's been a while. They said because failing isn't succeeding, you don't put the Doom. Was a rules person there? Because like I don't want the live streams to be canonical, but that is a really very liberal reading of that sentence. They did not succeed by 2. But that has huge implications on the entirety of the game, if that's correct. That's so interesting. Who's playing? Like rules team people or like community team people? There's the creators of the game, Nick and Duke. Holy shit. That has implications then on the future of the game. That's wild. I'm not taking that as canonical. They're going to have to, like, people are going to ask them about that, but there's no way that failing a test doesn't do that. The thing is, like, you shouldn't be that harsh about it. Like, playing live, responding to chat, if people don't have a lot of experience doing that, is very difficult. So it's very easy to mess it up. And then I don't know whether they just want to say they didn't mess it up or whatever, but okay, if there's another form of carry, we're cooked. Suffer 2. I've been playing with a Grimmer the whole time. Everyone has Bumble. It's not just you. It's a Rashida. We'll pay 1 to trash that because we're going to lose the money anyways, and then we'll imp the Managarm. So the agenda being on server 6 would be the sickest play ever. I think there's a chance they thought we would run it first click to charge the Audrey, so it's not super unlikely. Oh, shit. Yeah, right. They're playing Elvagaz. Good game. Yeah, we were way too far behind. I'm glad they got that game in, though. Yeah, I was way... Yeah, just going for the Stargate is really hard. Like, the early Luminal is such a big deal. They get a free, absolutely free turn for it. I think the Vitruvius could have been worse for us, but then from there it was, like, really, really good. Stealing the Mega Pre off the deck turn 1 is, like, one of the big reasons. Like, I don't know if you face check. I guess with Hoshiko you want to, but, like, getting an imp down, that's a huge difference here. Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't have time. The Forma carry play absolutely got us there. By a huge margin. Yeah. It's not the worst, though. If we steal 1 pointers, like, it breaks up. It's interesting. Thanks again. Catch you around. For sure. They only have an hour to play. Setting up live play stuff is definitely hard. I try to give the benefit of that. Yeah. I don't think we should be. The thing is, like, they need to respond to that because that has huge implications on the game. But, like, yeah, it is what it is. Hey, cheers. Okay. I think that's going to be it for today. Thanks for hanging out. We went for, 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. Sorry that the deck was bad, but I think we had a good time regardless. We'll talk about some ice strength and all that sort of stuff. Cool. We have a button. We're supported on Patreon. These are just a bunch of some of the folks that support the channel. Mind you, this is like Sure Gamble Degree Meal tiers. There's a lot of people that support the channel on Patreon through the daily cast tiers, and it's so absolutely appreciated. It is support like this that gives us the time to spend a Sunday recording, to do a whole stream on a Tuesday and all this sort of stuff. So thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. We have the ability to put more time into this game and hopefully make something that lets you get more out of the game as well. Thank you again to all these names here and some more. We're going to have a video up tomorrow morning. Hopefully around 11 is when we get it out. I still have a lot of work to do today, but we'll get to that for sure. But it is going to be a long one because we're playing some World Triaris on it. The deck is a lot of fun. And I probably should do more recording to it because by the time I finished recording, we spent, 4 or 5 hours getting games. That's only when I started getting good at the deck. So keep that in mind when you're watching. That's probably pretty important to keep in mind. But we'll get there. Excited for the mention of new Arkham content, playing some side from the cast. Yeah. Anyways, that's all. Thank you so much again. That shouldn't have happened. If you want to find more about Patreon, you want to consider supporting the channel, the link will be in the description. It is on Twitch, but it will be in the description once I update the description with all those fantastic links. That's all. Again, we'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll be back on Thursday. Stay plugged into a lot of stuff. Again, there's a lot of tournaments going around. Fight Club stuff is being streamed. There's a lot of stuff this last weekend. So if you're looking for more Netrunner content, you'll find it. Hey, Mr. Pele, thanks for the game too, eh? That's all. Take care of yourself. We'll see you in a bit.